Okay. I think we're live. We're live again. Second day in a row. Welcome to the Project X launch event. I am gonna just kind of take it slow for a minute while people get on to the thing here, Lucas. I don't even know if we have anybody on yet, so I'm gonna ramble on for a few seconds here. We got 10 people already. Holy cow, you guys are up early. Almost as early as me. Cindy, good morning. Okay, so today is the second day of the Project X launch event. We're basically doing it all over again. I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we're going to do today. I'm going to tell you how to use the site a little bit. I'm going to talk about who our speakers are, who our instructors are, kind of what we're going to do, what we're going to make, some of the topics we're going to talk about, and of course, all the raffle prizes and our sponsors, all of those good things. So I'm rambling and I'm fast because I had way too much coffee. It was a long evening. We had a lot of fun. We after class yesterday, we all went to town and hit up Southern Spirits, which is our little awesome little pub restaurant, and just hung out and chatted with everybody. I got to meet new people, which is always amazing. We're gonna have some incredible people in here today, which I will try to introduce you to as everybody starts to come in. So anyway, let me jump in and tell you a little bit about what we're going to do, how this is going to work today. Okay. We are launching Project X. It is the new line of silver clays that we developed. It was a long time coming. Cameron and I, we had been talking about making silver clay for years, but never thought that was really the right opportunity from a business perspective or that there was a need for it because we didn't want to make just another little silver. We wanted to make a nice full line of silver. So when the big brand that we all know decided to stop manufacturing, Cameron and I were like, that is the moment when you decide, okay, are we doing this or are we not doing this? And it was a big leap. It took us a year. It took us a year to get through all the formulations, work through the line. What do we want to release? Which products do we want? What do the customers really want? Because when you ask somebody, it's interesting. Somebody will say, we want a clay just like this. But then the next person will say, well, I really need a longer working time. And the next person will say, well, I really need a clay that's really strong because I break it during firing or during its dry stage all the time, right? So we really talked to all the customers and tried to come up with something that was a little bit of all of those things so that we could have a clay that was long working time for people that don't, you know, hot hands. How many people you know with hot hands? um, you've seen it happen. It's just one of those things. Certain people have hot hands and you need a longer work time. Or you've got people that make really fine, super thin pieces and they break really easily while they're trying to refine them. So you wanted something firmer than that. So there was a ton of things like that. We did a lot of research and we developed Project X. We launched it a few weeks ago, so it's been for sale for a couple weeks. Some of the distributors have it already. We're working to fill more distributor orders now still.
And we keep getting new ones.
And we keep getting new ones. Yep. So we'll talk about some of those. And the uh, the characteristics are different. You're gonna know as soon as you touch it, it's different. It's not like any of the other metal clays. One of the primary things is the way that the metal feels, not just the way that the clay feels, but the way the metal feels. So I'm going to talk about all that stuff today. Okay. But let me tell you a little bit about the clay. Okay. What the line is, what the products are. We've got, and I've got it sitting all over the place here. So, let me find my bags. Okay. Got that, got that. Yeah, that would be great. Okay, that, and that. Got it. Okie dokie. So, This is the standard 999. Okay, it's just Project X 999 silver metal clay. You've got 5, 15, and 50 gram size packages. It is 15 grams metal weight, so it's very easy for you to understand exactly what the pricing is. Okay, you've got all your details and your information on the back of here. It is all made here in North Carolina. The metal is all from the US. It is recycled silver. So all of those things that you guys told us you cared about, that's what we did. 999 silver is torch fireable, kiln fireable. It's the most versatile in the firing range. It can fire anywhere from 1100 to 1650. Okay. At a high temp at 1650, you can do a 2-minute torch fire and get a very high center level. If you look on our website or if you look out on our YouTube page, there's a couple little super quick videos of a 2-minute torch fire and me bending this around a 3mm mandrel very easily. It is a very bendable metal clay. Okay. Then we've got 999 Flex. Same basic thing, just in a flex form. This one is going to give you longer working time. You can still kiln, torch fire, firing range is still all the same, all that good stuff. The only difference with this one is when it's dry, it's going to be flexible. You're going to want to dry this longer, okay? When you dry this, let me rephrase that. When you fire this, it needs to be completely dry. It doesn't like to be completely dry, hence flex name, right? So before you fire this, heat this to about 300 degrees for about 15 to 30 minutes, somewhere in that range, depending on how big the piece is. That's going to dry out all those binders that are keeping it moist, okay? So you want to make sure to do that. You will know when you fire a piece of this that you haven't dried all the way because it will get a bubble in it. So you will learn your lesson real quick. So heat that up to about 300 degrees before you fire it, okay? That's also going to harden it and firm it into shape, okay? Okay, then we've got 960, and I don't have a 960 regular, so I'll just put my finger right here. So this is 960. This is got a little bit of copper in it. The 960 is a harder silver. It's more like a sterling. You use it for rings, bracelets, that kind of stuff, right? And it fires open shelf, so you don't have to put it in carbon. Open shelf, 1600 for 1 hour. Okay? Great, unbelievable clay for making rings and things like that. Okay? We also have 960 Flex because all of these years I've been making 960 rings and saying, we make rings and we make them round. Why the heck aren't we using Flex? Makes it so much easier to do. So we have a 960 Flex for the same thing, okay? Then we also thought it was important to replace the existing 925 clay. If you watched yesterday, Paula McDowell talked about the 925 quite a bit. The 925 is a very hard material. It is great. It's going to be really durable. It's not going to bend. It's not going to ding and dent like under a ring band, anything like that. Very, very, very strong material. This one requires carbon. Okay, so you open air, do a burn off, and then you put it in carbon 1500 degrees for 30 minutes. Okay, let it cool all the way in the carbon. That's going to keep it nice silver color. Okay, so that's the 925. And I'm looking at you guys out there in my classroom because they don't have to see my face on my. Okay, so yes.
All the directions in the package for.
No, the real basic directions are on here. But if you do anything, you know, if you start like you want to incorporate a stone or you want to do this or that, it's all the directions are online. There is a QR code on the back. You can scan that. It takes you right to the directions. Okay. Or you could just go to the website, go to the Learning Center. It's all in there. You can look at the product page, right? So if you go to the website, go to Silver 999, all the directions will be there too. Okay. So very basic stuff back here. Okay. Okay. And we did that because we used to have to put paper in every single package, right? And after you buy your first one, you never look at those directions again. So it was a big savings to not have to put that paper into every package, right? Okay. We've got syringe. Now, we only made 999 syringe because you can use 999 syringe with 960 and 925. Okay? Fire it exactly the same way as those. Those just can't fire the same as the 999, but you can fire the 999 just like those. Okay? So, 999 syringe. Now, 10 grams of silver. Instead of doing one giant 10-gram syringe, which most of us use like this much of it, and then it sits there for 6 months and dries out. Okay, so inside here, there are two 5-gram silver syringes. Okay, it seemed more like a reasonable amount of clay to be using. 5 grams of silver it's like 6 grams of clay weight. Okay. And so when you use up 6 grams of clay weight, that is about what you need for a standard syringe project. So there are 2 syringes in here. It's got 3 different size tips. Okay. The tips you can put on each one. And kiln or torch fireable because it's the 999. Okay. Okay. Then you've got water paste and oil paste. Okay, they come in these little bags, but I'm going to show you what they look like in the jars. So we've got water paste and oil paste. Water paste. You don't have to buy water paste. Okay, most of us that do metal clay for a while, we kind of make our own paste. You take your scraps, you mix them up. That's all water paste is. Okay. There are customers that do a lot of water paste or of paste work. So for them, then it makes more sense, right? And there are people like Nikki Thornburg back there puts silver on her glass and fires it into her glass. This makes sense for her because it's already in the form that she needs it to be, right? So there are reasons to buy a whole jar of this, but not a ton. Okay. And if you're new, that was kind of the one thing that a lot of us learned when we were new. We bought a jar, and then that's where the scrap goes, and it's just like this never-ending jar. Okay. Oil paste, on the other hand, is different. Oil paste has different kinds of binder in it, and hence oil. Okay. Oil paste is not stronger than water paste. It's got the same metal. If it's got the same metal, it's not any different in strength, okay? What it is different in is stickiness. This paste is sticky and it doesn't dry. So what you'll notice is when you use water paste, and let's say you're trying to connect a piece of metal to a piece of clay. When you use water paste, that paste will dry and start to kind of flake off, right? Because it can't grab. Oil paste grabs. That's the use for oil paste. So you use that to connect metal to clay, and you also can use that to repair fired pieces. If you've got a crack in a fired piece, fill it with oil paste, fire it. Okay? Okay, that's oil paste. Great for decorative things, all kinds of repairs. And the last one in the Project X line is X2O. This is a rehydration fluid, okay? Similar to that old aqua fluid that was out there, right? What this does, it's not the thing that you want to just keep adding this to your product, to your clay, okay? What this does is it's got chemicals in there. Chemicals is a bad word, but it's got liquids in there that will take a dried chunk of binder and open up the pores on the outside of it so that the water molecules will start adhering, and then that piece of binder will open up and accept the water. So basically what happens is you've got binder in your clay, right? When it dries, it's like a little It's like literally a little chunk of rock powder, right? The water doesn't like to bond to that. So this opens up that surface and it's like a surfactant kind of thing, and it bonds the water to that dried binder, allows that binder to take the water in. Okay. So when you've got dry clay, semi-dry, all the way dry, either way, you add some of this and then you add more water. Okay. So you don't want to just keep pouring this in because it will break down your clay after a while, right? If you pour too much in, you'll see your clay starts getting cracky and kind of just doesn't want to hold together well. That's because you got too much of this in. So put a little of this in and then more water. Okay? Okay. So that is the product line. You want to come up on the top up here and I can talk for a bit. I'll put those back over there. Those are all for Cameron. Okay. It's so quiet in here. Yesterday's class all showed up like really early. Today's class is all sleeping in. So I got a couple students here, but it's pretty quiet, so it's kind of so let me talk a bit about what we're going to do today. We've got a ton of entertainment for you. Okay. So I am in a classroom. I've got 20 students that'll be here at 10 o'clock, hopefully. And they are all going to make this project on TV live. No, on the screen with you. Okay. We are making an Algerian love knot. And if you don't know the significance to this, it is the necklace that Vesper wore in the James Bond Casino Royale movie. That's why we're making it, because it's James Bondy. So we're making an Algerian love knot, okay? So I'm going to teach how to do that. At the same time I'm doing that here with these students, we have, how many do we have today? Let me make sure I count this. 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 other instructors across the country doing the same thing. So I will then take, as I kind of take breaks in between demonstrating how to do this, I'm going to pop into those studios and we're all going to talk to those studios. So today we've got Julie Sanford, we've got Gwen Youngblood, Cathy Flesher, and Francesca Watson. They all have students. They're all making the same project. So we get to pop into those studios and see what they're doing, how they're doing, get a feel of what their studios are like. If you've never been to those studios, this is a great chance to see it. And get a little feedback from them too, answer questions, all that good stuff. So that is the class aspect of what's going on today. Then for everybody online, we've got this also totally fun thing. Every few hours, I would say there's like a 45-minute window between them, maybe something like that. We have guest speakers in the breakout room. There's a breakout room in your WebEx, and you'll see as you're watching, you'll see it pop up that there's a breakout session, and you can go over and join that breakout session. So you can go back and forth between the classroom where I'm teaching and visiting the other studios and the breakout room and listen to the guest speakers. The guest speakers are going to interact with you. So there's going to be an interview. Today's host is Michael Marks. He is going to interview these fantastic guest speakers. Let's see. So we're starting off this morning. We've got Sharon Landon, Brandy Boyd, Holly Gage, Michael Galvin, and Joanna Phillips today. So we've got 5 of them for you today. And the topics are incredible. I don't have a list of the topics for some crazy reason. I forgot to do that. So I'm going to wing it. But if I remember right, Sharon Landon is going to talk about focusing on metal clay and organization, things like that. Brandy Boyd's going to talk about enameling on Project X. Holly Gage is a pre-recorded session because she's actually got a retreat going on today. So she's got a pre-recorded session with Michael on the characteristics of Project X and a little bit about ergonomics. Michael Galvin, I think this might be Michael Galvin's first official interview. So this is going to be fun. If you want to watch any crazy ones today, that's the one to watch. He is likely to get out of control. So, you may even want to not let your children watch this one. Just fair warning. Hopefully he sees this morning. So Michael Galvin will be on, it's a little later this afternoon, and he's going to talk about construction. So I think he's working on a sterling silver Pez dispenser, and he's also working on like vessels. So I don't know which one he's going to talk about. You never know with Mike Galvin. It'll be fascinating. So, and then the latest one this afternoon we have is Joanna Phillips. If you don't know Joanna Phillips, you've got to meet Joanna Phillips. She is a rising rock star. So she owns a new company called Metal Clay World. She used to be a distributor for another company, so you may have seen her around a little bit, but if you didn't, she's been there. She was just a little different role before, but now she started Metal Clay World. She's one of our distributors, and she is just going crazy with Project X Clay. So, so Joanna is fantastic, and you'll find all kinds of interesting information about Joanna on there. If you want the schedule, okay, on our website, on the home page, go to clayrevolution.com, click on the top banner, James Bond. Click that banner, okay? That is going to take you to a page that has all of the details that you need on it. It's got the link for the WebEx. If you're, listening to me through somebody else's thing, or if you lose the WebEx link, it's on that page, okay? It's got the schedule for the guest speakers, and it's got the schedule for the instructor studios, okay? So you can see exactly what time I will be visiting each one, what time the interviews are for the breakout sessions, okay? So clayrevolution.com, big banner at the very top, click that, takes you to the page with all the details, okay? Okay, are we on Facebook? Does anybody know? We are unable. Okay, so it looks like the live stream to Facebook is not going to work. So I don't need to talk about, where you need to be. You need to be here on WebEx. So, everybody on WebEx, we're going to be doing raffles all day long. In between every little segment, I'm going to be doing raffles. Some of the raffles are for the studios, some of the raffles are for my studio, and we got a whole bunch of raffles for you guys online. I think I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I have 5 raffles for the online people today. Okay, so, and they're incredible. We got kids, we got textures, we get bags, we got all kinds of stuff. So when that happens, I will give you a little bit of a heads up that I'm going to do a raffle, okay? I'm going to do it really simple. We're just going to pick numbers, right? But I'll give you a little guideline, okay? And you're going to type your number into the chat, which is going to be the bottom right corner where you can chat. We're going to watch that for about 5 minutes to give everybody time to enter their number, okay? And then I will announce the winner. Don't close the online session until you know who the winner is. Okay, because we have to be able to get a hold of you to mail the thing to you. Okay, so don't leave the session till you know if you won. Okay, so with all that, that's kind of how everything's going to run today. I'll try to review that a little bit. And what else am I supposed to do here? I think my last thing is to thank everybody. So I need to thank this list of people. I got to put my glasses on for this because it's a long list. It took a lot of help to get us here. A lot of help. I could not have done this without everybody's help. We had consulting. We had just the pick-me-up friendships. There were the phone calls late at night. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing. There was all of that. And I could not have done this without you guys. Cameron, I can't tell you. You got to watch the interview with Cameron and Nikki. It'll probably be up next weekish, something like that. But you got to watch that. Cameron stepped up, took over everything, managed to make this business. I mean, we've got, I think we have 7 employees now. I'm not even sure how many employees we have. It's crazy. So he is managing this entire business while I'm trying to figure out how to make clay. It's amazing. Amazing. So let me read you this list, okay? Our instructor studios. Melissa K. Steves with Charm Tree Studio in Stevensville, Maryland. Stephanie Chavez, owner instructor, Stephanie Chavez Designs in Utah. Lana Stamper, owner instructor, Jewelry by Lana Marie in Mississippi. Julie Sanford, owner instructor of Studio JSD in Michigan. Gwen Youngblood, owner instructor, Rolling Mill Resources in Texas. Cathy Flesher, owner instructor, Infinite Designs in Arizona. And Francesca Watson, owner instructor, the Makery in Texas. Those are our instructor partners for this launch event. Then we've got these incredible speakers. Paula McDowell, president, AMCAW, artist and instructor. Tanya Davidson Jewelry, owner and instructor. Ani Jolie, eventer. She is an eventer. Inventor, owner of Jewel Tool. Robert Lopez, artist and instructor of Robert Lopez Designs. Sharon Landon, owner and instructor of Landon Creative. Brandy Boyd, publishing editor of Metal Clay Today, artist and instructor. Holly Gage, artist and instructor, mentor, Holly Gage Designs. Michael Galvin, you're going to like this one. Michael Galvin, jester of havoc, master of mischief. Yeah, I thought that was funny. And Joanna Phillips, owner, instructor, Metal Clay World. Okay, now the distributors. So some of the distributors were already mentioned in those other names, so I won't mention them again, okay? But I'm going to mention the other distributors that I can. Cool Tools, Delphi Glass, Metal Clay World, PMC Australasia, Thing Creations, Beat FX, Metal Clay Alchemist. Those are our current distributors. There are more. I just can't talk about them yet. Okay. So this has been an absolutely fantastic reception of the clay. Our distributors love it. They're raring to go. We're trying to get enough clay made to get all the orders to all of them immediately. So it is going to be a crazy 6 months around here. Okay, and then we've got 2 more sponsors that sponsored pieces in the goodie bags that I didn't already mention. Eurotool, thank you very much. We got little mini wubbers in our bags. And Lincora Designs, she's not here today, but Kim Wilson with Lincora Designs gave us some fantastic little, our templates, which we'll see later today, our textures, our deep textures. So she gave us free deep textures for everybody. And we have raffles too, okay? So I really want to thank every single one of them. We couldn't have done this without you. And I know that our customers and our students love you for all of the goodies that you share with them. It's always nice to have some fun extra stuff. Okay? Okay, so let's see. What do I have next? I know I'm going to talk about the project. So 9:29, we've got a little time. The project is probably the next focus for me. Or you know what I could do? We don't have a ton of people online, I'm sure, but I could maybe answer a couple online questions.
30.
You guys are up early.
Okay,
so
questions
let's
in the
take a
chat.
couple questions then. Yeah. Go ahead, write anything you'd like in there. Some of them I will put into, sessions as we go through the day because I've got it kind of planned out what to talk about. But I'm happy to answer anything early while we got a little bit of time before class starts. So hopefully we can see. I see a question. Can this project be torch fired? Great question. It can. Okay. What you've got is just 3 rings, right? Now these are thick rings, okay? So it's not that you need a ton of extra time for it, but you want to keep things hot. And the biggest challenge that you're going to have is the hotter you make that, the more it might actually slump. And you don't want this to slump, okay? You've got, I'll do close-ups later and everything, but you've got a lot of dimension here. So you don't want them to flatten out too much. And so the reason that we're not torch firing in class is because I really want to keep that dimension. So I'm going to keep it in the kiln on support. So we'll talk about all that when we talk about the firing. But if you don't have a kiln and you want to torch fire this, you can, okay? Here's what I would suggest. I don't like to use vermiculite when I torch fire because it blows around a little bit. So use a fiber blanket, okay? Support anything that is not laying flat on the firing brick, okay? So if you got, like a ring that's coming up on an angle, put a little bit of fiber blanket under the bottom of it so that it's got some support so that when you get it really hot, it's not going to slump. Okay, so I would fire hot, hot, bright orange for instead of the 2-minute recommendation, maybe push it 3 to 4. Okay, just so you're really good at getting a decent center with it. Watch the bail area, make sure your bail is nice and centered. Okay, and the bail and the ring at the bottom, which we'll talk about a bit. They're going to be much thinner than the other pieces, so you're going to want to be careful not to, melt those 2 pieces while you're trying to get the other piece hot. Okay? So just be gentle. Just be gentle. That's the best rule. Okay? What other questions? Let's see. Will it be available in the UK? Okay, I'll go to that one. And will PS be purchased at MCAS? Yes. Okay. So where can you get it, right? Yes, we're going to have lots of clay at MCAS, and that might be a thing I might talk about if we run out of questions before we have to cut into the class. Yes, there will be project decks all over the place at MCAS. Okay, that's the easy answer. UK, I can't say the answer to this. Does that help? Yes, the clay should be available in the UK. Okay. I just can't talk about that yet because we're in the middle of contracting, if that helps. So, and I think, I would say soon. I can't give you a timeline on it, but soon. Okay. We are in what I'll call final discussions. Okay. So it's not too far away. How's that? Is that a good enough answer? I don't know who asked me that. Amy. Okay. Oh, Joy. Yeah, Joy. It'll be there. Okay. Amber. Oh, only stuff I have is soft fiber one that came with my kennel. Okay, Amber. Good question. I think what I would do is if you don't have a bowl, container-y kind of thing for the vermiculite, I'd put the vermiculite on that fiber shelf. The fiber shelf will be fine, okay? That way, at least you don't have to try to clean all the vermiculite out of the kiln floor. So I'd put the vermiculite in a pile on top of that little shelf and then nest your piece in the center of that. Okay? Okay. Okay, I think we could. We got time. We could do a raffle. I could do that. Okay, let's start you off with the whole kit. How about that? Okay, I need a piece of paper. I got my notes. Okay, what have we got? We got a sanding kit. Okay, go ahead, put me down here. Okay, so, and we got 35 people on. Okay, piece of cake. So let's say the way that this is going to work, is Bonnie ready? Yep. Okay. The way that this is going to work, since you're doing the first one today, I'm going to say you're going to pick a number between 1 and X, and I'm going to say it has to be the one closest to that number without going over that number. Okay. And we'll give you 5 minutes to put your answer in the comments, okay? So if you go down where that chat was, that's where you put your number after I say go. Okay? Now, 5 minutes is gonna go by while we're accumulating those numbers. Don't leave during that because you won't know if you won. If I announce you, then you need to, sorry, I'm moving my camera here because I just realized I was cooking. So after I announce the winner, then you're gonna write back in the chat and you'll chat with Bonnie and she's gonna get your address and all that good stuff so we can send it to you. Okay? Okay, we're ready. So this is a sanding kit. Okay? It's got some basics in it. We've got a, yeah, that'd be great. We've got sanding foam pad set. Oh, where's my camera? There we go. Sanding foam pad set. We've got few sanding boards, and we've got those sanding sticks that everybody loves and goes through like water. And then a whole set of stickers and a little Clay Revolution button too. Okay? So, nice basic sanding kit. Okay? Are you ready? I want you to pick a number between 1 and 50. Okay? Go ahead and throw them in the chat. Okie dokie. So there was the first raffle of the day. 5 minutes, I will announce the winner. Okay. See, it's gonna be a fun one, right? Oh, look at you guys. Look at your numbers. See, I look back here at the TV so I can see you. Awesome. Yay, good luck. Okay. I am at what time? Perfect, 9:37. I'm going to talk about the project for a while. So can you come down here? Okay. Okay. So this is what we're going to make today. We have it's not a hard project, but it's also not the easiest project you ever made. Okay. So it takes a little finesse. And you got really thick snake rolls that you're manipulating by hand. So, you know, it's one of those where you're like trying to keep the snake rolls really wet so you don't have cracky edges. All of that kind of thing happens on this piece. Okay. But I'm going to give you a lot of tips for working with it. It's got a texture on it. So I'm going to show you how to do a texture on a snake roll. That's a lot of fun because it gives it a little more dimension, you know. You don't need to worry too much about having a special tool or anything like that. It's really easy to do. So I'm going to show you how to do that. You've got a bail on the back and you've got a loop on the bottom to hang these chains from. Okay. Let's go over to this one so I can show them a close-up. There's our students. Okay. So on the close-up, you can see you've got texture on each one of the 3 rings. So there's 3 rings here, and they're just interlocked. So again, not a difficult thing to achieve, okay? Then we've got a bail. I keep going down too low. There we go. Then we've got a bail that connects between this one and this one. So that's a little bit confusing when you're building it, but you'll see what I mean. We'll explain that. And then down here on the bottom, you've got what I would call kind of a bridge. It is another snake roll that bridges between this front piece and this back piece, which when you look at it sideways, dangles all the chains from it. Okay? So it's kind of like a little bridge loop to hang all the chains from. Okay? So super simple piece. Now let me rephrase that. Not super simple piece, but simple piece. Okay, just takes a little finessing to get it to come together. There are 20 ways that you could make this thing. So you are not limited to what exact design I do at all. You could put a different kind of bail on it. This is a snake roll bail. You could put, you know, just a flat roll texture, wrapped around a straw kind of bail, anything like that that you would want to do. You don't have to do the one on the bottom, right? You could just leave that off and have it be a straight pendant without chain, okay? You could add decorative elements on top of these, like snake rolls on little tiny snake rolls on top. One of mine, I think it's this one. Maybe not. Maybe it's the one I have on. I put some tiny little hearts on it because it's an Algerian love knot. Okay. So I thought that would be kind of a cute idea. You can use any kind of chain to do it. The chain that I have here is 18 inches. I have 3 strands of 18 inches that I wrapped through there to give it kind of a nice silky weight kind of look, you know. I've got a jump ring that connects all 3 chains onto my lobster clasp, and another jump ring that connects all 3 chains that holds onto my lobster clasp. And then I took another 18 inches, cut it into 6 pieces, and hung it from 3 jump rings on that bottom thing to get that drapey look at the bottom. So it kind of looks like it's going through the knot in a way. Oh, hang on. Okay, hang on 1 minute. Okay, so kind of looks like that. Right? Okay, so we'll get into that in a few minutes here. We have a winner? Oh, and that sounds like somebody in the UK or somewhere else. Shawala Mansour? Did we say that right? I don't know if we said it right, but hopefully she pops back up there on the chat in a second. So, okay. Hang on. So, Shawala, congratulations. And make sure to write back in the chat with Bonnie so that you can get all your information, and then we can send this kit to you. Okay? Congratulations. Oh, the number was 26 or 25. 25. That was what I wrote down. Okay. Question? We don't sell the chain. We have a little bit in stock here, but it was just a little bit, and I think we ran out of almost all of it yesterday. So we don't sell the chain. You can get the chain pretty much anywhere, though, any of the jewelry supply companies. I did use sterling for this and patinaed it when I did the patina on this. I ran it all the same. That helps. Okay?
Will you be getting more chain in later that you can sell?
No. We keep a little bit in stock for permanent jewelry, but we don't sell the chain just as a side item. Okay. It's just because there's so many chain sellers. Okay. Let's see, what time is it? It is 9:43. We're still missing a ton of students here. So, let's see, what was the other thing I was going to talk about? MCAS. I was going to talk about MCAS. It's just a thing I can fit in when we got time to do it. So, MCAS. If you haven't been to MCAS, it is coming up next month. So, if you were thinking about doing it, now is the time to figure out how to get that done. MCAS is the Metal Clay Artists Symposium. It happens every other year in Winston-Salem, North Carolina at the Sawtooth School for Visual Art. So it is August 24th through 27th, I think is right. It's like a Thursday afternoon, and then Friday, Saturday workshops, and then Sunday morning free workshop. Okay. There are a ton of events that happen during it. So you've got the workshops Friday and Saturday that you can sign up for. You've got Thursday is Product Playground. Product Playground is where all the different manufacturers and vendors submit their stuff, and you can just play with it. So you can test out clays. You can test out textures, see if you like them, cookie cutters, all kinds of stuff. So that is a ton of fun. Product Playground. Then, and registration is Thursday afternoon. Then there's a roundtable discussion Thursday afternoon, if I remember right. And then Friday and Saturday, we have presentations during the day. We have the workshops going on. Friday night is the gallery exhibit, which is awesome. It is an open to the public exhibit of all metal clay. Anybody that attends the workshop can submit a piece and should. I encouraged even my newbie employees over there to make something and submit it, because it isn't an exhibit about the best piece. It's an exhibit about what you can do with metal clay. That's what it's about. Okay. So if you can possibly get there, be sure to do that. So that's Friday night. Saturday night is Meet the Teachers. And Sunday morning is the Technique Discovery Workshop. That is, if you register, you have a free class, a free short class. And there's I don't know, there's like 10 different free classes you can choose from, which is a lot of fun too. So, MCAS, if you haven't been there, definitely try to get there. It happens every other year. Website is www.mcas, like Metal Clay Artists Symposium. Okay. MCAS Sawtooth, which is SAWTOOTH. So mcassawtooth.com. Okay. Okay. And I'm really excited this year because this is the first year I don't have to teach, so I'm actually taking a class. I'm like, yay! I made Stephanie nervous. I'm like, Stephanie, I'm taking your class. She's like, I'm not sure how I feel about that. I'm like, I'll be good. I promise. I won't ask too many questions. I won't be that student that goes, can I do it this way? What if I change it and make it like this? I'm just gonna do the project. So I'm so looking forward to actually just making a thing and being able to be creative for a few hours. I can't wait. I can't wait. So, Clay Revolution will have a booth there. We'll have all the Clay Revolution stuff. And actually, while I'm thinking about it, I hadn't even thought of it. So our new shop, if you haven't been here and you're gonna be at Sawtooth, so I didn't think about telling everybody this yesterday either. We are going to have the shop open on Sunday, okay? Because I know everybody's going to be in Winston-Salem and, you know, you're not going to leave there to come here and go shopping for an hour in the evening. It's just not going to happen. So what we decided to do was we'll have the shop open on Sunday so that after the Sunday workshop, if you want to come Sunday afternoon and see the stuff that we didn't drag everything over there, everybody's welcome to come over Sunday afternoon. Okay? Okay. So, are we getting close? Yes. Okay. Okay. Oh, Monica. Okay, so we have to correct all that, and I am so sorry. Maybe we give her a condolence prize? Yes, I can find a condolence prize somewhere. So, Monica, you were actually the winner. You guessed the exact right number, and so you're getting the sanding kit. And we're gonna send a condolence prize over. Okay? Okay. So, did you get both of their information? Okay. Oh, so Wally, you're so nice. She's so nice. That is very nice. Thank you for telling her. We're gonna send you something. Okay, so make sure to communicate with Bonnie, give her your information. Okay, thank you. Okay, we are getting close. We're about 10 minutes out. So, online guys, again, the way this is gonna work today, I'm gonna do demonstrations. So when I do that, I won't be talking directly to you. I'll be talking to the classroom, and you'll be watching and seeing what I'm doing and demonstrating. And then at certain times through the day, I'll go out to the instructor classrooms and talk to them. Okay, I'll come back, I'll talk to you guys for a while, do raffles, all that good stuff. So it's going to be a back and forth between me demonstrating to the classroom, talking to you, giving you raffles, and going out to the instructor studios and talking to them. Okay, so when you see things pop up on your screen about a breakout session open, know where you don't need to stay with me. You can pop back and forth between the breakout sessions and watch those and watching me. Okay? Okay. And I will try to, as we get little windows of time, I'll try to come back and answer questions on the online chat. Okay? Okay. Okay, gang. Good morning. Good morning. I recognize people. I'm like, okay. I'm sure we are still missing quite a few, it looks like. We got a couple there. Not Sherry, okay. Who are we missing? Let's see, we got those two, we got that, we got blah, blah, blah. Okay, so I'll probably
Okay.
go a little bit slow because I want everybody to get a chance to be able to like get in here and get caught up. So I'll probably start off a little bit slow,
Yeah, they.
okay?
Yeah, they.
Okay, so I am now addressing the classroom. Classroom, this is the weird thing that happens, okay? So my camera is right here. So it looks like I'm talking to you. I'm not talking to you. When I'm doing that, if I'm not looking around like this, I'm talking here. Most of the demonstration time when I'm teaching you what to do, I will be looking at you. Okay, so it's a little bit weird to be live everywhere, you know? So I'm teaching you guys how to do this. The world is just watching us do it. Okay, so it's not an online class really. It's just everybody watching us do this. So I'm gonna start off. I will kind of quickly go back over the project because I did it already a little bit, but I'll quickly hit it again. And for those of you that missed like details about the clay and all that stuff, we can kind of hit that throughout the day too. You have another teacher, that lovely woman right there in the red shirt. This is Lindsay, okay? Lindsay is going to be your physical assistant, right? So if you have trouble, if you have a question, if you need a tool, if something you can't find, all of those things, Lindsay's your lady. Okay. I'm kind of glued to this seat. So, but I'm happy to answer any questions, and the questions are good because then everybody online hears them too. The biggest thing to remember, and that's why we got that little sign right there. This is live most of the time, this microphone. So they can hear every single thing you say. So be careful. So they can hear everything you're saying. There are going to be times today, and I'm not yelling at you, and Lindsay's not yelling at you, and Bonnie's not yelling at you, or Lucas. You guys are going to get excited, and you're going to start jabbering, and everybody's going to start standing up and blah, 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 and it's going to get loud, and I'm going to be yelling into the camera. So every once in a while, I'm going to give you guys one of these. It just means just talk a little more softly. Because what happens is, as that happens, like it happens the most when I'm online with the other studios because I got headphones on, so you know I'm not talking to you, and you guys all get going, and they're hearing everything you're saying, and then we're trying to have a conversation. So, yeah, she's got it. You don't have to be silent, just don't be loud. That's really the key to all of it. Don't be too loud, okay? And it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. You're gonna get excited because it's a lot of fun. And I'm gonna do raffles. I got all kinds of stuff for you guys. We got textures. We got local things that are unbelievable. All kinds of stuff. So we'll do all of that. Okay. Okay. So this is what we're doing first. You have two in your outside of your tote bags. You have 2 packs of Project X 15-gram 999 clay. That's what we're using, okay? That's the only thing out of your tote bag that you need. Nope, on your chair. There you go. Okay? The only thing that you need out of that bag today is this. Everything else in there is just all kinds of fun stuff for you to have. There's textures, there's templates, there's all kinds of goodies in there, okay? So definitely dig into those in a while. We are making this piece of metal clay, okay? So we have yesterday's class bought us out of everything, okay? All the clay, yes. I know, I'm going slow, okay? Yesterday's class bought us out of everything. So the clay, if you want extra clay, they're gonna take your orders and we're just gonna ship it to you for free. Chain, I think they have maybe 2 sets of chain, 1 set of chain left. Not even, oh, all we're down to is the not sterling chain. Okay, so if you want to make exactly this thing, talk to them. They can figure out how to deal with all that. But I expected, oh, people are gonna like use their own chain, and there's no. Everybody bought all the chain that we had yesterday. It's spools of it.
Good thing.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing. So we have some different chain, and there's a couple options, okay, but not exactly this, okay? So what you're making though, what you're focusing on today is this piece, because this will take you most of the day to do, okay? Okay, our goal is, I need it in the kiln by 2 o'clock, which means it must be, and I'm giving you this time right now, because yesterday I had to stand up and like take pieces out of people's hands, because you all know who you are. At 1:30, it has to be on that hot plate, okay? And it doesn't come off that hot plate to, no. 1:30, it's on that hot plate, because I'm putting it in the kiln at 2, okay? Okay, that's my only rule. Everything else will be fun. And honestly, if you have any issues, anything like that, we don't have to fire them today. It doesn't have to happen. It's just, we'd like to, right? You can polish, you can patina all afternoon, all that good stuff, okay? So, how many are we missing still? 2, 3? 3 people missing still? Get over here. We're starting right now. Okay. Okay. There's a seat right back there. Oh, are those name tags? Okay. Yeah. Oh, you got a name tag. Okay. Oh, Josh and Shilpa. Cameron? Oh, okay. Okay. Are those the only 2 we're missing? Yep. Okay, good. So I am going to go ahead and start giving you the thing to do first, okay? Got a few tools on your tables that I need to explain. Little red, or actually some of them are clear, little plastic cups. That is a hydration protector, I guess you call it. This is water, okay? Missed that, put the cup upside down on your work surface. That's where your clay's gonna go. Okay, so when you're not working, throw your clay under there. It'll keep it nice and moist. Okay, now we noticed it yesterday. The AC in here is cranked up pretty high because of the door. Your clay's gonna dry more than Project X normally does. Less than some of the other ones do. Okay, but more than it usually does. So this is gonna be important for you. Okay. You've got a few things that I'll explain while we wait for them. This is release agent. Okay, so those of you has anybody never done metal clay before? Oh boy. See that? Okay. And everybody else at that table over there, you guys get to help out over there. Okay. Okay. So this is release agent. Release agent needs to go on your work surfaces, your hands, things like that, okay? So the clear one's water, the blue one's release agent, okay? There are little brown sheets in the middle of your table. That's what you're going to work on. You've got a tool pouch. In the tool pouch, there are a few things that you need out, okay? You're going to need this clay scraper, okay? You're going to need this clear thing, this little piece of plexiglass. This is a snake roller. You're going to need, I like this particular paintbrush. There's an angled paintbrush in there. Oops. You're going to need an angled paintbrush. Okay. So I said clay scraper, clear plastic, snake roller. Okay. You're going to need one of the rubber tip sculpting tools. Okay. And mine's different looking than everybody else's, but there's a little metal handle, cheapy, yes. little metal handle cheapy black brush thing, that's what you're going to use to put your release agent into your textures. Okay, so you're gonna brush it in there with that. Okay, okay. Oh, you need your depth rolling gauges out. Get the pink ones and the red ones out. Okay. Should have 2 pink and 2 red. Oh, for everybody online, if you're converting to different things, you're gonna want a 2 millimeter and a 1.5, something like that, whatever yours are. I ended up at 3.5 for this. You've got some variability, so it doesn't need to be exact, okay? We have extra clay. So, I ended up about a 3.5. And I'm gonna show you 2 ways to do this. If you don't like using the rolling gauges, I'm gonna show you another way to do this too, okay? Okay. Everybody got most of the stuff out? We all good? You're not gonna need your clay rollers. Well, you shouldn't, at least for a while. Okay. Okay. So what I want you to do first is this is gonna be the first thing that you're gonna notice about the clay. I'm gonna have I'm gonna have you combine these packs of clay because we need to make 3 equal size links. So we need to make sure that we don't use too much clay on one link or another link, right? So I'm gonna have you combine these, okay? And you're gonna notice a couple things. This is the first time you've had this clay out. So,
Release agent on your hands.
yeah, oh, you know what? I forgot, you are actually gonna need your clay roller for this part. I totally forgot, it's the only part you need your clay roller for. Okay. The first thing you're gonna notice is it feels firm. See this? That freaks everybody out. It feels like the clay's bad. Guess what? It's vacuum sealed. The clay is not bad. Okay. It feels firm because it's vacuum sealed. It's so tight in there that it firms up. Okay. So that's the first thing that you notice about Project X. So open both of those up. There's a little tear notch on the side of the bags. Okay. Inside you've got 2 more pieces of bag. Yes.
I don't have any part.
In your bag. Oh, she didn't get a bag. Okay, right, Lindsay. Okay,
This was sitting on that's right. or
where
left?
was it sitting?
On the chair?
It's yours.
Oh,
That's yours.
okay.
Yes. Your Project X bags are on the back of your chair and your clay is in the side of them. Okay? Okay. There we go. Got it. Everybody cool?
We're ready to open the bag.
You won't need to really.
Bag your balm and the olive oil.
You can put a little bit, that's this. You can put a little bit this on there, especially if your hands are real dry, you can put a little bit of this on. Okay, so take both of those pieces out. And what you'll notice is if you start going like this, you'll see the clay's not actually hard. I'm not helping you. So I will take a second here while everybody kind of gets all their things together. We have 2 people at this table over here that are unbelievable. We have got Kim St. Jean, and I'll turn the camera around eventually. We've got Kim St. Jean and Barbara McGuire. Like, if I had to teach to anybody that could be, more difficult to teach to, it's Kim St. Jean and Barbara McGuire, right? I don't have any stress about that whatsoever. I mean, these are the 2 names that I grew up learning from, right? That makes them sound old, but they're not. But I was a late in life bloomer. So I remember reading their books like, oh, that's how you do that. Oh, look at this. I can do that. I can be a jewelry maker. And now they're sitting here and they're just going to critique me the whole day. So, okay. So if you guys don't know them, go look them up. Gonna blow your mind. Okay, So I stacked my two pieces together and I'm just going to roll them together. Blend these two pieces. I fold the edge in, right? Like that. I just kind of fold it and roll it together. And as you do, you're going to see it all come back together. It's gonna be nice and gooey. What? It's out of focus. Okay. Hang on. Let me figure that out. There it goes. Got it. Okay. No problem. Thank you. Okay. So I'm just blending them together with the roller. I kind of fold my ends in, right? Because that's the area that was more vacuum sealed, right? And then you can see it's all going to come together like this, right? Okay. Nice and good shape, right? Now, I want you to cut it into thirds. It doesn't have to be exact. Now we have our 3 rings, okay? Put that all under your cup. Oh, I did it quick. All right, cut it into thirds, put it under your cup, okay? Okay. That was the hard part. It wasn't the hard part. I didn't yet, no. I just put it down and don't have it in your hands for too long. It dries, right, in your hands. When we roll our first one out, we may add a little water because we're having issues with the AC. It's like super dry in here. How many grams are in the package where we're using? We're using 2 15-gram packs, okay? So we have 30 grams of clay. We're going to have extra, but 15 isn't quite enough unless you make a really small pendant, real thin, thin links, okay? So you could, if you like a more dainty, knot, you could use 1 15-gram, cut it into thirds and make smaller scale rings. So, you know, just be, if you do that with a 15-gram, just be a little, don't be liberal, but small. Okay. Okay. So the first thing that we're going to do is roll a super thick snake roll. Okay. And I probably will go ahead and show you how to do a hydration since I won't get a chance to do it again, right? Because we'll be kind of rocking and rolling and everybody will be doing all their own thing. So I'm going to show you how to do a hydration so that if your clay feels dry, if you got hot hands, if you're overworking, right? Whatever your thing is, you know how to fix that. Again, that woman right there, okay? If you start having trouble, Lindsay will help you. Just raise your hand. She's be right there, okay? Okay, so I'm going to show you just a regular hydration with water because we should not need any X2O on this because we really haven't really doing that. Huh. You know, I think it might be that light right there. I might move it down. See if it works better. It's a little better. I think that light right now is just like bouncing. Okay, thank you. So I squirted a little bit of water on it. I fold it in like this. Okay. I kind of get that worked in a little bit, right? So I don't just, you know, squish it and the water squirts out and squirts mud all over, okay? Just gently. Then I roll it fold it over, roll it again, fold it over, roll it in. Try to get that water worked into the clay, okay? It'll start to come back together. And you can see already that it's less, it's got that skin that was already getting on it from just being in this super dry environment. You can see that's already gone. Okay. Okay, and that's it. So I'm gonna go straight into rolling a snake roll. Gonna roll that out. Did you see how fast I did that? Don't keep that in your hands going. Don't do that. It's just drying the whole time you're doing that, okay? Okay. See, gosh, I mean, look how dry that is. It is so crazy in here. So crazy, but it's gonna work fine. Okay. So I get it a little bit into a snake roll. I'm going to put my gauges on the side, and I like to do this at an angle because my hand is naturally at an angle, okay? Put my gauges on the side, get my snake roller. Come on.
I think she has a double.
Ah, come on. Oh, come on. Okay, we're gonna start that over. I'm trying to be in a hurry. I don't know why I'm trying to be in a hurry this morning. Okay. What is happening? See? Teacher issue. I can't get this roll to actually roll. Let's go this way. There we go. Okay, and I just push it down, and when I say about, I mean about. About even with these gauges. This is not going to be precise because you're going to see me put the texture on this thing. It changes the depth. Okay? Okay, and that's like double the length that I actually need. Okay? So, after I do that, yes. Yes. Okay? After I do that, I'm going to put texture on it. Okay? Now, to do that, I'm going to put a little bit of release agent on my texture mat. This one has a little on it already, so I don't really need much. But make sure you've got enough on there so that it looks, it's got a nice sheen. She's gonna have that. Okay. And then watch. Everybody watch. Everybody watch. Everybody watch. Pull, push. Pull, push. Pull, push. Okay? That is how I'm putting texture on there. Now, I didn't talk about the kind of texture yet because I wanted this roll not to dry out on me. You're not looking for a pattern in your texture. It will not be a pattern, okay? You're just putting texture on. So the texture mat that you choose, you're not going to have that design, okay? So just find one that's nice and deep. You can either do organic or kind of geometric, right? But you're just rolling back and forth with your fingers and putting that texture on there as deep as you can, because now you're going to handle that snake roll, and as you handle it, you're going to push the texture down. So that's why we use a deep texture to do this, because as you handle this thing, you're going to be squishing it, and you're going to lose some of that depth. That makes sense? Okay.
Here, can I have to, I missed something here. You just did one section of your clay to make that one snake roll.
Yes, one chunk.
And how long a piece is that?
It doesn't need to be this long. I'm going to show you a 1-inch circle. So let me give you an idea. It only needs to be about that long. It needs to be maybe 3-4 inches at the most. Okay. Okay. I'm jumping to the next thing, okay? I'm going to lay this circle, the snake roll, into a 1-inch circle template. See that? It's just inside a 1-inch circle template. It overlaps itself right here. And I'm going to cut it at an angle, straight through both of the pieces. Everybody see that? Just like that. I'm laying it in a 1-inch circle, it just inside the circle. I'm overlapping them and I'm cutting both pieces, and see what happens when I do that? Now the ends meet. Right? Okay? And put the excess clay back under your cup. Now I can just get my piece wet for a second and let you guys catch up.
What do you call it? The texture on before we cut the circle, correct?
Yes, put the texture on before you cut the circle. Okay. I'll let you guys catch up for a second.
For texture, can we use the middle part?
Absolutely, yes. Pick a good chunk of the snake roll to make, the circle. That's why you kind of made extra, right? Because you can see as you roll texture on there, it changes, and it's going to change as you touch the piece and you try to connect the piece, right? It's not staying precise like that.
Is there a goal for the thickness of your snake,
The depth of those.
the depth of those?
And if it's deeper, it's okay. Just make all three the same though.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Yes. Yes, I'll repeat them. Okay. Questions that come out of the classroom, I'll try to repeat them faster, or more often. The question that we just had was, is there a specific depth that these snake rolls need to be? And it doesn't have to be specific. You can make them a little thicker or a little thinner, but you want to make all three the same. The ones that I used 2 gauges, so this ends up being 3.5 millimeters thick. That's what I used.
Are we supposed to stick the ends together?
Yes, but I'm trying to let everybody get at least close. So lay it down, put it in a circle, wet the 2 ends. Okay, I'm gonna go to the connection now, because I think everybody's starting to get caught up, okay? So you take it off your circle and put it onto one of the brown Teflon sheets. Lay it roughly in a circle and get it wet. Not a little bit wet, a lot of it wet. Okay, so what you're gonna do, now I don't have one of them, but there's a few in the middle of the table. You can use your work surface, whatever you like. You want some water in a little pool somewhere. And I use, like, you can see what I'm doing. I just sprayed it down here and I just kind of use that as a little mud pile, basically, okay? I get about that much of my clay wet. So maybe 1/4 of an inch on each side of the connection. Make sense? Okay? What you're going to do is you're going to do a crosshatch technique. You're going to pull clay from one piece to the other piece so that you're not just gluing 2 ends together and having a seam. You're actually going to create one piece, so there will not be a seam. Okay, so in order to do that, your clay needs to be gooey enough. That's a very technical term. Your clay needs to be gooey enough to be able to pull it back and forth. Okay, so you want it quite wet right there. I use a rubber tip sculptor, and I can use my fingers to kind of hold the shape, right? And I start pulling that clay. And as you do it, it'll start moving a little better as that water soaks in, okay? I pull it from one piece to the other piece. I go back to this side and I pull it this way. Okay? And you're really trying to move clay from one side to the other side and connect them and get rid of the seam. Okay? So I get the top all pulled over, and then I'm going to flip it over and I'm going to do the back side the same way. You don't need to worry about it being pretty yet, okay, because we're going to fix that as we're doing it. Okay, flip it over. Here's an easy way to flip it over. Take another Teflon, put it on top, pick it up, flip it over, let that one fall off. Okay.
If the class asks a question.
I got that. Yep, I got it. Okay. Okay, so now I've got all my clay pulled from one side to the other. I'm on the back side of my piece right now. I have a lot of water because I had to let mine kind of sit in the water while I waited for you guys to get done. So you shouldn't be quite that wet. Okay. I'm going to take this opportunity to kind of recreate any texture that I squished. I'm just kind of using my little rubber tip sculptor, putting some little lines, bumps, things like that on there where the seam is, hiding, you know, those connections, those lines where I drug the clay. Okay, flip it back over. And I'm going to recreate my texture on the front a little bit. And then the last move, after I get the texture the way that I want it to look, and I know everything's connected nice and neat, the last move is to make it round. Just use your fingers, get it into shape, nice and round, and then we're going to dry it. Okay? I'm going to talk about drying as you guys finish that up. Okay, so drying. We've got, come on up here. Let's talk to the world for a minute, and I can even answer some questions as everybody else gets caught up. Okay, so drying the clay. It dries just like any other metal clay. I would say maybe just a little bit longer, okay? The best I feel it because I can adjust the temperature. That's like my preference. But a little coffee cup warmer, candle warmer, leaving it air dry, dehydrators, all of those things work just fine. Okay. This clay has a higher shrink rate. So, and it's got a long time. That longer working time means you get more warp in it, right? So if you crank that thing up, you're going to get a potato chip. Okay, so this is how I found to do that and still keep things flat. I have it on about 100 degrees. So this is not this particular piece, but like if you were just to roll a flat piece of clay with texture, cut it out, that kind of piece. I put it on the heater at about 100 degrees when it starts to get a skin on the top, not dry, right? But just barely starts to get that dry feel on the top of the clay. Flip it over, press it back down. It's still very wet. It'll press down, right? Again, another maybe minute, maybe 2 at the most. It's going to get a skin on the backside. Flip it over again, press it down. Now you're good to go. It won't curl up again. So if you do that 2 times right when it gets that skin and press it down when it's still wet inside, right? You won't cause cracks, you won't cause any of those things, and it'll stop that warp, okay? Then what I do is, before I'm ready to fire one, I like to be very safe. So I crank this up to 300. That makes it hard. It like firms really, really, really hard. And I know that it's completely dry. I know any oils, binders, any of that stuff I've got in it is out. And that's the method I use for the flex anyway. So it just has kind of become my process. So about 100, flip it over, press it down, and then you can crank up the heat and dry it fast. Okay. So what time is it? 10:26. What am I supposed to be doing? Breakout sessions in 4 minutes. Okay, so for you guys online, that's going to happen over there, and that is Sharon Land, and that'll be a good one. And then if you come back at 10:45, I'm going to join Julie Sanford. Okay, so I'm going to tell all you guys what to do next, and hopefully I can get it done really quickly too. So you're going to roll another one. You're going to do the same thing. You're going to put the texture on. You're going to cut it. This time, when you're ready, you're going to grab the other one. You're going to link it inside just like a chain link, okay? And when you make that connection, the way that you're going to want to do that is the seam should be the piece off to the side so that you can work that area without dealing with all the other stuff. So put your seam far away from the existing loop, okay? Get that all hooked together, do your same thing, flip it over, do the connection exactly the same way, make it round, lay it up there to dry again. So you'll have 2 links together, okay? Okay, yes. The document camera, what? Okay. I'll test it in a second because I'm gonna make that big. Okay.
So Carrie, getting this joint.
Okay.
And then
I'm getting ready.
this stuff, you know, for the-
It's on the same pitches, so it's all.
Okay. There we go.
He didn't even know.
Okay.
Sure.
With that.
Oh, oh, you.
That way I'm not totally sideways. I'm talking to like. Okay. Got it. Okay, yes, sorry, question.
Having the two thing, the top across to get to the sides just smooth.
Yes, a little bit. So the question is, what is the trick to connecting those 2 pieces, smoothing the 2 sides together? It's a little bit deeper, I would say, than what you were mentioning. So that's why I get the clay quite wet right there, right? And I literally kind of use the point of my sculptor to almost carve in and down and pull it over, and then you've got some ridges that you can smooth. Do you see what I mean? When you do that, it almost like gives you a ridge that then you can pull back and forth. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna grab my last one and do my second ring real quickly before I get online with Julie. Sound good? Everybody? Okay. Got my piece? Yep. Okay. Get my piece of clay. And I am gonna add a teeny bit of water to it. Thank you. Okay.
On mark line, I don't.
Okay. Oh, it's so weird. Wait. There's a blue light next to the autofocus. Maybe autofocus is on or off or something. We'll try to play with it when we get a little bit of a break. Okay, so I'm making my second piece. I told you that I would show you another way to roll without the gauges. I kind of like this roll too. It's a little bit thicker when you're doing these big, thick snake rolls like this. You can use, instead of the gauges, you can use tools. So the handles, I can't find my snake roller, there it is. The handles of my paint brushes make nice thick gauges and they roll back and forth. So look at that little slick move, right? That is a nice handy little move. Now, it's much thicker, so it depends on, you know, how thick you want. But you could get different size sticks and use all kinds of different sticks to do that. So I tend to like that because those will move as I roll versus the gauges, you know, it's a little more difficult. And I don't like stacking up a million gauges because then they really start sliding all over the place. 2 is enough. 3 gauges, now you've got the stack of, you know, unmanageable equipment that you're trying to deal with. Okay. There's my roll. Texture.
And
Okay. They're all busy now. Now they're all gathered. But that's a good thing. They're having fun. Okay. Back in here again, right? Get my circle. Cut out an angle. Excess clay. Now I'm gonna connect it. So if anybody wants to watch me do the second connection, I'm doing it right now.
yeah.
Piece nice and muddy on the ends so that it'll start moving. There's like this tacky moment too with the clay, right? So I kind of try to get it to that tacky spot where it's not just, you know, too wet that it moves around. And when it hits that tacky spot, that's when I know I can start pulling the clay back and forth.
Oh, and pulling with the brush.
Only until I get the tacky spot. Because see, like I'm removing water to get it tacky. Now it's tacky. See, it's sticking, right? So now is when I can come in, start dragging the clay.
Sure, I am. I thought you mentioned that I'm about to join my.
I was too.
I would have worked with everyone. had my mind set.
Carrie, this clay that we're using, is it a flex clay or is it a
No, this is standard.
standard? clay?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, which is part of the reason we're drying out a little more than I'd like to with the AC.
You know, it behaves differently if you're in Florida or Oregon or.
And it's funny because until we had the AC cranked up this much, no problems, you know?
It's that science.
Yep.
It's the science we can't see.
Yes. And that's the thing, the more you use, you know, medically, the more you realize, okay, I'm in Arizona today. Today, I need to make sure. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I'm showing you the last thing here, the position of the drawing for the second loop. My seam is here, okay? I'm going to lay this guy down across from that. And then I'm going to make sure that one's a circle. I don't care what that looks like anymore. This one needs to be a circle. And then I'm going to dry again, okay? That's all. Okay. Okie dokie. Let's see, how many, I think I had 5 for today. Nah, let's, oh, a classroom 1. Oh, yeah. We could do something fun. You guys want to do something fun?
We love fun.
Keep working, but we're gonna do a raffle. Okay. We have really incredible. So, Gildan, you guys know Gildan? Gildan is a shirt manufacturing, basically, you know, lots of stuff, but textiles, and they make all the stuff that everybody prints their logos on. So when you get a logo shirt, it usually has a Gildan tag on the back, right? So Gildan is a little local company right here, and they gave us 2 of these, one for yesterday and one for today. It's a goodie bag with all kinds of stuff in here. Thank you, Gildan. We got t-shirts. We got a hat. We got a toothbrush. We got a bottle, right? There's a lot of candy. There's like bracelet things. There's, you know, Post-it notes. There's all kinds of goodies in here. So we're gonna raffle this guy off, okay? This is a classroom raffle. So, classroom raffle. The way this is gonna work, I'm going to pick a number between 1 and 40, and I'm just gonna go around the room and have everybody guess a number. And the closest one to the number without going over wins. Are we ready? We ready? I'm gonna start on this side today.
7.
It doesn't matter what order.
22. 14.
18.
12.
7.
9.
27. 28.
Guess a number between 1 and 40.
14.
We had a 30 right over here, and we had a 31. 31. It was 36. Yay! Okey-doke. 5 minutes. Okay, so what you're gonna see now is I'm gonna get on, I need those headphones. Thank you. I'm gonna get on with Julie Sanford. Julie Sanford. And you guys got her in the thing yet? Yeah? Okay. Gotcha. So I'm gonna be online with Julie Sanford in Julie Sanford studio in Utah with all of her students. It should be amazing. You unfortunately won't be able to hear it, but you'll be able to see her incredible studio. If you ever get to Utah, holy cow, this is an amazing place to go. Okay, so let's see if she's active. So you guys, while I do this, this is going to be one of those voices a little low. Okay. Okay, I'm ready to go if she's ready to go. And this. She's ready.
Nice. Yeah, I did.
I can't hear you.
I am.
Technical difficulties.
Can you hear me? Yes. You can
If
hear
you
me.
guys get, you got it? Okay, we hear him now.
Are we on?
Oh, gotcha.
Can
Okay.
you see me?
I can hear you, but I can't see you.
Oh, we can't see. Okay. Sorry, guys.
No problem. Oh, I see one.
Can we see?
I see one, yes. Oh, there you are.
Oh, wait. Hang on a second. I've got my virtual background on for others. Oh, here. Let me see if I can get that out. So.
Yes.
Okay.
It's just really crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I think I'm back. Right?
Yes, look at that. That's so cool. How did you do that?
Okay, so it was a little technical snafu. It kept throwing a virtual background in there, so I had to figure out how to get that off. But so welcome to Studio JSD. We're super excited that you're here joining us. Yay! So we have a classroom right now of 6 students. We were here all day yesterday with 7 students, so we're really excited to be part of this whole Project X launch. Super happy that you invited us to be here. And just to follow up with the introduction, we're in Michigan. We are in Grand Haven, Michigan, which is on the beautiful shores of sandy dunes of Lake Michigan. So that's where we're at. We are, if this is Michigan, so I'm going to give you the mitten. So this is the mitten. Actually, it goes this way. So we are here. We're about 3 hours from Chicago. We're about 3 hours from Detroit. So that's where we're at. So welcome to the studio.
I said Utah because I'm thinking of like the next thing that I have to do. I'm like, so the list of people joining us, it's unbelievable. And I'm
It's
so
unbelievable.
that you guys made it. I mean, it's
Yeah.
awesome. I mean,
We're just super happy to be here. Yeah.
did you guys like your goodie bags?
Mom, did you like the game? Yeah, there was lots of fun things in there. I don't know if we have a favorite. Absolutely, the clay was the favorite thing in there, and we're really enjoying that. But thanks so much for all the vendors and all your partners that put things in that goodie bag. It was just, amazing, unexpected. Yeah, love it.
That's awesome. I love that. I was so excited. Can you figure out how to get this to Bree so I can see her all the time? It's one of these up here. So I'm gonna look over this way. But of course. But
Cameron?
got it? Oh, there we go. Now I can see you. There's Cameron. Yes.
Hi, Cameron.
Cameron, say hi. So tell us about, I know like you've had some really great names out at your studio. I have a list of people that I see coming through there. Tell us about your studio a little bit.
Okay, so our studio began in about 2007, and this is the third location that Studio JSD is in right now. It's about 3,500 square feet facility, and we have resident artists, and I've got my cell phone that we can pop over to and give you a tour too. But we have resident artists. There's 8 artists that have their permanent benches here in the studio, and then this classroom space can do 10 students. So we have 10 full benches that are fully equipped in the studio space too. And then we have a store, which I can walk you through. We've got metalsmithing tools and supplies. And then we have a full gallery, and we could represent almost 30 different jewelry artists and other artists too. So that's in a nutshell what we do here.
Yeah. Holy cow, that is incredible. I can't even imagine trying to accomplish all that. That's awesome.
Isn't that what you have to, Carrie? You've got
Oh, gosh, no.
kids are running a clay factory now, so I don't know how you do it all.
Yeah, we've got a little bitty retail spot. We've got a small classroom, but we've got a manufacturing plant in the back.
That's a lot.
It's funny. We packed, we've got 20 students in here. But it is like packed. They're elbow to elbow. And that's why part of the reason it's so loud is they're all gabbing and talking on my side. So tight. Oh, so how far along in your projects are you today?
Well, we're following you. So initially we just start with your introduction to it, and they've got their second coil started into the hot plate. Oh, are we into the third coils yet? Anybody? Couple people into the third coils. We do have we have a brand new metal clay person today, and then we do have some more experienced, some people that are Camp PMC graduates. So they're all different levels, but I think we're second coil, third coil into it. And from now, we're just gonna go ahead and work through it as we watch all of your festivities. We had so much fun yesterday with it. We've got a whole nother day going here, so we're excited.
That's awesome. Does anybody have any questions?
Any questions? No. Our wedding reception was in Grand Haven. Yeah. On the channel. That's cool. I keep looking this way because that's where that's where the monitor is, where I can see you guys. That's so awesome. Sherelle. Very cool. Yeah, nice place for a wedding. Yeah, it's definitely a destination location. Fun fact, my oldest son got married right here in the studio. It was March 20th, 2020. And obviously their big giant wedding was canceled just a few days ahead of the date. So we just kind of made a makeshift wedding chapel here in the gallery and had the reception right here in the studio part. So much smaller than originally planned. Of course, it was just immediate family. Probably still a bigger group than what was legally allowed, but we had the wedding anyway.
That is awesome. I love that. I love that. Well, I was thinking, so I've got a raffle, right? You've got a raffle somewhere there that I'm supposed to give away?
I do have a raffle. Do you want to walk through the studio and I can give you a quick tour and then you can come back and do the raffle?
Let's do that. Yeah,
Okay, let's
do
see
that.
this-
I'm gonna tell these guys here. Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good.
We're gonna walk through Studio JSD right here, so you get to see the whole place. It's unbelievable.
Now I'm gonna switch to my cell phone, so we're gonna go from Studio JSD profile person to Julie Sanford. See if that works. If it doesn't work, we'll just come right back here.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
and see if I can get the video. And hey, everybody. Switch. All right. For some reason I can't. There we go. Okay. And we might be getting an echo. Let me turn this off. Feedback. Okay, so this is Studio JSD. You see the studio. Are we getting a lot of feedback? Let me mute something.
And
Okay, that might be better. All right, so I'm gonna have you guys watch and see if there's any questions or anything. Okay, so this is Studio JSD. We've got here's some lapidary equipment. We've got some big, beautiful, bright
have video.
windows. Just walking
Julie.
through the studio portion. This is still the classroom portion. So we've got power tools, more lapidary equipment, rolling mills. This is kind of our forming
Julie.
station where we have
we can't see any of that.
Oh, you can't see that video? Oh,
No.
No, they're just still looking at us.
oh shoot. I'm trying to
Oh, they think it might just be your cameras off on that one.
I'm trying to turn it on. Oh, start my video. Okay. Just gotta push the right button. Okay, so is it the studio up there or is it just my face? Okay.
I can do that. Everybody does that.
So I switched it. All right. So, all right, we could do it this way. I'm sorry, Carrie. I'm sure everybody at home just
Camera.
around, but okay. And you guys can come and, okay, if I hold it like right here. All right, we do it this way. Okay, so back through this way. We already went to here, or I did. So you got the video of me talking to here. Here's the audio. Here's the video. This is our, tell me if this is working, you guys.
Good.
Okay, good. Soldering areas. We've got metal forming stuff here. This is our kiln, our casting. Let me go slow so I don't make everybody dizzy. So here's our classroom. Say hi, everybody.
Hey, everybody.
All right, so coming through. More lapidary equipment. We've got lots of lapidary classes, beginning to advanced. Little bathroom there. This is our wet room where we do all of our patinas and all of that kind of stuff. There's the light. Trim saws. Okay, so try not to turn too fast. I'm not making anybody dizzy. This is our library, lunch table, conference area. Back behind the partition are some resident artist benches, so you can kind of get a good look.
Wow.
I didn't tell anybody
That's
to tidy up.
awesome.
I hope it's okay, you guys, if you. So these
Those
are the
are
resident
artist
benches.
benches.
There's private workspaces.
Permanent.
And then I do have another studio here that houses a couple of resident artists that aren't there right now, so we're not going to go in. And then walking through, this is our tool and supply store.
Yummy.
And here we go. Tools and supplies. There's our metal clay area,
Yay.
which hopefully will soon
that
be
looks so
stocked up
nice.
with plenty of Project X. And walking through here, 3D look, spin us around, but not make us dizzy. Bathroom, kitchen area. I'd offer you coffee if you were here. And then this is our gallery gift shop
Oh, look at that
where, like I
gallery.
said,
Oh,
we
that's beautiful.
carry the work of over 25 artists,
Yeah.
maybe 30, close to 30. This is my work right here. And I'm gonna get a little
Oh,
quick look at my stuff. But then we also have work of lots of other very talented local makers. Mostly local, a little bit regional. We have a little bit of a reach for our makers. So this is the gallery. We also have a rock shop. And sorry, customers, say hi. And then this is
You're
a rock
on the
shop.
line
So
with the
all of
world.
these
Yeah.
drawers have like lots of cabs. The
yes.
bottom drawers are
Yes.
slabs, specimens, gifts. This is my studio. And I've been on the fly from one event, travel, workshops, shows, art shows, something going on every week. So it's a little bit messy, but this is my personal workspace. And oh, point down more. Okay. I just got some
Keep running then. Small.
I thought the ceiling was
there
pretty
we go.
too.
So this is my studio.
It's
And
beautiful.
I've got
Oh, and I
my,
love
I'm
that
not
bench.
face forward, so I'm
Oh,
not quite
yes.
sure what you can see, but that's my space. Here's some work that I'm currently working on. This is one of those statement necklace pieces that I'm going to be teaching at the MCAS conference soon.
Point down a little more for that one.
What's that?
There you go. Yes.
Where they cut, huh?
There you go.
And then
Oh,
I've
that's
been doing a lot
gorgeous.
with chip inlay as well. Here's some
I'm
chip
going to
inlay.
have you hold, if you can hear me, hold that one for the MCAS back up because I have a lot of people here going to MCAS.
Oh, yeah.
So I'd love to show
So
them that again.
unfortunately, this class is full at MCAS.
Oh, is
but,
it full? Oh, that's
down
gorgeous.
here.
So that's the piece that she's going to be teaching at MCAS.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Man.
So if you're in that class, start looking for your stones. It's going to be super fun. And then here's
Awesome.
some inlay work.
that's
This is all like stuff that I'm taking to my next show because I have a show. My biggest show of the year is coming up real quick. Okay, so let's go back into the other one. And let's give something away.
Yes,
So-
yes, let's give something away.
Okay, so our participants are so excited about what we're giving away, Carrie. And I will switch back over. Let's just switch back over from my cell phone back over to the camera if that's possible.
Okay.
All right. So here we are.
Okay. So I had originally thought I was going to do
All right.
this like in this, complicated. I'm going to ask you.
My stuff.
Oh, can you hear me?
Okay. Very good.
Okay. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Let me turn.
Okay. I'm getting a lot of feedback.
Yeah, we need to unmute Julie Sanford. I mean, mute Julie Sanford. Mute. There, that should work. No. Can you hear me?
Yes. And there's a little bit of feedback though.
Okay. Is that better?
No, it sounds like I think I'm getting you twice. So do you have your?
Okay.
Oh yeah, one of them
Julie
is not.
Sanford is muted. Everybody else is muted. I don't know what the other noise is.
I know. Lucas, can you mute first? I think we can do it from this end. There we go. We got it. Oh wait, now I can't hear you. Oh. Oh, there we go. You're really loud.
So
So this is amazing. So this looks amazing and full of you said. And I think everybody's super excited because we don't have any so we need the project and we're like, oh, it's in the so yeah. So how did you want to do this weekend? Sound system.
We're trying something on this end. We gotta unmute Sanford. She has to Hey, Julie, if you can hear me, unmute Julie Sanford. We muted Studio JSD because it was getting us a lot of feedback. I couldn't understand what you were saying. And I can't hear you right now. We need, if you can, unmute Julie Sanford. Hold, please.
There. Is that
Okay, so that's the one that's kind of weird.
Are you good now? I'm sorry.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but it's really rough.
Okay. See. Can you see the box? This is the one where
It's like there's a ton of feedbacky kind of stuff.
you were. Okay.
That's why we were thinking maybe mute that one and unmute the other one, see if it sounds any better. Hold, please. We'll get there.
All right, this one is unmuted.
Oh, that's so much better.
Okay,
So
let me
much
mute
better.
my other one. Okay. All right, are we getting that feedback?
There's feedback, but it's still at least I can understand you now.
Okay.
We can live with it, right? Just roll with the technology. Okay, let's do this. Let's give them something. So I think I know that you went through the box and showed them the whole kit. Can you hear me? Oh, I lost you. I lost you, Julie.
Okay.
Oh, there you are.
I'm having trouble doing sound on one thing and video on the other. It wants to default.
Gotcha. Okay.
But you can speak.
It's okay. I'll go. We'll just go for it. And this is kind of what I was doing just to make it simple so that I don't have to ask them too many difficult questions.
Okay.
Sound good? So I'm going to pick a number between 1 and 15. And the person who guesses closest without going over wins. Very easy. Okay? So
Okay.
I got my number. So I'm thinking just go around the room and have them shout out their numbers.
Four.
Should we do it again?
Oh, no, I just couldn't hear them all. So I'll tell you the number. So the number that I picked was 12. So who was closest to 12 without going over?
Diane.
Yay, Diane! Oh, congratulations. Are you a current metal clay user or brand new? Yay, okay. I give up. I can't hear you. So we're not gonna put anybody else through more torture. So congratulations. I hope you guys have a blast making these today. And Julie, I mean, as always, you are just the woman. It blows me away when I see what you've done. It's just amazing.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. I'll see you next month. Bye. Okay, see how sometimes that can be brutal when the technology is not coming together. So, did you guys all get started on your third links? No. Lindsay? What was this third link status? Okay. No problem. No problem. Tell her, no problem at all. We're used to it. Okay. Go ahead and let me have mine real quick so I can show you what to do. Your third link is rolled and connected the same. It's just where to place it. That's the only difference. Okay. So on this link, and we're probably getting, what time is that? I just want to check and make sure I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. 11 o'clock. 11 o'clock did that. Classroom join pieces. Yeah, got it. 11:45 online raffle. Oh, we are doing good. We're kicking ass. Okay. So when you roll this piece and join it, the place that you're going to join it is here. You're going to go between, oops, sorry.
Thanks. It's the yellow, but.
There we go. Okay. So when you roll this piece, when you do the join, you're going to go through both. Okay. So you put it through there. Again, you kind of lay those to the side and your seam comes out over here and you do your connection. Okay. So not any more difficult. It's just where to put that. Instead of, you don't hook it on one of them. You go between both of them. Okay. Okay. Everybody online, all I'm doing is putting a little bit of water in there. Get that going. Okay. Roll my snake roll. Saw the link. Saw the link. I just haven't been able to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I put the texture on. Okay. That guy, and then I can put this into my 1 inch. Cut it at an angle. Throw it into there. And then I'm gonna do my connection.
Too big?
Too we're all kind of giggly here because we got a big honking necklace over there that at some point we'll try to get a picture of. Okay, so get these wet, make that connection. Yeah, you'll be okay. The question was, is it okay if one is smaller than the other? And as long as they're not like monstrously small. That one's definitely smaller, but you're okay. Yeah. It'll hide within the links when you put the third one in. Okay.
Well, I don't know.
Okay, that side, good to go. Let's do the other one.
No.
Okay. So, see if we can visit it or we can stay in lunch. Because the problem is I can't just right to do it at lunch. Okay, because I can't write. Yeah. That's the problem. Yeah. Okay, I'll try. And if it doesn't have me, it doesn't have me. Okay. Okay. So, got that link done. And I want you guys to notice something on this third link. When you dry this one, it's not going to dry flat, flat, flat. right? Because you've got two pieces under it now, okay? So the goal though is to get it round and then as flat as you can. So see how I kind of, if I do that, it's sticking up over here and it kind of just swirls down around the side and it's not too terribly distorted, okay? That's our goal on that last piece. Okay, and it goes off to the dryer again. Okay. Why don't you come on up and I'll talk for a while, maybe about the clay, some of that kind of stuff. Is that a good idea? That's probably a good idea, right? Yeah, let's start with questions. That'll work. Gotcha. Okay, guys. So everybody online, we got a couple extra minutes here. So let's go with some questions, and see, if that leads us into any discussions and I can talk about some of the clay properties, maybe some of the stuff like that. Okay? So just let me know, is this clay for the studio only? This is for the, oh, that's a old chat. Yeah, I got it. So just pop a question into the chat if you'd like. Let's see. What's the difference between regular and flex? Good question. Who asked me that? Okay. So the regular clay, if you've worked with PMCs or art clays, we'll use those two because of the two biggest brands. It's got the most people have worked with those. Okay. Our Project X 999 standard is most like halfway between art clay and PMC3 for the feel of the clay. Feels a tiny bit fluffier, has a longer working time than the art clay would. It's got a little more elasticity to it. Okay, it'll hold the water a little longer. We're not experiencing it today, but normally that is the case. Okay.
I can feel the
Can you tell more? Yeah, more elasticity. Yeah. And if you look on our website or on the YouTube channel, we've got a little video of a real small little snake roll that Bonnie wrapped around a mandrel a bunch of times, unwrapped around the mandrel, wrapped around a bigger mandrel, unwrapped around that mandrel, and wrapped back around the little mandrel again. Wow. Without cracking at all. Regular standard clay. Okay, so normally, normal, a little more humid maybe conditions, you're gonna have a long working time with that. The flex clay, the difference is an even longer working time. So I would say double the working time of the standard, okay? Now, the primary goal of that is that when the clay dries, and we're not going to say dry in the sense of what we all think of as dry, not fireable dry, okay? When the clay sets, that's a better way to put it, it's flexible. So you can use it for projects where you want to, let's take this as an example, a ribbon. Let's say I want to make an actual perfect little bow ribbon, okay? I can roll out flex clay, very thin, cut it into a strip, right? Let it air dry for 15, 20 minutes and form a bow out of it, okay? And the walls will stand up. Versus regular clay, when you would do that, your walls would slump in, right? Because it's thin and narrow and you're trying to, form a bow with it, your walls would slump in. The flex clay is firm, so you can form it into things. Bezel walls, great for bezel walls, right? It's great for rings because you have that longer working time to get it to wrap around a mandrel and do what you want it to do. It even starts to shrink up as it's drying, so you can kind of tell more what it's going to be like, right? So that longer working time and not drying out all the way allows you to do a few different kinds of projects. Let's see. The thing about it that you'd want to know, it's going to stay soft in the center of it longer. So the edges, that's where you're gonna see it getting firmer as it goes, right? Just like regular clay, as it dries, it starts drying at the edges, and then it works its way in. Those are the, what you'd call, I should have had a dry piece of it laying here. I could have demoed, but I didn't even think about it. Let's say I have a band, I've let it air dry for 15 minutes or so. I can bend that whole thing. I can start wiggling around. The more you wiggle it, the more it will wiggle. Okay, if you've ever used a flex clay before, it might feel firm when you start it. Don't just pop it, right? Gently kind of, I wish I had a piece in here. You rub the clay. You rub the clay. And when you rub the clay, it starts to curl and it starts to move and it loosens up, and you'll see that start happening. You can start wrapping it around things, wrapping it around mandrels, doing all kinds of stuff with it then. Okay? The ends, those edges, that's the most dry spot. So if it's going to crack somewhere, it's going to be right on that end. So that's where you would be really careful with it. Okay? It's out there. And the last thing that's different about the flex clay is you're going to want to heat dry that on 300 degrees for 15, 30 minutes on a real big piece before you fire it. The binders in that don't dry up all the way. So if you don't heat it, you can get bubbles in your metal. You don't want that. Okay, so heat it so that you get that binder to dry up all the way before you put it in the kiln or before you torch fire it. Okay. Okay, that was a really good question. Okay. Okay, I see it. Can we reconstitute PMC and Project X Fine Silver together? Let's see. I haven't tried that yet. I do not see any problems combining them. Okay. I don't see anything that should react and be funky. The thing that you'll want to be careful of is mix it incredibly well, because you've got very different shrink rates. So if you don't mix it well, you're going to have a little chunk of your piece shrinking more or less than the other chunks. Okay. So mix it really, really well before you do that. But yeah, I don't see anything that should cause any problems with that.
Only PMC3?
PMC3 is a 999. That's probably why she asked that. But yeah, you could mix it with just about any other one. You can mix, I won't go into that too much, but you can mix even the different metals together and create your own little custom metal mix.
Like the 3 and the 9/6 and all you can.
Exactly. That's how 960 came to be. 960 was invented, I think Sealy Fago is actually the inventor. I might be wrong. So I'm right? Okay. I'm like, I think I'm right. I don't want to say it without, yeah. So, she took 999 clay and copper clay, mixed that together and made 960, because the issue was, is it the 925 and the 999? Yeah, sorry. She took the 925 and the 999, mixed that together and made the 960. Because the issue everybody had was with the 925, you had to carbon fire it. Not everybody likes doing that. And so they wanted something that you didn't have to carbon fire. She made that 960, and it's great. You can open shelf it, and it's still a sterling. It's nice. 960, for those of you that haven't used a 950 or a 960, and it's just, there's not that much difference between the two. It's just hallmarking, really, is the difference. 950s and 960s are a lot, to me, like an argentium. Okay, if you've used argentium, you've got a lot of those characteristics. You're not going to get the darker metal, right? It's not going to oxidize as fast because it's 960. It's fusible. Not everybody knows that. The 960 clays are fusible. A lot of fun. That's a lot of fun. And you can kombu on them. We learned that yesterday. Okay, so you can't kombu on sterling, right? You can kombu on 960. That's a lot of fun. Okay, so lots of different things like that. What other questions we got? You can fire. Can you fuse 960 with argentium? Yes. Yes, you can. You can fuse 960 with argentium. You can fuse the 999 with argentium as well. Okay.
Can you torch fire?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Which one can you torch fire?
Which ones can you torch fire? Okay, both the 999s, so the 999 standard and the 999 flex are torch fireable. This is not in the instructions. I'm being very clear. Not in the instructions, okay? Because it's not recommended. But there are a lot of people that have a lot of fun with torches and know how to handle it. You can torch fire the 960, okay? Totally doable. Not in the recommended firing schedules, right? I have torch fired the 925. Okay? So,
Is that on?
doable. No, I am not giving anyone instructions for that because as soon as I give instructions, then I say, oh, this is easy. You just put the torch on there, right? And it's not easy. And I kind of learned that. Exactly. It's like, yes, if you're really good, play with it, you can do that. But I am not taking responsibility for everybody messing that up. Okay, so, but it is doable. Let's see, what other questions we got? Those are good questions. I like those technical ones. Anything else on here? Let's see. How long would you torch for? Good question. The 999 is 2 minutes at a high temp. So 1650, which is going to be that bright orange color, right? 2 minutes, okay? That is going to give you actually, here's the big thing that we can talk about. This is a great thing to talk about while things are setting up. Our clay, I told you that you were going to notice a difference when it gets to the metal, okay? There's a difference in the clay state, but so far, every other metal clay that you've ever touched, this metal feels the same. Once you get down to the metal, you're the same. You're going to feel the difference with this clay. The metal is denser. It's finer, okay? We have done a lot of work with these formulas. We have, I believe, if I'm right, 7 formulas. There are metal formulas and there are clay formulas. And then there's the combination of those formulas, okay? So we did a lot of work. Our metal is going to feel different and you'll notice it. When you start polishing, you'll notice. So it fires easier and faster and lower, okay? So when you torch fire this, torch fire 2 minutes, 1650, everybody tells you torch fire, you're kind of at a low center level, okay? You will have a high center level, 1650, 2 minutes, okay? I wish I had some of those sample pieces with me, but maybe I'll try to find them when we're on lunch break or something. There's another video that we put on our YouTube page. 2 minute torch fire, a band of 999. I took this little pair of Lubbers 3mm mandrel, bent the end of that strip right around there like butter, perfect, no cracks, no nothing. That doesn't happen with the other clays. I can't tell you which clays do what, because that's not right. But I can tell you that doesn't happen with the other clays. Okay? So you will feel that difference in the metal. That was, to me, that was our biggest achievement, was that the metal is actually denser. Yes?
About the shrinkage.
Shrinkage. Let's hit that one in a second, because that's a bigger one. Yes.
When you say torch fire, are you using the little creme brulee?
The little
torches?
creme brulee
And
torch.
They vary within torch? Because it was my understanding that those torches were 1200, not 16.
The little creme, so the question is about which kind of torch. The little creme brulee torches are actually 2600 degrees. Okay? So the little creme brulee torch will work just fine. The size of the flame is what will matter. Okay? The little pinpoint flame, yes, either one of these, and that's perfect. I will put these up on the screen right with me. This is more of a like max head, a bigger head, and this is more of a mini head. Okay, so bigger flame, smaller flame. They're both butane. They're the same temperature. Okay, so you can melt any fine silver piece with these, no problem. So 2600 degrees. you're going to actually have to be less than what that torch would do, right? Because the silver, 999 silver melts at 1740. Okay. That's why we just choose this random number of 1650. We need a buffer so that you don't melt. Okay. Because if you got a little thin piece, it's going to melt faster than a thick piece is, right? So we give you that little buffer window and we say 1650 is a good, safe number to be at. 1650 with a torch is bright orange on fine silver. Okay? Very bright orange. And there's 100 videos on this. Those would be the videos on YouTube that I'll say, doesn't matter which one you watch, as long as it's bright orange, you're fine, okay? The educational content, ignore all this stuff, but that's the color you're looking for.
The binder might be.
Yes, the binder does burn off, same way. We do have a little bit longer of a burn off. And you kind of see that.
And your time starts
do that.
after that burn off.
Time starts after the burn off, yes. So, put the piece on the fire brick, warm it up, catches on fire, allow that fire to burn. So that's a thing that not everybody does. Some people put that flame like right on the piece as the burn off is happening. A flame will suffocate, I'm sorry, yes, the flame will suffocate the other flame, okay? So I let it catch on fire and then I back off a little. Let it have some oxygen, right? That's gonna let it burn and then let it burn all the way off. When it's done burning, then you heat it up to bright orange and you leave it at bright orange for 2 minutes. Okay? Sound good? That was a good question. That was a lot of information. We wasted another 10 minutes. That's great. Okay. So let me see what time I'm at so I can decide what to do next here. Okay, let's see. Why can't I see what I'm doing? 11:32. So I'm gonna do a classroom raffle and then I'm gonna do an online raffle. And then we're gonna kind of be working on our bails. Okay? Sounds good. Sounds good. If we get any more questions on the thing, just save them for me and I'll try to answer those as we go through. Okay? Okay. Classroom raffle?
Yeah.
Are you guys ready? Yeah? Okay. What are we gonna give away? Let's do. So, again, we're gonna do another little local thing. We have, Madison is this crazy little town you figured out. It's a tiny little town. It's these 2 streets. But we are trying to do all kinds of fun things here. So we've got a meadery, we've got a brewery, we've got 2 wine shops, not like winery, but wine shops, right? And we've got a distillery, all on these 2 streets. So there's a lot of alcohol. But it is a lot of fun. And you guys, in your goodie bags, holy cow, I forgot to talk about this. So you've got a coupon for Southern Spirits for dinner. It's around the corner, okay? And there's a little tiny one from Bake Me Happy. Have you ever been to a cupcake drive-through before? So Madison has a cupcake drive-through. It is fantastic, and they've given everybody a free cupcake. So this is like my plan for the evening. You go get a drink, you go get dinner, and you go get a cupcake on the way out. So, okay, reverse order. Cupcake, dinner, drink. Yeah, that'll work. Or how about drink, cupcake, dinner, drink. There we go. Okay, so the first one that I'm going to give away is a $5 store credit or gift card, a $5 gift card to the brewery. It's right around the corner. It's called River Run, okay? River Club. Cool little place. And it, it's a tap room, right? So fun place. They usually have music on Saturday nights and they always have games and stuff going on. Okay, so that's what I'm giving away first. So I need my pen. Number between 1 and 30. I'm starting at this end.
18.
30. 15.
Your 18 was already.
Five.
29.
Oh, wait, I think we had an 18. Yeah. No.
11. Twenty-seven.
Who had 18?
We all did.
Yeah. That's why I knew it was happening, because the number was 19. Did you win the same thing yesterday? Oh my goodness. Yeah, give it to the there you go. Now we're splitting beer up. Yes, okay. Okie dokie. And maybe I will go ahead and be a few minutes early and I'll do the online raffle. How about that? Can you guys be ready for an online raffle in 2 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, so we'll do an online raffle in 2 minutes. So I'll spend the next 2 minutes gabbing. I'm gonna tell you what you're going to do next, ladies and gentlemen, okay? That way anybody that's comfortable doing it can just do it. So you're going to make small snake rolls, or if you're feeling creative, do anything else that you want here, okay? Because now it's gonna become your design, right? That's the big three main pieces, okay? You're going to drop the links into place. That sounds ridiculous, but she did it yesterday. She knows what I mean, okay? When you lay it down, you will find this moment where they just nest together beautifully, okay? Sometimes it happens the first time you do it, and those of you who suffered with me yesterday know that I like set it down and it went poof and it was done. And I thought, well, I'm the teacher. I got to show you guys, that you might have to wiggle it around. So I take it up and I start wiggling it and I could not get that thing to come back. And everybody had to suffer with me while I'm spinning it around and trying to get it to come back. But you will find a moment where it nests beautifully and you just, oh, there's my pendant. Hold it still when it does that. Okay. The next thing that you're going to do is you're going to use the water paste. There's one on each table, okay? And you're going to put paste, I need a pointer. There we go. You're going to put paste any place that the links connect. Oh, sorry. Now, why don't we go over here? That's a close-up one. Gotcha. Okay, so any place that the links actually touch anywhere, you're just going to throw some paste in there. That's going to hold the links in place so that they're not spinning and doing all kinds of crazy stuff. So you're going to just wet it a little bit, grab some paste on that brush and stick it down in there, tap them into place so that they don't move. I'm sorry. Ah, there we go. Gotcha. So it's, like you can tell this one doesn't touch this one, right? So that's not where I'm talking about, but it touches right there. So I'm going to glob, it's a very technical term, going to glob some paste right in there. So, and do it around, do the back, different pieces so that you hold it together so that they don't spin, okay? Because what you'll notice when I pick mine up, I'll be able to show you. If you just put a bail or something on one piece of it, the other two links just hang down, right? You don't want that. So you're going to glue it together, okay? So you guys can work on that while I do the online raffle. And then it'll be getting close to time for lunch. He should be here pretty soon setting up, okay? Oh, yes, and everybody online, the breakout with Brandy Boyd starts in 5 minutes, okay? You got to see that. She's going to talk about enameling on Project X specifically. Because like I said, it's denser. It's denser metal. It solders easier. It enamels easier. all of that burnish really good, you know, and all that. I still do generally, right? I still tumble it and get it nice and clean, but I've been enameling just on straight tumbled. Yeah, so it's amazing. That's what I needed. Lindsay, when you get a moment, can you hear me? Okay. There are all of those Project X jewelry piece samples that we had somewhere. Do you know where they are? If you get a second, look for them for me. Okay. I've got some samples of some enamel pieces and stuff I was just testing things on. So that's, oh,
Sure.
they're right here somewhere. They go over there.
There or in the, yes, there behind. In a bag.
Well, we'll dig later. Okay. So, are we ready for a online raffle? I can start talking about it at least, right? Everybody online paying attention? I know some of you might be over there seeing Brandy. So they're gonna be upset, but everybody that's with me, you got a better chance. How many people with me? 60. Holy moly. Oh my gosh. Okay, how many are over there with Brandy? Oh, nobody's on with Brandy yet. Okay, so I'll do it real quick then, so that you guys can go see her after we do this. Okay, so this is what I got for you. Metal Clay Alchemist, Carrie Steele up in Canada, you know? She wanted to be part of all of this, and we just couldn't fit another person into the schedule, and so she is one of our distributors up in Canada, and she decided she wanted to raffle away something amazing. So she is going to send you a set of 6 templates. So everybody online, you guys get to get into this raffle for 6 different templates from Metal Clay Alchemist. Okay, she's gonna mail them directly to you. So you got to make sure afterwards, when I say who won, you got to get that information to Bonnie so that we can make sure that you get them from Carrie. Okay, in the chat. Okay. So again, if you weren't in the first one, the way this is going to work, I'm going to tell you pick a number between X and X. The closest one without going over is going to win. Put your number in the chat. Bonnie's going to wait 5 minutes, then tell me who the winner is, and I will come back and tell you who the winner is. Okay? Okay. So we had 60 people, so gosh, that's a big range. Let's go with, we're at 63 now. Okay. Let's go with a number between 1 and 80. Go. Okay. Oh, everybody likes that prize. 6 templates? Oh, yeah. That is awesome. Yes, I did. Yep. Okay. So my gang here is working on their paste. I could do that. And the food's getting set up. Has everybody met David? David is my like most amazing. He walks around handing me water. He just like looks after everybody. Okay. So while you guys are working on that, because I can catch up with you in a minute, I'm going to tell you about lunch. Okay. You guys can smell and see that food coming in. Yes. Oh, Cameron. Yes. No, me. Okay. Okay, so they are setting up right now. We have an incredible thing, and I'll introduce them once they get all set up. But we have Greek food for you today that is catered by Costa's in Madison here. And if you guys are local, oh my gosh, you gotta come back and get this again. Um, I think we're done. I think we will never use another caterer again. He's smiling. He's like, oh, good, yeah. I am hooked on this food. So, what they're doing in the back, they've got the breakout session going on back there, and it's Brandy and Michael. So we're gonna wait till that session ends so that we don't get too loud and talk over it. Okay? So as soon as that session ends, Cameron's gonna let us know, and then we can all eat. Okay? You'll have plenty of time to finish your pieces and everything. So the only thing left that we'll need to do is bales and those loops on the bottom. And remember, I want your pieces up on the dryer at 1:30, right? So not too difficult. We should be able to get that done. Okay? We have a winner online. Okay, who do we got? Mary Caldwell. Yay! Okay, right back in the chat right now so that you and Bonnie can connect and she can get all your information, Mary. Oh, congratulations. That is an awesome gift from Metal Clay Alchemist in Canada. Her name is Carrie Steele, and she is just an adorable, wonderful person. So I'm thrilled that we were able to bring you that. And if you're up in Canada, check out Metal Clay Alchemist for sure. Okay? So, yay, thank you. Awesome. Okay. I'm gonna grab my piece and work on it a little bit, okay? So. Okay. So did everybody figure out that whole nest issue thing? Like where you gotta spin it around, get it to lay down right, that whole problem? You guys can come. Oh. Okay, so we're going to talk about the nest thing a little bit for everybody online, so they could see what I was talking about. Let me straighten that up so you can see. Okay, so, that doesn't look lovely. I don't love the way that's looking right now. So the goal is really to kind of come up with a piece that lays down right, fits together pretty, and really the way to do that is you just kind of, oh, those two. See, those two now are kind of close. So maybe I can get this guy to lay in there nicely in some manner. Oh, almost. There we go. Right there. There's my nest. Okay? So once you find that nest, then you just kind of hold it in place and you're going to put paste everywhere those pieces touch so that you can stick it together. Okay? So everybody kind of figured that out, right? Yeah, it's funny. There's days that the nest just like perfectly comes together. Other times you got to fiddle with it forever. So I'm going to use some paste.
Yeah.
Going to use my paintbrush, little bit of water. I usually kind of wet the area that I'm going to make the connection just a little bit. This is also the time that if you've got any little cracky edges or any spots of texture that look weird, anything like that, this is the time that you want to fix that.
Carrie, can
Yes.
you do one side, let it dry, and do the other side?
Absolutely. The question was, can you do one side, kind of let it dry and do the other side? Yes. You have plenty of time to do that, so that's a nice, safe way to be able to get the piece not to kind of move around when you're trying to flip it over.
So is it going to shrink tighter?
Yes. And for everybody online, the question was, is it going to shrink tighter? It is going to shrink tighter and the links are going to get smaller. Okay. This is, I'll show you a couple examples on the screen. This is my piece that I made yesterday. Okay, this is the one I'm working on now, right? This is basically the same. Okay, now I might have, when you're making your links, they could be a little tiny bit smaller, but not much. So you can see that it did come in substantially. Okay. And I don't want to embarrass you guys, but I have two people here that I would kind of love to sort of do a little mini interview if we get time. Would would you be embarrassed, you two, if we talked about metal clay and kind of what you've been through and the differences that you've seen over the evolution of it? I'm talking to both of you. And I'm trying not to call you out,
We're both
I was
busy.
concentrating.
Yeah, okay. So I'm calling you out now. Just so I'll try to oh, you know what I'll do? I'll turn this a little bit so we pick you guys up just a little bit. How about that? Oh, and you got the camera on them. Oh, wave. Yay! Okay, so sitting here, you guys can hear me. So sitting here, we have Kim St. Jean on the right, and we have Barbara McGuire on the left. Okay, wave guys, so that they know who you two are. Okay, so I learned from Barbara's books, and Kim, I actually took Kim's classes in person. That was a whole lot of fun. And just was thrilled when they said they wanted to come. So I would love to know from both of you your opinions on, where metal clay was, because neither one of you are primarily metal clay artists. So I would love your thoughts and opinions.
I'm talking, she's talking about, I'm like, well, where are the playing cards? Where's the olive oil and where's the bee balm, the bee, first bees? And all this. It's, how this is easy. I'm curious to see, firing it all does, but I'm wanting to incorporate it with my fabrication now and do both. So,
And I think that was always a bit of a shortcoming, is because everybody kind of went either all metal clay,
either or.
right, or all metalsmithing, and didn't really incorporate the two.
Right.
Oh.
Right.
And you finally now are starting to see some of those artists that are using both and using the clay for what it's cool for and the traditional fabrication for what it's cool for.
Right. So
Yeah.
I'm excited about that.
Okay. He's got them right now.
Can they-
Oh, there we go. Okay.
helps out just a little bit.
No,
No, yeah.
no. So I would just hang on for a second because it'll be short one. We won't be talking that long. So Barbara, tell us what your thoughts are and, you know, what you were kind of experiencing before. And I know you incorporated a lot of metal clay into your polymer clay.
Well, I'm actually older than Kim. And I know. But actually, I've been involved with metal clay before even Aida brought it into the country. So like the very first Mitsubishi product, and the constant innovation that has entered the market is really truly designer driven. You know, so it's very exciting to me to see all the different people pick it up and then do something signature with it. Because whether or not a designer sits down and makes a little tiny birdhouse or a bird, or whether they want to roll out something flat to create a shape, a texture, you know, dangle. I mean, there's millions and millions of applications for this, but the instant gratification of becoming a metalsmith within a very short time, to me, it's like magic. So there's this element of magic, and then there's also this very, very, very strong element of social media. Because when metal clay, I mean, I actually was involved before certification, and I'm like, and why do we need to be certified? But, you know, I got my answer, because not everybody knows how to do all the little tricks, and you want your pieces to have longevity and to be representative of the time and effort that you put into them. So everything matches. You know, you've got designer driven, you've got technical expertise, and now you've got a product that has been new and improved for 30 years. So I just feel very modern. I do. So I'm excited because I've never done this before, you know, so I mean, there's always something that you've never done before. So it's really kind of a fun, and thank you very much, Carrie.
Oh, thank you, ladies. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you, you guys. I'm so glad. I can't tell you. I was so excited when I talked to Kim on the phone. She's like, yeah, I'm like, oh my gosh, that's great. She's like, did you talk to Barbara? I'm like, no. It's like, call Barbara. Okay. And I was thrilled because you know, I have lots of metal clay students. It's always exciting from an instructor side of things, right? To have people that aren't metal clay students, you know, to get instructors that have completely different processes, completely different designs, just the techniques. I just sit around and talk about techniques. You know, I get totally geeked out and inspired all the time by that stuff. And so when you guys came up, like,
What if we do this? What if we do that?
right, exactly. And it advances, it evolves every time you have those kinds of conversations, you know, rather than staying in a box.
Right.
Don't stay in a box, you know?
Well, as artists, we are not solitary. We are pack animals.
Yes.
We can't, you know, people go, well, why are you teaching that? Now they're going to do what you do. And it's like, but I learn every time I teach a group of students, I learn as much from them as they do from me. And so that only makes me that much better of a teacher. Whereas if I were sitting at home in my little studio and being so proprietary over my little thing, I wouldn't have gone nearly as far as I've gone.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
agree.
and so we need each other. We need to feed off of each other. We need to share.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not all competition and all. It's you have to have it.
Exactly. You evolve as an artist when you collaborate. And it's funny too, because the competition is good. It pushes you, you know, and you can be friends and still be competitive. You don't have to be enemies to be competitive.
I call it frenemies.
Frenemies.
We're
Yes,
friends. You know,
exactly.
we're friends even though we're competing for the same thing.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And it's It's amazing. It pushes you to be more creative. It pushes you to give more value to your students, you know? All of those things that you can bring it drives. It's a drive. It's great.
And it's not been done yet.
Yes.
Like I used to think that I didn't have another idea in my head. There was someone else regulating that, I only get the ideas parsed out, every so many years. But it'll drive you crazy because the thing is it's there inside of you and it decides to come out at the perfect time.
Yes. Yes.
So don't
Exactly.
anybody, always like stop too soon,
Yeah. I know exactly what you mean. I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
There's times, when you have to make a piece for a class, right? Oh, I'm going to be at X show. I have to make a piece. And that creativity it's almost like a wall.
It is.
It puts a wall up and you're like staring at the clay or you're staring at your beds and you're like,
So you start sorting beads and stuff.
exactly. I play with rocks.
Yeah.
I get the textures out.
Yeah.
Look at the textures. Yeah.
Organized.
Try to get that little bit of inspiration going. Yep.
Contests are really bad, it's like
Oh,
thought at the
contests,
last
yes.
minute. But they,
Yeah.
for some reason, drive you to go to a space that you're really focused.
Yes. Yeah.
And then when your back's up against the wall that way,
You create.
you create. Yeah.
Yes. You throw it together.
Deadlines are a great.
Yes. Okay. Well, thank you so much, you guys. I really appreciate that. I know everybody loved hearing from you for sure. Because I was shocked. I was like, yay, they're coming. Okay, let's see. We're at time. We're at 12:03. And at 12:15, I'm going to be joining Gwen Youngblood in her studio. Oh, that's exciting. And I don't know if students have ever been to Gwen Youngblood's studio. So this was a big deal. She's like, I'm doing it. She's like, we're going to let them in. I don't know that she's ever had students in her studio before. So you guys get to see Rolling Mill Resources. It's heaven. I've been in there. I mean, she got textures for miles, just textures. I'm like, that's awesome. I love textures. So I'm gonna join her at 12:15, which means I'm gonna cut out for a moment and shovel some food in my face. Okay, so let's put the camera. We'll put me on maybe mute for a while, I guess. And yeah, put the camera out on the classroom and everybody online. We'll be back in a few minutes. Okay. I am unmuted. I've been told I'm back on. I'm live. I'm all good. Okay, so we are back online. My whole classroom here is chowing down on Greek food. They look very happy. They'll get nice and quiet after they eat. So we are going to go live with Gwen Youngblood of Rolling Mill Resources in just a moment. And we get to see Gwen's studio. You're going to love this place. First, I'm not even sure, but I'm going to ask her when we get online. I think, if I understand this right, she's never had students in her studio before. So those are some really lucky students. And she's just got, there's rolling mills everywhere, like big old honk of monster crazy pieces of machine that I don't even know how to use. She's got incredible textures as far as you can see. So anyway, I think we're probably close, right? Okay, we're just gonna get unmuted and try to get our tech working here. And we're gonna bring Gwen on.
I ramble.
Lovely Gwen.
I say a lot of
It's okay.
Wow.
You're forgiven.
Thank you.
Oh, I see her. Oh, you just need some sound, Gwen. There we go. There's sound. Okay, but I can't hear you yet. Hang on one second.
Can
You
you
got
hear
her?
me?
Okay. Okay, that means I can get her.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yay!
Look at us. We can actually see each other and hear each other.
Oh, what a morning.
Yeah. So you got all your students in the process of making their pieces yet?
We do.
Awesome. Okay. So I just gave you a crazy introduction. I said,
I heard.
did you? Was I right? Is it the first time you've had students in your studio?
It is the first time. And yeah, I'm not normally open to the public. I don't have running water. And until about a year and a half ago, I didn't have heat and air conditioning.
I can relate to that.
Yeah, it's basically a big garage that's finished nicely. The gentleman that we purchased the property from was a guy that he turned Mazda Miatas into race cars. So this was an actual working mechanic's garage.
That would be awesome. And I've been there. It's a big space. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's actually bigger than the little house that came with it.
But that's the important part, right? That's the part you live in.
Yeah. We bought a studio and a crappy little house came with it. Yeah.
Yep. I could totally relate to that.
We have our priorities.
Yep. So I don't know, can you show us around the view of the room a little bit?
I actually, I'm gonna get Hull to
Oh,
turn the camera.
Where is she? Look who's behind me.
Hey!
Is she back there?
Ooh.
It's Kim. She's like, I got a photo bomb.
So there's my pink hydraulic press. Can you show them the rolling mills?
I can't see any of that.
She can't see it.
What camera are you on? But it's not sending that signal.
Do you have a secondary camera? Do we need another, like attendee to become a host?
Or just turn the computer around.
So I don't know what's going. Can you see me now?
Yeah.
I don't know why it. No, it's not changing. I don't know what's going on. Oh, well, sorry
That's
about
okay.
that.
Not a problem. We've learned, I mean, a day and a half in, we just roll with the punches.
Yeah, this whole live tech stuff is not our forte.
Exactly. We are jewelers, right?
That's
Isn't that what
right.
we do for a living?
We like fire and metal. Uh-huh.
Okay, so how many students do you have?
We have 7 students, and it's not changing.
Oh, I can see her name.
But
I got her in the computer.
oh, wait, let me pick a different camera. I've just figured out what's going on.
Oh, there you are. Yeah.
There's the class. So I'm gonna get Hall to turn around. I want you to see my big double rolling mill that I have. My baby.
Oh my goodness. I see people I know too. I see Kim. I see Mary Lou. Who else do I
And
see?
Lydia Johns is at the end of the table.
Yes. Yes.
And we've got Linda and Tess and Antoinette. Everybody wave.
Awesome. Yay. Hi, everybody.
It's this camera right here behind me. They're like, where are we? So,
Wow, is this a
so
challenging project?
there is my
Oh my goodness.
double
Look at-
rolling mill.
That bad mamma jamma.
Yep.
Guys,
And,
check out this. I'm trying to get my students to look real quick. Hey, guys. Hey, Raquel. I'm saying names so everybody turns around. Look at that bad mamma jamma. I gotta.
So
Okay.
yeah, rolling mills are kind of an illness for me. Yeah. I want to show you. I don't know if you can see. This is Frank. He is from the early 1900s and came out of a jewelry manufacturing facility in north of Chicago.
I like your bottle.
So
That is amazing. I love that piece.
I saw
Oh.
that online and I'm like, okay, I have to have that. And so I picked it up on the way back from Beaton Button one time. We drove to Beaton Button and on the way back went through Chicago and picked it up.
That's perfect. Yep, you go to Beaton Button to try to make money and then you spend it on the way home on an antique.
Yeah. And I mean, that thing weighs like 200 pounds.
Oh my gosh. That's
So
awesome.
I'm getting,
Awesome.
I have been corrected by the man who moved it. 300 pounds.
There we go.
300 pounds. Oh my gosh.
That's back when they made, stuff to last forever.
Exactly. Exactly. And that'll last forever.
It still runs. So yeah, I love it. But yeah, it is electric. Somebody was asking here if it was electrified. It is electric.
So, can you show us? I don't know. So you got cameras pointed around. Do you have any cameras anywhere where you got that giant stash of textures that I love?
I have, let me do this. So this
Oh,
is,
yeah.
those of y'all that order will recognize these little these little guys.
Oh, look at those.
These are the little 2x2 samples, and we give these away in all the orders. So here's,
And I know you change them up occasionally too.
I don't
You
know.
add new.
I do add
Oh,
new ones. I can't, it doesn't look like you guys can really see the pattern too well. Let's see.
Some of the top ones pretty well. Oh yeah, I can see it now.
And so there's, there are different ones. They come with, a pattern inside a shape that you can cut out, or, just a regular background. That's some little spirals. Unfortunately, that's not a really good.
It looks good.
Yeah, I think you
So-
can see it.
So there's,
That's
you get,
awesome.
I love the ones that are a design inside a shape, because you can just roll those out, cut them out, and there's your earring. I mean, it's
Exactly. Yeah.
simple,
Yeah.
easy peasy. And
We just had somebody ask too how to use those with metal clay versus roller mills, and I'll answer that real quick, real quick. I'm trying to get my mic by me a little bit further. There we go. We actually end up treating the papers with a liberation spray to kind of. There's a little video. I think you even have one of the videos, Gwen,
I
where
do,
you
and I'm
basically make it like a
actually-
little oil sheet.
So this is just liberation, and I'm just gonna, you just spread that on there. You don't want it, drippy, drippy, drippy. The nice thing about it is when you look at the back, you can see where the liberation has come through, and you know that you've got the entire pattern covered.
Yes, exactly. And because that's the biggest thing that you see is, people don't put enough of that on, and they think it just kind of needs to be on the surface of that paper, but the paper absorbs it.
What-
And so if it absorbs it, then your clay is going to stick there.
Right. And so the first time that you do this, you're going to think, "Oh my gosh, this is taking a lot of the release agent, the liberation," which I'm just going to say liberation is my favorite on these. It doesn't discolor the pattern, and it doesn't have an odor. I started out, like we all did, using olive oil, which over time will discolor, and it develops a smell.
Yeah, and it gets like a stickiness to it too, like a
Yeah.
goo.
And
Yeah.
this, it does not discolor the pattern at all. There you can see on the back. Can you see how it's gotten all the way through the pattern? We got people knocking stuff over here in the studio, bull in a china shop kind of thing going on. Tight spaces. We're not used to, normally it's just me, myself, and I in here, and my studio cat, and she sleeps all day. So
Yeah.
we're not used to all the traffic. And then you would just roll your clay on top of this. And what I really like about these is that they're flexible. And so you really, instead of pulling the clay, I just use my thumb to kind of start the clay, and I bend. I can't get, this is so close. I don't have any field of view here. So I just will flex the pattern away from the clay, and the weight of the clay will pull it off the pattern.
Yeah, this is great because we do have a ton of questions coming through on it. So I'm going to try to hit some of those questions real quick.
Okay.
You can use these papers over and over and over. As long as you don't stick the clay into the paper, you really don't have a problem using it over and over and over. I've had some for years and years. There was another question I think I saw is what are they? They're paper.
They're paper.
Yeah.
Paper.
Gwen makes these. She has a huge selection on her site, and we have custom Clay Revolution ones as well. So there's just some amazing designs out there. Oh, are you going to show us the whole way to do it? There you go.
Let's, I'll just get it a little bit flattened out here. I'm just
thing that's
going to give
nice-
it a quick, because this is the first time I've used this, and I just want to make sure right before I put the clay on, just a real light coating. You don't want it, you just want to see a sheen of clay. And I don't have my flats right here, but I'll fake it.
You can wing it.
And so I'm just going to flex that card, and I'm going to use my thumb and just encourage that. I'm not pulling it. I'm just going to encourage it, and eventually the weight of the clay pulls it off the paper.
We had a question. What did you use to coat the paper? That's the Liberation spray.
Liberation.
I'll hold that up. There's a sample of that. Okay. And can you put lube on top of the clay? I think was the question. Yes, but you
Yes.
still, those first times you use the paper, you really want it to get into the paper very well.
And from now on, I won't need to use as much, oh yeah, I'll just, I won't need to use as much of the Liberation. And what I like about these preformed shapes is this dark line that's around the outside of the shape will create a raised border around your piece. So it just kind of
Yeah, it
gives you a
looks
little bit more of
nice.
a finished,
Right.
finished look. And I always just wait until this gets dry, and I hate messing with wet clay too much. So I will let that dry and then just clean it up with a little bit of water and a paintbrush or a little sponge. And
Yeah,
I
yeah.
do most of my finishing in the greenware state.
Yeah, I get that. It's funny. There are people that love the wet clay and people that like the dry clay.
Yep.
I'm a wet clay person. I try to be like done. I hardly ever refine anything.
I'm just the opposite. So
Oh, that is awesome. Thank you for that demonstration, because I know there are a lot of people that like seeing that and understanding that there's a lot of different kinds of texture options out there. And with the papers even, they're so much more affordable than some of the deeper rubber mats and everything, just because of the material itself. And so, you can have this huge selection of them. We can even do custom designs. There's all kinds of amazing
Yep.
things.
I do custom designs, or if you see a pattern on my website and you want it a little different size, or you want the black and white inverted so that different parts of the pattern are raised or recessed in the metal, I can do that.
It's awesome. It's awesome. We love Gwen.
So, well, we are loving this clay, Carrie. It has
Oh, I'm glad.
a silky feel to it. I love it.
I'm
Thank you,
so
thank you.
glad.
And it feels dense, a little more dense than what I'm used to working with, and which to me seems a little bit easier to work with.
Yeah, it really is. Have you taken one out to the fire stage where you feel the metal at the end yet?
No, we have not. We have not.
Oh.
No, I have one. I mean, so here is, we've got, where am I? Where is the camera?
On your feet.
So this is one that I started last night, and I've got my bail on the back, and we'll
Looks gorgeous.
we'll give that a fire.
It looks gorgeous. I love it.
We're I had some of the people were like, "You want me to do what? You want me to link these through and then join the ends?" And I'm like, "Yeah."
Right.
Oh, that's awesome.
So
Well,
we're having fun working.
I'm glad.
So
And you guys like your goodie bags and
Oh,
all your
that
goodies
was-
in them.
everybody is just dying over the goodie bag. That is so many great things in there.
Yeah, it's really awesome. Some of
Wow.
the textures and I mean, just a multitude of stuff. It
And
really has been wonderful with the sponsors.
the bag itself is awesome.
Yeah.
I'm
mean,
glad you
that's-
like it.
It is going to be so much fun to take to classes.
Yeah, I thought the little side pockets, you got some places to put during that, not just a plain old tote bag.
It's got a place for everything.
Nice wide blanket.
Oh, goodness. Okay. Well, it is time for us to do your raffle. Are you guys ready for something awesome?
Whoa, 4 apples. Yeah.
Did Gwen tell you what we're raffling off?
It is a basic toolkit.
Nice.
It's got depth gauges. It's got a roller. It's got all those things. Yeah.
It's got well, probably not everything, but tool pouch, clay roller, adjustable gauges, sculptors, cutters, snake roller, brushes, release agent brush, flat tip tweezers, clay scraper, scalpel, and an awl. Yay! It's everything we're using today.
Okay, so I'm going to make this really easy. This is how we did this instead of making it complicated, drawing names and all of that stuff. So I'm going to have you guess a number between 1 and 15. The person who gets closest without going over is the winner. So just go around the room and shout out a number between 1 and 15.
Okay, Antoinette. 4. Antoinette says 4. Tess? 12. 3. 7. Mary Lou's gone.
She went number 2.
I'm,
She's either one or two.
all right, Karen. 3.
Four's already been chosen.
Yes. Okay, 8. Okay, 9. Okay,
Okay, we got them all?
got them all.
Okay, who guessed number 3?
Linda did.
Linda! Yay! Linda's the winner.
Yay!
Yay! Congratulations, Linda. Yay, yay, yay. Okay, well, I have to scramble to the next thing. So I'm going to
Alrighty.
let you guys go, and I'm so glad you guys are having fun, and I can't wait to see all your finished pieces. And of course, ask me if you've got any questions at all as you go through this. I think there are 4 people here answering questions online. So
All right.
you should be able to get an answer pretty fast.
Okay. Well, everybody wave bye.
Okay. Have fun, you guys. Yay. Bye.
Let's see our finished project, Gwen.
Okie
Sounds better
dokie.
now.
I am back. Have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing. So, we got what? It's 12:41. I said 1:30. They gotta be final dry. Yeah. Okay. So see, I was kicking some ass. They were paying attention. Okay, let's see. Oh, the join to refine. Yes, and at 1:45 I joined Cathy, so I got an hour. So we're good. We're good. Okay, so I'm gonna eat the rest of my baklava. Can we put it on the student so I don't eat on camera? I am muted. I'm back. Okay. Yeah, everybody's like, okay. I ate lunch.
That we need that.
Oh, do I have to make? So, we are going to talk about the next steps on our pieces. This is going to be the last of the clay work. Okay. So when you finish these steps, you're going to get it up there. Remember what I said. It better be on that hot plate by 1:30. Okay. So this is all kind of little design work and things like that. So you can make them pretty and special and do your little special touches to them. But it's got to be up there at 1:30. Okay. Okay. So I'm gonna show you what to do. We've got, and I probably have to change cameras a little bit as I kind of like point, yeah. But give you a couple things here. So my piece is now stuck together. Okay. My next move is to figure out what is the top and the bottom, right? So spin it like I don't like that. To me, that does not look right. Okay. That definitely does not look right. That looks about right to me. Right there. Okay. So this is my top. Oops, we moved. It's okay. There we go. So that's my top. Okay. So you're going to decide what is your top and what is your bottom because your bail needs to go on the top back. Okay. Okay. Make sure it's not better on one side than the other, right? I have all these stupid ridges, so I'm going to refine those as I go through my refining steps. I'm probably not going to fire this piece today, so I probably should just stop worrying about that. Okay, but on your pieces, if you've got things you don't like, you're going to refine that as you go through these processes.
We're supposed to use the owl? That piece of that.
All?
Yeah.
I thought you said owl. She asked if you're supposed to use the owl to refine. I was like, oh. You can use lots of things. You have sanding equipment in front of you too. Okay, you could use a razor blade, anything that you like. Okay, so the first thing that we're gonna do is make a bail to put on the back of here. Now, I got to give you a close-up of this. Actually, I'm going to take my chain off to do this because it's a little bit easier to explain. Okay. Okay. Side camera. Okay, so this is what's going to be strange to you is the piece is actually flat right now. Okay, that's what I keep talking about dimensions and angles in this piece. It can throw you off a bit. So on the back, you're actually going to put a bail from one link to the other link, and I'm going to give you another angle. See how it joins from this big loop to this big loop. Make sense? Everybody see that? So you're going to roll a snake roll, or you can roll a strip and put texture on it. You can do any kind of bail that you are comfortable doing. Okay? I used a snake roll and I put it on the top link to the bottom link. Nope, my big fat finger's in the way. See that? Is that a good angle too? That's a good angle too. Okay. Yes.
Is there a depth?
For the snake roll, no. Now, we do need to talk about the size of that hole though. Okay? So, go ahead, come back down here. Your chain And I like to make it big enough that my lobster class, right? Or at a minimum, the ring that my lobster class was going to hook onto can go in and out of there so that I can change chains when I want to, right? So that's how I like to do mine. So you're going to want to make that loop pretty big so that you can get some chain of your choice in there, okay? If you like real dainty things, then you don't need to worry about making that loop so big. If you like, you know, a little more substantial size, you're going to want to make it bigger, okay? Which means the bigger the loop size, right? The bigger the diameter of that, you know, half circle, okay, is going to be, the thicker that snake roll should be, bigger gauge, right? To compensate for some of that strength required to hold all that together, okay? Because if you make your, let's say it's really not a full circle, right? It's really kind of like a U that joins the two pieces. If it's real small, you don't need a whole lot of thickness and gauge of that to be able to connect all those pieces because it's not hanging out there real big. The bigger that hangs out there, the stronger you really need to make that. So you want a bigger, thicker gauge. Okay? Okay. So I'm going to show you how I do this. For this exact design, you're going to want to use some type of a mandrel to hold that, or a form, a drawing form. You can use a straw. There are straws in your kit. You can also use these. This is what I do on these weird kind of things. So these are just little mini hole cutters. Okay. It's not as long as a straw, so you don't get that outside on the edge, accidentally knock it, rip the whole thing off. You don't get the weight pulling it to the side quite as much, right? All of those things, okay? So that's why I use the little short ones when I'm doing a weird piece like this, okay? Okay. I'm gonna get really good clay because my clay is just all over the place right now. So let me try to get some good clay out of here. Okay. A little tiny bit of water in there. Just a little tiny little side tip. If you've got a small piece of clay, like look how fast that's drying. It is so dry in here. The water is like evaporating off the top of the thing. If you have a small piece of clay and you need to add water to it, don't try to spray it. It's gonna get water all over your hands, mud all over your hands. Use a paintbrush and put some water on there. Okay. Okay. There we go. Mix that in a little, and now my clay is a little better for the snake roll. And I'm not using gauges or anything for this. This is whatever thickness I want it to be. You could use gauges if you wanted to, but you don't need to for this because you're not trying to roll one really long piece. You just need a small piece. Okay. I think that's about right for what I'm trying to accomplish. Cut the end of that off. What's the top? That's my top. So this is where I'm going to connect that piece. Here and here. Okay. Get that wet a little bit. That kind of opens that binder up, lets things stick to it better. I use my little doodad, we call that, right? A special little doodad. And I'm just gonna cut off a little bit. Let's go to the side one. I know it's a little bit far away, but I think you're gonna have a better angle. Okay. There we go. So I get that into place, and all I'm doing right now is looking for my paintbrush.
There a second ago and now it's.
Okay, there we go. Connect that just a bit. I'm not too worried about getting it all the way connected yet. I was more worried about it getting stuck so that then I could work on the other side, right? Come around to this side. I can even use a really fancy tool to cut off some of that extra material. Bring it around. Tack it into place. Okay, so now it's kind of tacked into the place that I want it. And of course, if this is top and bottom, it's sideways. So now is when I go back and adjust that a little bit, straighten that veil out. And now I can really set it better, okay? Now I do almost that same cross hatch technique where I pull clay from one to the other piece so that I've got a much more stable connection. I can let it set up, take that out and add more clay to it if I don't feel like that connection is good enough. That's an important connection because that's going to hold the weight of all of the pendant and the chain at the bottom, right? So you get it on there, let it set up, and then add paste or clay to it to make that connection stronger. Yes, I'm sorry. Come on up to the other view. Whoops. That join. Down under there, make that join. Up a little bit. And I am good to go. Okay. So that's the bail, right? Again, let it set so that you don't risk it and break it. I'm messing with mine because I keep messing with it. I shouldn't. I should just stop. There's days where, you know, okay, just stop touching that because you're gonna mess it up. Now, the next connection, okay? You're gonna let yours set. I'm gonna tell you what to do next so that you can actually, you know, work on it off and on, okay? But you want that to firm up. You want that bail to firm up before you do the bottom link, okay? I'm just not. Don't do as the teacher does, right? So the bottom loop, let's get a tight angle on that bottom loop. Okay, so if that's your bail, right? You're going to make a loop at the bottom, kind of like a U, that is straight under that so that your chains hang from it, okay? But here's the kicker. You'll realize that you can't just go straight across because there is no straight across. You have two different rings that are both coming in at angles. You don't have a straight across. So you're going to hook from one ring to the other ring, kind of like we did with the bail. The bail, you hooked from the top ring to the inside ring. At the bottom, you hook from the left ring to the right ring. That's hard to say. Right ring. Okay? So I'm going to get close. I'm going to try to pull these out of the way. See how, if this is a flat piece, okay, that's laying on the table flat right now, basically, you have to hook from this ring to this ring. Okay? If you turn it at an angle, it looks like it makes more sense. I know that sounds crazy. You'll see when you try to put it on there. As soon as you try to put it on there, you will totally understand what I'm saying, because you will realize you can't just run straight across the bottom of one loop. You have to go from one to the other. Okay? Hold it in your hand and then you'll get it.
Okay.
See why?
So it's actually
Do you see why?
kinda going
Right.
middle.
Because if it's the bottom, there is no flat bottom. There are no flat bottom girls. Okay. It's good. Did you get that on camera? Is that too big? It's kind of big, but it's okay. It's not bad. Yeah. Okay.
I can see it.
Okay. So, Lindsay can help me. Okay. So in my scenario, okay, I'm going to, let's see, how do I want to put this? No, I'll put it this way. So if my bail is here, I am going to hook my loop from here to here, okay, between those two pieces. Then I just let it drape down a little bit. You don't have to use a form or anything on this one, like a coffee star or anything like that. All you need is just a little bit of space to hang those chains from, okay? So by joining them that way, you get just the right amount of space to hang those chains from, okay? Okay, so that's it. Those two pieces. What you're gonna do is put the bail on. You're going to let that dry. You're gonna roll a thin piece. Now, something to keep in mind. That bottom loop, those are small jump rings that you're gonna put on there because they're gonna be like chain size jump rings, right? So don't make that bottom loop real thick. Okay, make it as a thin little snake roll. Okay, put that bottom loop on, let that dry, and then look at your last minute refining. Okay, if you have a crack on the side, put paste in there. If anything seems loose, put some more paste in there. Make sure your bail and your bottom loop are connected very securely. If you need extra paste in there, put more paste in there. Okay? So now you guys here get to work for a while, and you're going to have your pieces on the thing at what time? 1:30. It is, right now, it is 1:09. Okay, so you got 20 minutes. Okay? Okay. I'm thinking it's 12:09. I go to Cathy at 1:45, right? So I got plenty of time for that. I've got some more raffles. So why don't I do a classroom raffle? Right? Yeah, let's do a classroom raffle while you guys are working. How's that sound?
Yay.
Yay! Okay. Like you need another tote bag. But, hello, we have got these fantastic, great hard canvas tote bags from Rio Grande, okay?
I have one. It's my favorite.
They're really nice. They're super durable. Yeah. Okay, so you guys know how to do this now, right? We're gonna start at this end of the room this time, okay? I'm looking for my fancy pen that my wonderful friend gave me. Where did she go? Oh, I'm like, where is it? So pretty. Okay.
May I ask a quick?
Yes, absolutely.
Do we, after we do the bail, let that dry before we do the bottom ring?
Yes. Put the bail on, let it dry, put the bottom ring on, let it dry. Okay? Okay. So otherwise, and that was why you didn't see me do that, was because I will mess that bail up if I try to do that while it's wet. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Between 1 and 40. Hang on, yeah, I gotta think of a number. Gotcha. Okay. Number between 1 and 40.
Person.
Six. Okay.
12. 8.
32.
21.
27, 30.
40. I don't think so.
1.
6.
Bag.
It's really easy when somebody picks the exact number, because then I'm like, okay, I never pick the number. And then I have to try not to give it away on my face, like it's not over, you know? Like, that's the numbers. Okay, so we did that. Then let's open it up to, questions about shrinkage. Let's do that, because that's a big one and I got a good window of time right now. Okay? Yes.
Back up just a second.
Yes.
You said something about making sure that is- turning it up to 300 and letting it really dry. Is that just to make sure that it is, or is it really something that's gonna help the fire?
Two reasons. Okay, so the question is about turning the temperature up to 300 for drying. Okay, so if you've got a normal piece, right, 999 standard, not a flex, okay, you don't need to do that, right? I do it on a 999 standard for two reasons, okay? If you get curl, so a flat piece, you're likely to get curl, right? If you put it on heat on a flat piece, you are likely to get a curl, okay? So the way that I help prevent that from being a problem is I put it on 100, flip it over right away, tap it flat, right? Let it sit there another couple minutes at the most, flip it back over, tap it flat again. Now, if you turn it up, it's gonna stay flat. Right.
Pre-dry.
Exactly. It's like a pre-dry dry. Yeah. That's a good way to put that. I can use that. How do I explain this? That's great. The other reason for the 300 is on the flex. Okay. Exactly. Because the flex doesn't really dry. And if you put flex in the kiln, even though you might think it might be dry, it's not dry. It might have been even firmed up a little bit. It's not dry.
Okay.
So you gotta heat flex before you fire.
Practical purposes, but nothing that's really gonna stop it from firing properly. Dry.
Right, on the standard clay, nothing is gonna stop it. You can air dry it, it'll be fine. Okay,
Okay, thank you.
okay. So, shrinkage, yes, I'm sorry, go ahead.
About that drying thing?
Yes,
Like, I don't know if you do this anymore, but, like, if it's still hot and it shows up misty on a mirror,
yes, we
But
do still do that.
I don't know if that's something that's
It
standard.
is, it is. I just didn't talk about it, but yes, we do still do that. Barbara brought up the tip of you heat it up and then you put it on a piece of glass or a mirror, and when you pick it up, if it leaves condensation, there's your answer. It's still wet. There's a reason there's little mirrors over there. So, that is a great tip, and we do that all the time, especially on those thick pieces, right? The thick ones, it's hard to tell because the outside feels dry,
Right.
and you're never really sure. So that's a great tip. Yes, heat it up, put it on a piece of glass or a mirror, and if there's condensation, it's still wet. Okay. Okay. Okay, shrinkage. So Project X shrinkage, it is a higher, I'm going to say, shrink clay. It's not the highest out there, but it is a higher, okay? there are shrink rates on the back of every package, and they're different between our different clays. Okay, so I'm not going to list each one of them, but you've got everything from 20 to 26. Okay, so we try to keep it in within like 4%. So this bag will be 22 to 26 or something like that. So it'll be on the back of every bag. It'll tell you the shrinkage rate. This is an important thing to know. All the clays out there do not report shrinkage in the same way. Okay, it is not a standardized scientific method for reporting shrinkage calculations. Okay, so number one thing to understand when you talk about shrinkage and somebody says, oh, well, this one doesn't shrink as much as that one does, or this one I get this shrinkage rate, and the bag says it's supposed to be this. Here's the number one thing to understand. And if you don't trust me, do this, because I challenge you to do it. Cut out a piece of metal clay. Use your template, your circle template. Cut it out. Put it in your kiln. Fire it. When you measure it side to side and top to bottom, those two numbers won't be the same. It was the same on the template. After it shrinks, it won't be the same. So, if that's the case, how can there be a standardized shrink rate? Right? This is my point. So shrinkage rates are guides. It's the best way to put that. Shrinkage rates are guides, okay? If you have a thing that you are worried about calculating a shrinkage rate on, you have to test that clay in the same kiln, in the same place on the kiln, on the same kind of shelf in the kiln, okay? Because if you move it to the front of the kiln, it's going to be a different size than if you had fired it in the back of the kiln. If you change your design, which we do, who makes the same design every time? Nobody does, right? So if you change your design, a organic shape is going to shrink completely differently than this circle is going to shrink. A rectangle is going to shrink completely differently than this circle is going to shrink, okay? That's really important to understand. So the shrinkage rate on our clay is somewhere between 20 and 26, depending on which clay you have, okay? That is fired at the high temps, the 1600s, right? Those are where we got those numbers. We ran averages off of circles and rectangles and rods. That's how we did it. And we report wet to fired. Some of the low shrink rate ones are reporting dry to fired. Okay? So that's not really the number that you want. Because if you're cutting your clay to be a certain size, that's not what you're going to get. Okay? So be aware of all that. If you're trying to calculate shrinkage, you need to run tests because there is no way to truly do that. Okay? It's the nature of the material. Yes. Okay, firing schedules.
The same firing schedule as PMC, they require a different firing schedule. These programs.
Gotcha. Okay, this was a question about, it was in the chat. It was about the pre-programmed firing schedules in the kilns. Okay, so the first problem I have is there could be different ones, even though it says PMC3. I don't know what that one is scheduled at. Okay, so I can't answer that question specifically, but I can give you details. Okay, PMC3 is the same firing schedule as our standard 999. Okay, anywhere from 1100 to 1650. We recommend 1650. If you've got a kiln, you should be firing at 1650 unless you've got inclusions. Okay, so I'm going to venture to guess that your PMC3 setting on that kiln, that pre-program, is probably 1650. Okay, the time. Our clay only requires a 30-minute firing at 1650 versus the PMC3, I believe they used to say 2 hours, even though that's not what Mitsubishi said. Mitsubishi said 30 minutes. Okay. But we did a lot of tests to see how things would happen, and there were a lot of people testing out there, and they ran it all the way out to 2 hours, and that's where that number came from.
A long ramp.
A long ramp. I had a really fascinating data chart from Mitsubishi a while back that I used to share in my certification class. So you get 98% of your center. This is PMC3 data, right? At 1650, you get 98% of your center in the first 30 minutes. And then you get 2% for that last hour and a half. I was like, why is anybody firing for 2 hours? It just 2% was not worth it ever to me. So anyway. And we see that in this material too. You see 30 minutes, deep, solid center. So, and even denser, really. So yeah, 1650, 30 minutes is really what you're looking for. You can fire it for longer. It's not going to hurt it. Okay. Okay. Any other questions? Is the shrinkage rate different from kiln fired versus torch fired? That is a great question and it's a very tricky answer. Okay, so torch fired, you don't know exactly what temperature you're at torch fired. There's problem number one, right? You don't know if you're at 1500 or at 1600. Okay, so if I tell you that the perfect center is 1650 for 30 minutes, how do you know what temperature you're at on the torch, right? We don't know, okay? So you can guess based on the color. You can push it as hot as it'll go. If you're skilled with the torch, you can start to watch for the signs of the melt. That means you're close, right? You're close to that 1740 mark, okay? So if you're really skilled, you can push those things and start to learn what that metal looks like at the right temperatures, okay? That is going to help you judge the time and the center level. So high temp, 2 minutes, you've got a high center level, okay? It's not a 30-minute center level though, but you know, if I had to put a number on it, you're at 80% center level at 2 minutes with a high temp like that, you'd be close. Okay, I can tell you it bends and doesn't break, so it's high.
And this that we're using can be torch fired?
Absolutely, yes. This clay that we're using today, the 999 standard, can be torch fired. 960. So I'm not testing and giving instructions for torch firing 960. Okay, the reason I'm not doing that is because it is not as easy and much harder to read, and you've got to be skilled with that torch, okay? If you're not at the right temperature, you're going to deplete the silver, right? And you're going to have copper oxide on the back of your piece, okay? So I'm not going there.
And one,
Yes, one more, yeah.
if you're making a bezel, you come.
If I'm making a bezel, do you calculate 27%? It depends on the design, unfortunately. That is another one of those questions. It depends, okay? So if you've got a hollow back on your piece, right? You're gonna have a different shrinkage than a solid back on your piece, okay? So it's not the shrinkage of the bezel, it's the shrinkage of the back. That's what makes it tricky. And again, like I said before, if you've got a circle versus a rectangle, it's going to shrink differently. Shrinkage is linear, okay? So notice it more significantly on a linear area than on a round area. I don't know how to explain that. Or a volume. It's not voluminous, the same, okay? So it's more, yeah. significant. It's the same percent, it's more significant. That's really tricky. And one of these days I'll teach one of those really techie classes and draw that out for you. Those of you that have taken, I think it was my camp PMC instructor class, we went into shrinkage and calculating shrinkage, and it is literally rocket science to calculate shrinkage within one of our metal plate pieces. Because we have volume, and the volume, if you put a texture on, let's just take a mold, a coin mold, right? Simple, okay? Round, easy, right? But guess what? You've got all that texture on the top of there, and each bit of that is going to shrink differently. And you're going to have compression and shrinkage happening at different rates throughout the piece. That's why it's tricky, okay? So the formulas, I will show you one day. I had to have my husband teach me that. So anyway, I can't answer that question for you because it depends on the piece. I can tell you that you have to test it and you got to come up with your number for your design. And if you change your design, your number's going to change. Okay, unfortunately, that is the answer to that one. I know that's a sucky answer, but it's true.
You got
15 minutes before we go. Okay, so yes, we got another question. What is in Flex? A ton of stuff, actually. You can make homemade Flex by adding glycerin, okay? That is a very common practice with a lot of the clays. It is not what is in ours. I can tell you that. So I can't tell you what's in ours. Yeah, but that is a very common thing to do, is adding glycerin to a base clay, a standard clay, and you can make a Flex version. It works pretty well. You know, if you don't want to have Flex on hand, that really does work pretty well. I did it for years. It was just once I got to the point where I was buying, you know, more clay for different types of projects, then I just went ahead and bought Flex and bought standard. Okay. Okay.
almost 1:30.
It's almost 1:30.
Oh,
What happens at 1:30?
They gotta have their stuff on there.
Oh, you gotta have your stuff up there at 1:30.
Where?
On that dryer, remember?
That way.
Yes. It's 1:28. Yes. Yes way. It is. It's like Iron Chef. Get everything up there. Hands up. Hands up. We literally had to pull pieces out of people's hands yesterday. Yes. Absolutely. Nope. Oh, she's going to get it. She doesn't have a bottom hook at all yet. And double check your top bail, okay? Double check that connection. That needs to be a strong connection, okay? I'm like, oh, it's 1:30. I got my, I'm gonna. Everybody say hi to Lucas over here. Lucas is the man, okay? Lucas is the guy that is keeping me in line. We're gonna say that. So Lucas has got the schedule. He gives me the headphones. He's like, you know, the whole thing is great. Bonnie is the one fielding all of those chats and questions and getting the people in and out of everything and all the different rooms that are happening. It is crazy. It's been absolutely amazing. So, I could talk about one more thing, I bet, before Cathy, right? I'm gonna show you guys some pieces. Yeah, go ahead down. Okay. And this will probably spark some more questions, I would imagine. Okay. Here, it looks focused. Okay, perfect. Oh, you know what I might do? I'm just gonna put them on here. That way they can see it better. Yeah. Okay, so as we messed around with the clay, you know, and ran tests and all that good stuff, we got all kinds of things in here. So I just thought I would show you some of the testing and just some differences that we noticed, stuff like that, okay? There's all kinds of pieces, so I'm just kind of digging through to find what I'm looking for. Okay, so, there's some beautiful stuff in here too. Okay, so the first thing, like, you know, dimension, no problem taking dimension. We tried this on a form. This one was flat and used a mallet to curve it to, you know, make a little bracelet. So again, using a mallet to curve something thicker like this, no problem. I believe I did the same thing to that. I think I used a mallet to curve that one as well. More dimension. Okay, this was a lot of fun. This was basically dried kind of like a lentil bead on a little dome. And then after that was dried, took a snake roll, wrapped it all the way around like that, brought it back up to the middle, connected it. Turned out a great little piece. Let's see what else. Here's some more dimension. These are Michael's pieces. You can kind of tell that's a signature Michael Marks. Both of those guys. Thicker. So this was a torched fired mold of a bone. Okay. Which I thought was kind of fun and different. And so I torch fired that and then hammered it around a mandrel to make a little bone ring out of it. I was kind of thinking I might solder a stone in there, something like that. Okay. Then we get a little more interesting. So this is a ceramic a ceramic glazed cabochon, I guess you'd call that. Okay. I took a piece of metal clay, put it in a mini mold, popped it on top of there, just stuck it right on there, fired it at 1650, let it cool naturally so that I did not shatter the ceramic. I got this cool little silver fish on top of my ceramic. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. So speaking of that, there's another example. Yes. So the reason I did that was I had intended to do some other ones and they just never got there. This is black ceramic. Okay. Not raccoon, but just black ceramic. I painted that flower on there with paste, fired it, burnished it. So you can make silver painted beads. Kind of fun. Kind of fun. Okay. And so they, there's a guy that we work with. Oh goodness, Poland, I think. Cameron has that information. I don't know.
Huh?
Where was he from?
Who?
Bead guy. Bulgaria? Okay, yeah. I'm gonna come up with that. Anyway, he sells these just gorgeous, simple ceramic beads, right? And so these are perfect for decorating with silver. So anyway, 10 minutes, okie dokie. So I got a couple more. This is the very first glass piece we tested. There are a ton more somewhere, but I don't know where they are right now. So this was just wrapping a piece of glass with a textured circle, you know, cutting out the middle, running a snake roll around the outside. Can Bonnie help? Or, yeah. Or Cindy, or Michael.
Yeah.
Michael can help. Yeah. Okay. Okie dokie. So anyway, so there's your piece of glass, right? This was kind of a high fire slumped into place piece of glass. And then these are a couple of enamel pieces that we were playing with. I took the metal clay out of the kiln, brushed it with the brass brush, tumbled it for, I think, 15 minutes with steel shot, and then started my enameling process. Okay? Ah, yes, I can talk about the fish again, certainly. Okay, so this is a glazed ceramic cabochon, this one is, but you can do the same thing on a bead, okay? So there's glaze on the top already. I used a mini mold and made a little fish out of silver clay. I stuck it on top of that glaze. I don't think I even used paste, okay, because the clay is sticky, right? So I stuck that piece right on top of there. I fired it just like this in this position because there's no glaze on the back of this piece. So it was really easy to fire in this position, okay? If you have glaze under the bottom, it'll stick to a shelf. So that's what I'm referring to. So this piece was easy to fire flat like this. As I fired it, the glaze and the metal clay kind of fused together a little bit. And so then I don't, I'm not going to do any hard work on this because it would pop off of here if I really brushed it real hard or tried to burnish it really hard. But I lightly brushed it. I took a little burnisher to the top and I got my silver piece. I can bring it up a little bit if it'll focus. There we go. Yeah. So super fun. Oh, you're welcome. Okay, and this just little teeny tiny fine silver ring, just showing how easy it was to kind of throw it together real quick, a little stack of rings or something like that, right? And this really, I wanted to kind of, this is a good example of the super fine finish on the piece. So I'm going to leave this one sitting out, but you can almost even hear that it sounds different than the other metal clays that you've felt. Okay, so I'm going to leave this one sitting out so everybody can touch it if they want to. Okay, so we're getting close to Miss Cathy Flesher, right? 7 minutes. Okay. Now's the best time, yes, for an online raffle. That sounds fantastic. Okay, I have got a Rio Grande tote bag for everybody online. How about that? Since we just did one of those here.
Very
That sounds
nice.
like a great idea. Okay, so Rio Grande tote bag for everybody online. How many people do I have online? 61. Okay, so I am going to pick a number between, I'm going to pick a number between 1 and X. You're going to write down a number in the chat, bottom right corner, chat it straight in there, okay? And the closest one to my number without going over is the winner, okay? It's going to take about 5 minutes, and then Bonnie is going to go through the chat and find the winner, and I'll come back and announce it, okay? So we're going to do it real quick. I didn't give you what number to do yet. So the number is between 1 and 80, okay? Go. Grand tote bag. There you go. Okay. And I am just gonna get ready to talk to Cathy Fletcher. She is absolutely remarkable instructor. That woman has the coolest idea and works her butt off. Like you can't believe. Okay, so I'm just gonna clean up a little bit here. And it looks like everybody is throwing numbers in there, which is awesome. Okay, and then I'll introduce Cathy. It's gonna be so much fun. I can't wait to see how our students are doing too. Okay, so put my clay away. Everybody's got their piece on the dryer. Okay. I forgot it was on camera.
I thought it was sneaky.
I'm like. Oh, okay. Okay, so I am going to go ahead and start talking about Cathy Flesher. So that I can introduce her. You're gonna just, you know, what she's got. Oh, we got a winner. Yes. Tell me the winner. Okay, the name is Deb P. So we're not sure exactly what that last name is, but your handle is Deb P. Deb P, congratulations, you got a Rio Grande tote bag. So I want you right back in the chat right now and connect with Bonnie so that she can get your information to send that to you. Oh, good. Karen Hannigan, are you listening? You won something yesterday. You need to write in the chat and Bonnie is going to connect with you because we need your information so that we can send, I don't remember what Karen read. You did. Good. Okay. Oh, okay. Cathy Flesher. Oh my goodness. Okay. She is one of these like rising star instructors out there that a lot of people don't even know. She moved to Tucson, Arizona a few years ago from my hometown. She's like right where I grew up in St. Louis. And so we connected because we had a lot in common because of St. Louis. And just, I mean, she is just a rock star teaching. It is unbelievable. She does, oh, what does she call it? I'll have to ask her what she calls it, but she does like stay overnight kind of retreaty kind of things. She's got incredible place up in the mountains in Arizona, lots of cactus, incredibly beautiful. So if you don't know Cathy Flesher, be sure to look her up. She does a ton of certification. She's very involved in what was the Camp PMC certification. So she's helping build the Camp MC program out of that. And I am sure I am missing something. That there's no way that I've gotten all the things, so I'll have her tell you the rest of it. Okay. Can we go ahead and bring her in a minute or two early? If they're ready, they're in. Okay, Cathy, go ahead and turn on your camera. We're gonna start to make sure that my tech can hear you.
Yes, yay.
Oh, there we go. I see students.
Hi. So welcome to Tucson. We are all here making the Algerian knot and everybody is thrilled.
Got it.
And you provided Carrie. Thank you so much. Let me talk a little bit about my studio. I do the smithing
Yes.
and stay here. You can come and stay and play with me for a number of days and I'll work on whatever you want, a collection, or you can do a certification class in person. I also teach a lot online too. So I'm going to introduce my students next and have them just say their name around the table. Can we start?
Absolutely.
My name is Lynette Adams.
I'm Melissa Adams. We're not related. Jennifer Kalis. Melody Nelson. Sally Fedigan.
Steve Fedigan.
Hi, everybody. It's so nice to see you. I know some of you from before, but yeah, I don't know some of you, so it's great to meet you.
Yeah, we've got some decorations up. We're having a big party here. If you want, we can do that raffle period at any time.
Yeah, let's do the raffle. Okay. So have they all seen what it is yet?
No, it's a surprise.
Oh, you, I see what you did.
Getting closer.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
So,
it's all ready to go.
exactly. That's totally cool. Okay, so we won't tell them what it is. We'll let them open it, whoever wins it. How about that?
Perfect.
Okay, so the way that we're doing the raffles is I'm gonna tell you to guess a number between X and X. And you're just gonna go around the room and guess a number, and whoever gets closest to my number without going over is the winner. So we're getting it really simple. Okay, so guess a number between 1 and 12.
Who wants to start?
Okay, let's go with 11.
10.
8.
3.
6.
5.
Okay.
Okay, who was it that guessed 8? Awesome. Okay, so yeah, you gotta open it up and tell us what it is.
Cathy, tell them about a mixture of here.
Oh, yeah. So in class here, we have a mixture of ceramic artists, first timers would play, but we all know that Melanie works at Kent's, so you may recognize her, Carrie. She's from Kent's.
Oh my gosh. Wow, yes.
Steve and Sally and Lynette and Melissa have all done the 101, and Steve works in ceramics too. And
Yeah,
so
I
he's
do.
in the base metal, and this is his first silver experience.
Yes.
Very exciting.
I'm really excited about it.
Rolling
The
gauges.
gauges are so cool. Carrie came out with these, and they're nice because you can separate them and get different sizes,
Right.
longer rolls.
Instead of being limited to just the.
Just the square.
Very cool. Acrylic blocks and brushes and rims and knives and those little bitty cutters. Oh, for your.
Yeah.
Little bitty cutters and a needle tool and little, looks like tweezers.
Yeah.
And to put it all in. Ooh, what a great little starter kit.
Yeah, and it worked out great because she's new to clay and doesn't have any of that. Thanks,
Perfect. You're welcome.
Yeah, other shaper.
Small, mine are real big.
Cathy, you can educate her on what all those tools are.
We can come back, I'll show you.
Brush or already did that, I'm sure.
So,
Very, I'm so excited. Thank you so much.
That's awesome.
so I'm sure you talked about MCAS a lot, but I'm going to be teaching a ring class there. It is sold out, but I will be offering it again at a later date, so.
Oh,
If you guys don't.
are you doing? Are you doing any of the technique discovery workshops on Sunday? Do you have one of
I'm
those?
talking about wolf clay, which is a soldering clay, and I'm going to be discussing that and how to make soldering more simplified. Because a lot of us
That's right.
we're wanting to.
I have,
Yes.
exactly. We had a student yesterday who's taking soldering simplified at MCAS, and she was so excited. And I told her she's taking soldering classes with me like 4 times. Okay.
Good.
And it's just not working. Okay, so she's like, I found the class for me, soldering simplified, and we were laughing so much. I said, well, don't tell Cathy that you've taken my classes before.
We'll have fun. I think it's going to be a blast. I'm really looking forward to the torch trials and all the festivities that you have planned for the conference. So,
Yes.
and if you guys don't know,
Guys,
it's every other year.
go ahead. Yes, every other year.
So try to get out there. If not this year, in 2 years.
That's about North Carolina.
Yes. So another thing I offer at my studio is a gym show shopping experience where you can come here and I'll take you to my favorite host, shopping for stones and findings and other things like that. So it's,
Oh, that's so much fun.
yeah.
That is amazing. I had a question for you, because I know that, especially because you got totally new students too. Does anybody have questions about the clay at all? Have you guys how are your projects coming?
They're going great. They've got the rings done and we're waiting for them to dry for a minute and then we're gonna attach the bail and firm up attach all the paste in the rings but I'll tell you, I love the syringe formula. It is fabulous. And I like that you package them in 2 5-gram syringes so you get 10 grams instead of 9 and they last longer that way, and it's a great idea.
Exactly. Yeah, and I can't take credit for that one. Cameron did that one, and we had a huge argument about it. But after his logic, he's like, it just goes bad so fast. It's always, I used to have 6 half-used syringes on my desk all the time, right? He's like, Mom, look at this. It's like, you need smaller syringes. I'm like, you're right, okay.
So I have a question for you, Carrie, from one of the students. Can you use the rehydrating H2O formula on any clays, like your bronze lines and other formulas?
Yes. Any clays that I've tried so far, it's gonna work fine on. Okay, you shouldn't run into any problems with any of the clays.
And we could always put centered pieces of other clays onto Project X pieces, right? That would be the best way to handle the difference in shrinkage.
Yes, that would be the best way to do it. I did have a question come through earlier that was kind of interesting. They were talking about mixing the clays, right? And is there, any problems with mixing some old PMC3 and some Project X or any of that? And there really isn't any problem. There should be no technical problems. It's just that your shrinkage is going to change. So that's, a thing to consider. But you really shouldn't have any problems mixing it with any of the other 999s for that matter.
Awesome. And the syringes, can we use old syringes on the new clay and things like that?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Anybody else have questions for Carrie?
Well, I'd just like to say that I like working with this clay. It doesn't dry too fast and it rehydrates well. So, yeah, I like it.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope too, when you get to the end, the thing that, I keep saying this because we don't get it till the very end of the show, but the metal itself will feel different to you too. You'll notice that it's actually smoother. It polishes easier, and it's because the metal particles are finer. So hopefully you like that too.
Yeah, absolutely. I love it, and I've been carving it, and so has my student Vicki. She took the class yesterday, but she has been here all week working on projects, and
Here.
Wow.
you can talk about what she's done here.
Well, first thing I want to say about your clay is that I've developed kind of a line of small ponies that I've made a rubber, a mold out of. The shrinkage is about 25%. I make beads too as well. It's for, I braid horsehair. I don't know if you can see anything like that.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
And then these are the end caps. And then this is another piece that I did during my last stay and play with Cathy. I want to give you a plug. Your clay is great. It is easier to carve and refine to get these little tiny beads going. But I also want to put in a plug. I'm the queen of stay and play. I have, this is my 8th stay and play. And they say if I stay on my 10th stay, I get to trim all their trees for free. That's a really good, but just to promote it, I feel like a queen when I'm here. I'm definitely in my safe Zen place. You get your own queen size bed, your own bathroom. You have coffee out by the pool area. I get a massage every time.
Massage out by the
Yeah.
pool.
I get a massage every time I come here. Not to mention gourmet food 3 times a day. So don't come with a diet in mind. But Cathy is a very, very patient, thorough teacher, and I always learn something new from her. And I'm not going to stop coming. I'm from Colorado, so I have to get on a plane here in a few minutes. But I really heartily recommend stay and play, especially one-on-one instruction. You can't beat that.
And
So,
she's building a collection, so we've been putting together her whole collection that she's going to come out with soon.
Right. And Cathy's husband, Greg, God bless him, he's helping me get over my fear of websites. Because everybody says, do you have a Facebook site? Yeah, I go, well, no, I don't really know how to do that, but Greg and Cathy both are helping me with that, but, can't say enough
That's
about
amazing.
it.
Thank you.
Oh, I agree wholeheartedly. I mean, everything that I've seen, the two of them, like you said, it's the two of them partner up like that, and everything that they've got going up there is just incredible. It's amazing. I love the ideas. I love the concept of the stay and play. You could do a retreat-ish thing. You could just do I'm just gonna focus on my art and really dive deep into it, like you're saying. It's wonderful. It's a fantastic concept.
Thank you. Well, we all are having so much fun, and if anybody has any final questions for you, Carrie, we can go around and see, or any other questions about the clay. So I think we're good.
Okay.
Do you want to see the progress of our work and some of the finished pieces?
Sure, yeah, if we could see some, that'd be great.
Yeah, I even went tiny. Greg, can you come over and do a close-up of this? So this one piece was made by Avia, and her line is Bone Hollow Relics. So you can see she added some really fun tassels and charms, little skulls. I did mine with a pre-made tassel. And then I also went smaller, and I'm doing a tiny baby one.
Oh, it's so
Earrings
cute.
matched, so yeah, it's just
Oh,
really
those are
great project.
gorgeous.
It's so fun. So
Thank you. I was surprised too, because it's a copy of a design. So I was like, oh, well, it won't be too bad. It'll be kind of cool because it's the whole James Bond thing. But after I made that first one, I'm like, I like this project. This is a good, fun piece to make.
yes, and I like that there's not a lot of refining that you need to do, which is wonderful.
Yeah, exactly. And the organic texture on it doesn't have to be perfect, it just all kind of comes together.
Right. So I can't also stress how great the 101 course is for newbies, because you will learn the basic techniques that will carry you through every piece you make from then on. And you'll learn the right techniques. So I highly recommend the educational program too.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. Well, thanks, Carrie.
Well,
And
I want to thank all you guys. Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us in this, adventure today. And you guys are part of, I mean, I think we had 150 students. But there's been several hundred people online with us too. So it has just been an incredible couple days here. So I hope you guys have fun, and I hope you loved your presents and your goodies, and enjoy the beautiful view from up there. And I will talk to you all soon.
all right. Bye, Carrie. Bye.
Okay, bye. Thank you. Okie dokie. We are back. I am back with everyone again. And it has got to be almost 2 o'clock, which means I need to get things in the kiln. Okay. So I'm going to grab some pieces and show you the setup. This is quite important. Okay. So this is for everybody online. This is where you want to pay attention. This is going to be the setup for how I'm going to fire these particular pieces. Okay. So let me grab some things. All right, samples. That's a good idea. Okay, holy moly. Let's see. Okay, I'm just gonna take a couple that I didn't try to show them. Grab these. Well, oh, yeah, okay. Okay, so I'm gonna grab a couple of these. I need to tell everybody something. Can I get everybody's attention? Okay. A lot of you guys made 2 pieces. I can't fire that many pieces. Okay, now, there's a chance I can get another round in the kiln, but they will not be polished, all of that stuff before the end of the day. Won't happen. Okay, just need everybody to know that. I got you. Okay. I'm like, I looked up there and saw how many pieces are up there. I'm like, so I'm not even sure I'm gonna get one whole round in right now, but I'm gonna do my best. So we're going to talk about the firing setup for this, okay? So we're gonna fire these pieces. This is fine silver. I'm gonna fire them at 1650 for 30 minutes, okay? So nothing fancy on the firing schedule at all. Not a big deal. The setup will be a little bit special, but there's a lot of variations that you could do. This is just what I'm gonna do today, and I'll talk about it a little bit. So I don't want this piece to slump, okay? A little bit. Because of the fan, I'm gonna have to raise my voice a lot, so I'm gonna try to be quiet. So this piece is super dimensional. That's part of what makes this piece awesome, right? I don't want it to slump. So I need to support it so that when the silver does begin to slump, it doesn't have anywhere to go, okay? You could do that with lots of things. You could do that with fiber blanket. You could do it with vermiculite. You can use silica sand, not sand, silica sand. Okay. And technically you could use, I forgot the name, used in ceramics, gone. Anyway, doesn't matter. We don't usually recommend that anyway. So, the name is gone.
Vermiculite?
Alumina-hydrate, there you go. I'm like, it's there somewhere. So we don't recommend alumina-hydrate because it really does get airborne, and if you breathe it, it's very bad for you. So we don't recommend that one. But there's still people out there that use a lot because it is used very commonly in ceramics. Okay, so you can use that. I'm using vermiculite. This is a granular thing sold in a big giant bag in the garden section. Okay, it's very cheap. You will use the tiniest amount of it out of that big bag. So share your bag with your friends or use it in your garden. Okay, vermiculite. And actually, if you look under my kiln shelf down there, you probably see what the bag looks like.
Got a bag,
Okay.
sell it.
Yeah, I know. If anybody wants some, you can take some home. So you need, because it's a granular thing, you need a container to put it in, right? So you got a couple options on containers. You could put it in a ceramic container, a crucible, which is another kind of ceramic container, right? Or this is a stainless steel firing pan. This is just like a restaurant firing pan, okay? The ceramic or the crucible, you can't take out of the kiln when it's hot because it will shatter. This is the reason that I use the stainless steel. I'm in a hurry because I'm teaching. Okay, so I use the stainless steel for that reason only. It's fast. I can get it in and out of the kiln while it's still hot. Okay, that's the only reason I use that. You could use any of them. They're all equally good. You don't need a deep amount of this. You're not nesting this, you know, in a crazy way. You just need, I don't know, maybe an inch or something like that on the bottom of the pan. Okay, the goal is to nest the piece. I'll try to center that a little bit so you can see it. to nest the piece so that any giant areas sticking up have a little bit of material under them. So that if it does slump, it's not gonna lay all the way down. Okay, not too much distortion. What you don't want to do, here's a good one, is totally pack the middle of that thing with vermiculite, because now it can't shrink. Okay? See how that's all filled up in there? It doesn't have anywhere to shrink to, so it will start getting distorted. In a worst case scenario, it might even tear somewhere, might crack. Okay? So you're going to nest. That's the goal. Up under anything high. Okay? But don't fill the middle up. That's how you fire this. Put them in the kiln. It doesn't have to be a hot or cold kiln. Doesn't matter. Your goal is 1650 for 30 minutes. That's the centering point. Okay?
Put it in before it's ready.
Absolutely. I am ramping my kiln right now for classroom saving time, right? It's ramping. I'm going to put them in there when it's hot. I'm firing a lot of pieces. It's going to smoke terribly. Yesterday, we were full of smoke, okay? That's the reason we just turned that fan on and opened that door. Hopefully, we can get it all moving out of here quickly enough, okay? So, with that, I am going to get these all lined up and get them in the kiln. So I need to do that, which means we can go on online break, or maybe you guys, maybe Bonnie fields a question if she's not busy with back room. I'm good for a while if we want to turn my mic off. Yep. Yeah, put it on the class. Sounds good. Okay. So I need to go home. Hi, everybody online. I'm back. We had our little break. Hopefully you guys got to watch that fantastic breakout session with Michael in there. And I've got my pieces are in the kiln. They're gonna come out in about 20 minutes. So in the meantime, we're gonna field questions, give some stuff away, and I've got a question standing right in front of me right now. You just can't see her. So go ahead.
I hope I'm not repeating somebody else's question, but I'm a shopper and I was looking at the paste. When would you, I understand water paste.
Okay.
When do you use the oil?
Oil paste. That's a very good question. When do you use the oil paste? Oil paste is stickier. Okay. So it doesn't really dry the same way. It dries like gooier. Water paste, when it's dry, is going to be flaky. It'll like flake off. Okay. Oil paste won't do that. It'll stick. So if you're repairing fired pieces, it's good for that because it'll stick right to the metal. Okay. If you're trying to attach like a bezel cup or a piece of metal to a piece of metal clay, it's good for that because again, it'll stick to the metal, kind of hold things together. So that's the primary use for an oil paste.
So could you buy oil paste and use it for all the things you would use the water paste for as well?
You could, yes, you could use oil paste for everything if you wanted to. However, it does take a lot more to dry. So it's gonna slow down your drying dramatically, right? So, you know, if you're using a lot of it, you might not want to go that route because it'll be a lot slower drying.
Thank you.
You should tell us how to use these things.
Oh, okay. Okay, I can do that.
You need something to talk about. It's clay.
I have a set, so
You want me to put it back?
let me take these.
Okay.
Because I don't have those out. We're gonna do a silly little thing here. Yeah, let me just find my set real quick, and I gotta get a chunk of clay to do this. Anybody want to see something super cool? Okay, gang. I'm gonna show you a new little tool that we just got our grubby hands on. Everybody quiet for a minute. I'm gonna yell. So we just got our grubby little hands on these unbelievable tools from Europe. These are the ring maker tools by CMMC Tools. Anybody know Clément? Oh yeah. Okay. These are Clément's ring maker tools. They're incredible. And I was not trying to use this all as a promo here, but Raquel came over and said, "Can you show me how to use these?" Okay, we got a couple minutes. We can do that. So what they are there's two different ones here. This is a round and this is it's called a stone. But they are sets of ring making tools. Okay. All different sizes. I managed to get that one up out of the way there because it's full of clay. So that'll just be distracting. Because of course I was in a hurry and just left it and didn't clean it. So, but this is a full set besides that one piece there. And so you can see they're different sizes. Okay. And they go up. It's full sizes and half sizes. Goes 6, 7, 7.5, 8, 8.5, 9, 9.5. It goes all the way up to 13. Okay. So the way this works, they are really super cool. Let me try to make a reasonable size one since I don't have a ton of clay.
Now, are those sizes accounting for shrink?
We'll talk about that.
Okay.
Yeah. We will talk about that. Okay, so first thing you got to do when they're brand new, you got to kind of get it loose in here so that it moves. There we go. Okay. Okay, so you've got parts on this thing. So the inner core comes up like this and it becomes basically like a cookie cutter. See that? Right? So you just, cookie cut out the ring. Okay? Super cool. There's more. Because Clément is really a genius. I have got to say he's a genius. So the inner core, this is the one that I can't do with my fingernails very well. There we go. The inner core comes out. So now if you can imagine when the inner core is in there, your band is that thick. But if you wanted to make your band thicker, you could put a smaller inner core in there and your band will be thicker. So it's not only adjustable in the size of the piece, the thickness of the piece just depends on how thick you roll your clay, and the band thickness can be adjusted. Super cool tool. Okay, so this screws back in there. It's got a little doodad there so that that stays in place. Okay, so I'll roll one out and cut one for you. You definitely want to use release agent. Ask me how I know that.
I think we've all seen one.
Okay, get your release agent down in those little nookie nooks.
Technical term there.
Yes. Okay. And you know what? My clay is actually a decent thickness, so I'm not even going to bother rolling that. Is it big enough? It's not quite big enough. Okay, I'll roll it a little bit. So you could roll your clay as thick as you want, as thick or as thin as you want, right? Because the cut is just going to cut the shape. You decide the thickness of the band. Okay. Cookie cutter out. Yeah. Then when you push this back, it's going to pop that out gently. Oops, I just stuck my fingernail in there. I know you'll forgive me. Okay. There's my ring. I'm looking for the tool. There it is. Come around in here. Get that centerpiece out of there. That's going to help my band come out easier. Just kind of grab it on the sides and pull it, off the bottom right here.
Wow.
That's that. Super cool. So, with this kind of thing, what you can do, I'm going to distort it like crazy, is set stones in the top of it really easy now because you've got a nice wet, thick piece of clay right there. So you can set your stones. You can even do, if you're really talented, you can lay your stones upside down right here and press that onto your stones so that you get a bit of a pave effect across the top of there. Okay. Really amazing tool. It comes in this shape, which is stone, round, which I had a round one sitting right here. Where'd my round sample go? I thought I did.
Told me to put one away, but I thought it was that square one.
No,
Is that
there
the
was
round one right there?
Yeah,
This,
isn't that
this is the one.
No, that.
that?
Oh, yes. But I actually got a, oh, there it is.
The
There it
round
is.
ring.
Yes. Totally round. Okay. And then another one called a signet, which we don't have sitting here in front of us, but instead of this taper in, it comes straight up. So it's like that big bar across the top, right? So those are the ones we have right now. They're more. I just can't tell you what they are yet. So, he is going to be here for the symposium. So we will have more.
It's such a.
Yes.
Yeah.
How much are those? They are.
I bought one.
It's like, oh, yes. How much are they? Yeah. The
You can get them
round
from us.
is the least expensive, and I think it's 135. Does that sound right? 138 maybe. then you go up to 155, I think, for the bigger Signet one. I don't remember the price on this one. Could have been in the 145-ish range. Okay.
You know, I saw those online and I saw a YouTube demo and I looked him up and he doesn't have any.
I know.
You can't
Yeah.
buy it from him.
Yeah, you can't buy them from, and we are exclusive in the US
that's
for these.
wonderful.
Yes, yes. So Play Revolution is exclusive for these ringmaker tools.
How many rings that you made?
No, I literally got these Thursday.
Oh.
Okay, so all we did was, I figured out how to use it so that I knew what the heck it was, right? Which is why I still have clay in mine. And so I have, oh yeah, I have the one that I cut, you know, and then I messed it up because of course I waited too long to put the stone in. So,
Oh, let's get a close up of that.
don't get it close up, it's got
Oh.
to mess up on the side.
Oh, well. Yeah, but we want to see the
But
set
I
stone.
wanted to cut it and see what it did, you know, so I did that on Thursday and we put prices on them and literally like,
I like the idea.
go
of
over
it.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go in that direction.
Start with
We
the
will
rounds
absolutely be
and
bringing them
then
back. Yes.
add the variation.
Well, that's a good point.
Okay, guys, it's a little too loud right here by the microphone. So, thank you for telling us that. And then,
You're bringing them to NCAR? Yes.
yes, we will have them at MCAS. Absolutely. Somebody brought me this round one.
I'll take it back.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, so that's my set. Okay. So we need to do some raffles. Are you guys ready for raffles? What do you got going on? One quick question, yes. Okay, good question. Can you use flex to put bendable prongs into your piece? Okay, so you're, I'm assuming, going to bend them after you put the stone in. So you're gonna make them straight up, right? That's my guess, okay? And you're gonna wanna bend them afterwards. I would use, if I were doing a prong in metal clay, I would use 960 to do that. And yes, I would probably use 960 flex because that's typically a small, little bitty finicky thing that you have to attach a dozen times because you knock them off and crack them and all of those things, right? So yes, I would use flex 960 to do that. Hopefully that helps.
Put stones in the round one too, can't you?
I just did that on camera. I just told somebody to stop. Okay, so we are going to do some raffles, okay? Let's see, what time is it? It is 2:50. Perfect. And at 3:15, we're gonna join Francesca Watson. So we got 25 minutes, so that's perfect. We are going to do an online raffle first, okay? I'm gonna do, they have. So, first, are you guys online ready? It is, whoops, it's not pretty. It's a Project X craft tote bag. It's got these little pockets on the side and stuff, and it says all the cool logo on it. And there's a bunch of, if that wasn't enough, there's stickers and a pin and all that good stuff in there too. Okay? So that's what we're gonna raffle next. Online. Online. How many people do we have online right now? 64. We are holding tight in the 60s today. That's awesome. I'm so excited. That makes me so happy. Hopefully we are not too boring. I'm trying to be excited. Okay, so let's then say, I got it in my head, okay? So the way that this is gonna work is I'm gonna say you're gonna guess a number between this number and that number, and the person closest to that number without going over is the winner, okay? You're going to write your number in the chat. It's in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. You're gonna chat it as soon as I tell you what the number range is. We're gonna wait 5 minutes. Bonnie's gonna find the answer, and then I will announce the winner, okay? So stay on here for the 5 minutes because if you win, we need to connect with you to find your address and all that good stuff. So make sure that if you win, you write back and Bonnie gets a hold of you. Okay? Okay, here goes. Pick a number between 1 and 80. The closest without going over is the winner. Good luck. This is for Project X tote bag, craft tote bag. Okay. And while they're doing that, we're gonna do one in here. How does that sound? Yay! Okay. Let's see. How about the metery? Actually, we might do. How about that? Yeah, we're gonna do one of these and one of these. Okay. So I'm waiting on that. Everybody wants that. Okay. But this itself is really, really good. Okay. So the meadery is across the street. Does everybody know what mead is? Some of us. Yes. Yes. Honey wine. Okay. So we have a honey wine manufacturer bar right across the street. The meadery. Everybody always thinks I say meat. The meatery? They're like, what? It's like meat? No, it's honey wine.
So they make the wine out of honey?
Yes.
Or do they add honey to wine?
They make the wine out of honey.
It's alcohol.
Yep, it is alcoholic honey wine. Somebody's buying. Okay. They gave us 2 of these, one for yesterday and one for today. $50 gift card for the meadery. So somebody's buying tonight. Okay. So that's what we're gonna raffle first. Okay. Are you guys ready? Where'd my thing go?
Is this classroom raffle?
There's a classroom raffle. Yes, because it's local.
It's right.
It's local. Yeah. Okay. I'm going. Okay. Okay. I started that side last time. No, I started that side last time. I don't know. Starting in the middle. Okay. So pick a number between 1 and 40.
Let's go 17.
42.
35.
Oh, 22.
Somebody said 22.
24. 12.
7.
Both of my numbers are gone now. 19.
Somebody said 23. I don't think so.
34.
I don't think so. Okay, I got them all? 23.
Is that me?
No, her. Oh, I got 32.
You're fine.
Yay! Okay, we're gonna do another one real quick. Okay, this is.
I hold my fingers like this and I'm like, I see her.
Well,
Lucky her.
she's on both days. She's on both. Okay, so tell me. Oh my goodness, Lindell Clark, you won again. What did you win yesterday? Do we know? Oh, the polishing kits. Okay, so at least you won something different. Yeah. Congratulations to now. Yay! Okay, so classroom, we're gonna do a real grand tote bag. Okay. We're going. Okay, we're starting at this end this time.
17.
Kim. Number.
7.
12.
9.
24.
4. And holy moly, nobody's even close. I had a 28, right? 28. I didn't have a 29, right? I didn't think so. Okay. It was 31. Like, nobody's even close. Okay. Okie dokie. So let's do something interesting again. It's 2:57. At 3:15, I'm gonna join Francesca Watson. So I've got a couple minutes here. Let me see what our kiln looks like. 3 minutes. Okay, I need a teacher or Cameron. I need a teacher or Cameron. The kiln, oh, you're gonna be busy. Yeah. Let me see if I can. Bonnie, is there something I can do for you? I'm gonna. Don't touch that kiln for a few minutes, please. Okay. Okay.
If it's silicone, I'm good.
Back to the kiln. Do this real quick before we get online with Francesca. Okay. So I've got one finished piece in my hand. I have no idea whose it is. It doesn't have a bottom loop, if that helps. Okay. So I'm gonna talk about the finishing a bit so that you guys can work on your pieces. Okay. So I just need to, she's really loud. Oh, it's the fan. I can't turn the fan, I can't, well, the front door's open, that's why it's hot. And I can't turn it off because we're gonna do another burn off. They won't know until they get them out. Get them all out. Okay. And there's more pieces over there. I would prefer it if you guys did not go up there and grab your piece right now. Okay? More important. Yeah, more important. I need you to watch me. I know that sounds grumpy, but I need you to watch me. I promise I'm not really being grumpy. Okay, so I'm bossy. You're right. I am very bossy.
It is your school.
Right. The reason is I told you it's different. That's why I need your attention. Okay? I really want you to notice how this feels when you polish it, because that's going to help you understand this metal as compared to the other metal clays that you've used. That's why I want your attention, okay? Because it is different. And everybody's like, oh, that's metal, I gotta just brush it. Yes, but it's going to polish differently, it's going to enamel differently, it's going to solder differently, okay? So, you're going to take a regular brass brush, brush this thing, you will notice that it brushes easier than the other ones that you've used, okay? Then, you can use all the standard equipment that you ever wanted to use, right? the tabletop wheels, the little handheld, you know, Dremel or micromotor, whatever you want to use, all of that, okay? You can use a tumbler. We've got a tumbler over there with steel shot in it. You can use a magnetic pin finisher if you want more of a satin finish to things, okay? Million polishing options. You guys know a lot about all that stuff already, okay? Newbies, follow along with everybody else. You'll get the hint. Okay, but use, for the fine silver, you're gonna use a soft brass brush to do that initial brush.
Wet or dry?
Aha! I had a tricky teacher
got it right.
question. So I had a question, wet or dry brush, okay? It is preferable, say it that way. It's preferable to use a wet brass brush with a like 1 drop of soap on it, okay? The soap will kind of help any of the black oxide kind of not stick into your piece. Now, here's an interesting fact, and I know you know this, so I'm going to say it on the camera. If we're polishing this with a brass brush coming from this, it's not coming from the silver, it's coming from the brush.
It's not gonna wet?
It doesn't come from the piece, it comes from the brush, right?
Yeah.
So, again, that's why I do it wet. I always use a little bit of soap on there just to kind of help keep that black off there, okay? Because there's times where you would want to get, you know, that deep, if you're really rough and you like that deep dark color and stuff, yeah, great. Brush the black into your piece. But most of the time you want to get everything off and put your own patina on, okay? Okay, so we're going to talk about patina real quick because once I do this, you guys are going to be up doing your thing for a while, okay? Keep in mind that as I'm talking online, this mic is on, so you guys, this is where you guys are really going to get out of control, okay? To try. If you're gonna be loud, try to be loud over there across the room. Okay, so Cameron's gonna give you your pieces. You're gonna brush them with a brass brush over there at the sink. There's a squirt bottle that's got soap in it. Okay, the patina. Lindsay is going to show you how to use the patina. That is Gosiba. Okay. Gosiba is a variant of liver sulfur, so it gives you that cool, rich liver sulfur stuff, right? But it is a corrosive, so it's not a base. So you gotta be careful. We had a big issue with that yesterday, so I want everybody to know that. Okay. It's a corrosive. It's got, I don't know what else. It's, you know, it's a German thing, so I have no idea what else is in it. But it is not a natural base. Okay. So, it is extremely expensive and very hard to get. So Lindsay's going to show everybody how we do this. We put this much in a little jar and we use a paintbrush to paint it on there, okay? Because the bottle is $80 and you can't get it very easily in the States, okay? There was one company selling it and he is slowed down significantly. So it's a little bit difficult to get. So I would like everybody to try because it is the greatest product ever. But just be gentle. Okay. But that will help you get the cool patina. Now, yes. Why is it better? That's a good question. Okay. So liver of sulfur comes in rock and then you can get it in the gel. The gel was like the greatest thing I ever used until this stuff. Okay. I believe me, when you try it, you'll see what I mean. So the gel, you still needed to put it like in hot water, right? And mix it up and then you put your piece in, okay? This stuff doesn't need to be hot and it will turn this piece black that quick, okay? It does stink. Not terribly, but it stinks. It actually probably doesn't stink as bad as like the gel does. It's not quite that bad, yeah. But it does stink. It's liver sulfur, so it's got that, yeah.
So you have to neutralize it.
Yes, but we just run them underwater because we're just doing a quick thing. So I just run them underwater for this.
So it turns it black and then you polish it off.
Then you polish it off. There's a little sanding sponge over there too. You can use that to kind of polish it off to get the shine back and then throw it in the tumbler. Okay, that's usually what I do. If you don't have to put you don't have to put a patina on it if you don't want to. But this piece with all the dimensions and everything looks really good with patina. Anybody that knows me knows I'm usually not a patina person. I like bright, sparkly white metal, right? But it needed patina. So I kind of found that that particular piece, you really want to do that too. Okay.
Question.
Yes.
Lots of times I don't brush it. When it comes out of the kiln, I'll put patina on and then tumble it. Do you do that with this clay or not?
Yes, you can absolutely do that. The question was, can you just go not brush and go straight to patina, you know, and then tumble? You can absolutely do that. Absolutely. I tend to prefer, and it's the style, right? That all comes down to style. If I polish or brush first, then the patina doesn't go as deep on every piece, right? And so then I get more of a real dark contrast and a real light because it didn't go deep everywhere. That's why. That's all. It's just a style.
Could you just throw it into the magnetic tumbler at the brush stage like this and not have to
Yes.
manually brush?
Yes. So the question was, can you just throw it into a tumbler and not have to brush? Absolutely. It just takes a lot longer than a brush. That's why. Yeah. If you brush it real quick and throw it in, then you're done. Yeah. You had a question?
You also patina your chain?
Yes, I did patina the chain. So the way that I did that, I went ahead and strung everything. When I patina and tumble my chain, I put the whole thing together. I take a wire and run it through. I can kind of show you that up on here. I take a wire and just randomly loop it through here, twist the wire up, and now the whole thing's like a little glob and it won't tangle in the tumbler. Okay, so that's how I do that. And there's wire over there for that. Okay, if anybody wants to do that. Second round's in? Great. Okay, so the second round of pieces are in. That's gonna be a half hour. Okay. But everybody can start working on their pieces. I'm going online with Francesca in 5 minutes, so anybody that wants to see Francesca at her house. Yes, yes. It's gonna be at Francesca's house, in her new little studio that she built there. So it'll be nice to see how she's working on. Yeah. So what city? Okay. I have somebody's piece here. I don't know.
Burned down 7 months ago.
I would say Francesca, maybe 10 years.
Okay. We are close. You mean? Yeah. Why don't you move?
Hello, Carrie's people. Can you hear me? I don't know what's happening. Start video. There I am. Okay. Hello. I don't know if they can see me. We'll be just switching back and forth between broadcasts. So dining room people, did you make your rings? All right. Okay. Did you guys have a problem with the clay coming out a little dry? You did. Okay. Okay, so it came out of the package a little dry. All right, that's okay. Stuff happens. Here's the thing that I want to mention to everybody, right? This we've been super excited with the results of this. It's a new product. They're going to have some stuff to work through. So we'll make sure that we pass all of that along, our feedback to them. I'm loving the results, so we'll just see. All right, well, I'm going to switch back over to this. Oops, wrong camera, this camera. And we're going to see if this has kind of set up a little bit. And it has. So I'm just going to take it over to see if I can fix that texture a little bit. And I'm just going to move that over to and so this is how, guys, this is how I'm setting it up on my mug warmer now, because this is how it's going to wind up, right? So if I've got any torquing or change in shape, as this dries, I want it to dry in the position I'm going to need it in. Does that make sense? So I'm going to do that. Go. And set that over there to dry. Let's see if Carrie, Michael Marks, what? Michael Marks is in the house? On my end, not, oh, there's Carrie. Carrie, Story. There she is. Can you hear me, Carrie? Can you hear me, Carrie? Put your headphones on, girl.
The only sound from her is coming through the headphones.
Can you hear me? Hi, Carrie.
Can you hear me?
I can.
I
Can you hear
can't.
me?
Yes.
How are you?
The sound is a little crazy, but it's not too bad, so we can work with it, right?
A little bit. It's because you're hearing it in two places. So let me introduce you. We've got our dining room people. Can you see our dining room people? Wave, dining room people. Those folks are literally in my dining room. Oh, I'm in here demoing, and they're in there partying, and we're having a blast. It's just been great.
That's so awesome.
I did a sample, which I'm not going to show you. It's so bad.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's pretty bad. You want to see? I'll show you. I'll show you.
Yes, I do want to see.
It's really bad though. Okay, hold on. I have to put it back together. That's your first clue. So hold on. Hold on. I have to at least make it look. Is Michael Marks really in the room? I'm embarrassed for him to see how crappy at this I am. Here we go.
Oh, I don't even want to tell you who's in here.
Here's my crappy sample that didn't stick over here. I had one ring that was too small. And then because I'm impatient and didn't want to do it the way you showed me, I did it in the old fashioned greenware style. I know. Listen, Carrie, this is not your first rodeo with me. You know how I roll. So this should not come as a surprise to you at all. And so what I did was I did that old school way where you dry it to greenware, and then you cut it up, and then you do the water, and then you stick it together. and I was too impatient and it didn't work. So wah, 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 not great, but it centered beautifully. The centering is absolutely fantastic. Apart from the fact that my joints suck weenies, the centering is gorgeous. I mean, it's
Yeah,
solid.
that could
It's
make a
gorgeous.
relatively interesting pendant or something.
Yeah, I'll melt it down and use it into something else. I'm doing it your way today. Please allow me to show you.
Okay.
Please allow me to show you. There you go. I'm doing it the way you asked me to do
Oh.
it. So
Yes, way better. Okay.
So there you go. So there you go. I will tell you, just in the interest of full disclosure, we all had difficulty when we opened our packets. The clay was very dry. So we did have to do a little rehydration, but I figure that's just the way things go sometimes. So we're not stressed out about it.
There's a couple things actually, and we had the same thing. It is our AC is like just brutal right now because it's
Okay.
just sucking the water out of all of our pieces. But there's a thing that some people don't realize when they open the clay. You know how when you get the clay in the package, it actually feels hard, like in the packet,
Yes.
right?
Yeah. Yep.
It's actually not. It's just vacuumed that tightly. Okay. So
Yeah.
what we were doing, I was trying to show everybody this, but I don't think I got it on your video, like your pre-class video thing. So you might not have seen this part. I took my two pieces out of the package, just kind of mushed them together just a little bit, and then rolled and kind of folded it in on itself, and that got it working again. And once you get that working again, you usually don't have to add water to it unless it's like super dry.
Yeah, we happened to have some of that aqua solution from another company that shall not be named. And we just added a little bit of that because, you didn't send me any of that, but that's okay. I told everybody that you have that product, but I didn't, in fact, have any because whatever.
Okay, I will be sure to send you some.
It's fine. It's fine. We're making it work. It's all good. It's all good. So we're having a blast. We're having a blast. Right? Are we
So
having a
I'm
blast?
over here, we are like totally crazy having a blast. I'm going to embarrass you because you were embarrassed Michael Marks was going to see your things, but guess who I have sitting in this room today?
Who?
Kim St. Jean.
Shut up! Hey, Kim! How are you?
She's walking around to get on the camera back,
Where is
back
she?
here. She's coming. She's
Where?
coming.
Can I say hello to her? Hey! How are you? Yay! Hey, I don't know if she can hear me, but can I just say how glad I
can't hear
am?
you.
Please tell her I said how glad I am to see that she's back to jewelry making. She was gone too long.
So glad that you were back to jewelry making.
Thank you.
You were gone too long.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and then there's one more that's gonna blow your mind even more. You ready? Barbara McGuire. Barbara McGuire.
You broke up. Who? Say that again.
Barbara McGuire.
Francesca.
Francesca? Hi.
Oh my God.
I'd rather be there.
Oh. She said she'd rather be here.
That's fantastic.
We're having a blast.
Are you? Yeah, we're having a blast too.
So
Awesome.
good to see you.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Okay, bye. So yeah, I have just been, it's been crazy. I have lots of non-metal clay people.
Yeah,
yeah. Okay.
I'm sure.
Hook this together. Hook it together. Hook it together.
I'm
Hook it
having
together one more
trouble.
time.
I'm out of practice. And I told everybody at the beginning of this thing, you know, I'm a certified art clay instructor. I was certified under Camp PMC. I've been using metal clay for 12 years, but I've been using metal clay as a metalsmith. I never, unless you make me, never do an entire project out of metal clay. I'm using metal clay to enhance my metal fabrication stuff. And I know both Robert Lopez talked about it yesterday and Tanya Davidson talked about that yesterday. I am definitely in that camp. So this is out of my comfort zone, full disclosure. But the way I look at it is I'll screw all the things up today and I'll show people how you fix it. That's my jam. So that's
Exactly. There you go. Yeah.
that's how we'll do that. It's all going to be good. So has it been a
That's
great
awesome.
2 days? I've missed most of it. I feel bad. I was able to see Gwen's this morning, which was great.
Okay.
Yeah. But I've missed everything else and I feel bad about that. We just have had too much going
It's
on.
been, oh yeah, it's been an incredible 2 days. We had, I haven't seen any of the guest speakers because I've been in the classroom setting, you know?
Yeah.
So all I keep hearing about is, oh my gosh, you should have saw it. And Ani's polish was just like unbelievable, you know, and then
Oh,
on
that's
and on
right.
and
I
on and
forgot.
on.
Oh my gosh, I forgot Ani was going to be part of this thing too.
Yeah, yeah.
Man,
It
you
has
got
been
quite the
just,
lineup.
it was great. It was
Dang,
really
girl.
great. Everybody wanted to try it, and we've gotten incredible feedback. Like you said, the center level on this clay
Oh, the
is
center
just
on this is
ridiculous.
amazing.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
detail,
yeah. It changes it.
yeah, it does. The detail is going to be amazing. So you know that my life has been a little bit of a, am I allowed to say shit show on this broadcast? You'll have to bleep me out. My life has been, my life has been a little bit of a shit show. But I'm the bleep show. So I'm really looking forward to trying this for mold making, you know, in mold making applications and those little die shot plates. I'm very excited about this clay. And I'll tell you, one of our group asked a question that I couldn't answer. Can you tell me exactly? I wasn't able to list the whole product line. So I know you're going to have you have a sterling, you got a 999. Can you tell me the rest of the stuff in the product line?
Yes, so there's a 999 and a 999 flex. Both of those are torch fire or kiln fire. Okay. Then we've got 960. 960, if you know, traditional smithing, you don't really use anything like that, but I like to explain it. It's a bit like using argentium. It's brighter, so it's not darker like the sterling's gonna be,
And which one
right?
is that?
And it'll fuse 960.
Okay. Yep.
Okay, and so it'll fuse, right? It'll do some of those different things, kind of like argentium sort of does, you know? So you get a little bit of an in-between application with that. And so we've got a 960 and a 960 flex, okay? We've got a 925, oh, I'm sorry. The 960, the 960 flex are kiln fire. Open shelf, but kiln fire, okay?
Yep.
The 9 fire, but it has to go in carbon. Okay, and so that's where you're really gonna get the strength though. The strength in the 925 is just.
So the
unbeatable.
925, wait, okay, so the 960 can be kiln fired open shelf, but the 925, you broke up there for a second. It needs to be carbon fired. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And so we have a question here in our group. Lori Davis is asking, what is flex? Tell us about flex product.
Yeah, so flex means you're gonna get, number one, a longer working time even, okay?
Yep.
Number two, when the clay is, I'm gonna call it semi-dry, it is still flexible. Now I say that with a caveat, because the first time you use it, you'll probably break it, because people are like, oh, wait, you know.
So not that
Not like that. Exactly. So what you do, the way you do the flexes when it's dry, okay, and you don't want it to be bone hard, rock solid,
Right,
But
right.
when you can tell it's, you know, it's not wet anymore, you kind of rub it, Okay,
Yeah,
so you
yeah.
kind of do one of these things.
Coax
And
it.
as you do, you feel it start to give way, and then you can make spirals. You can make all kinds of stuff out of it.
Cool. Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
So we will definitely, I told my folks, I said I was doing this project because you asked me to. But we're gonna go back to using metal clay the way I use it because that's how I know to use it. And we're gonna do, I'm gonna schedule some projects. We're gonna do some torch fired embellishments with Project X in our group coming up. Probably not August, probably our September project because we're just finishing up. I'm super excited. We're just gonna be finishing up in August a beginner series that I did for beginner metalsmiths. So we're doing 4 projects. We're covering soup to nuts, all the, how you set up a soldering station. We've covered the whole thing. And so in September, they're going to be ready to flex their muscles a little bit. And so why not add another thing? So, yeah. So we're probably
Yeah,
going
get
to
some
use
cool design. Yeah.
exactly. So we're going to talk about doing some torch firing, creating embellishments, how you incorporate that stuff with your metal fabrication. So that's still to come. We'll make sure we bring you in for that.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
I have to tell you that the result of this, and true disclosure, because this is how I roll, I've struggled a little bit with the clay just because I think this is not my thing, that. But the end result is so beautiful. The end result is so dense and beautiful. I really can't wait to start playing with it the way I work with it. So
the way you do. Yeah, exactly.
the way I do it. Yeah, the way I do it. I'm not Michael Marks. Hello. Where is he there, by the way, or is he there?
He is interviewing people. Is Michael
Oh, he's
on
interviewing,
current
of course.
interview?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm
No
trying to
worries.
think who else we had. Do you know Nikki Thornburg with Thornburg Bead Studios?
Yes, I do. I mean, I know of her. I don't know her personally, but I know.
Oh, I wonder, does she have Nikki Thornburg?
She'd know her as a vendor at Bead Butt.
She oh yeah, I know that's why you would have known her from Bead and Button.
As a
Say
Yes,
hi to
exactly.
Francesca and her whole plan. And what do we have on today?
Hi,
Oh,
how are you?
gorgeous.
So I have 54 people watching in our room right now.
54 people
54
on her end.
people watching in her room. And that's
Yes.
in addition you've got 68 people in your room. So that's over 100 people watching us
Yeah,
right now.
and
That's pretty
then
exciting.
at the same time, the 68 that are in this one, there's more in the breakout session too. We've been
Nice.
running right about 100 people
That's
all the time,
nice.
just
That's
constant.
fabulous.
It's amazing. And
So
we had 100 and, oh, what is she doing? Oh, yeah.
Okay,
Look
wait,
at that.
hold on.
See,
I gotta make
where
you
is
big.
my
Settle
camera?
way up. There you go. Oh, wow.
Do I got
Too
some
dark.
light? It's too dark. Yeah, oh, he's bringing me down here. Here we go. Oh, wait. There we go.
I can't see that. Oh, wait, I can't. That's on the WebEx. Hang.
She
Oh,
said
there
that
we
this
go.
is all glass. This looks like.
So you guys can't see that. I'm sorry, but that's wicked cool.
Yeah. Okay.
That's wicked
Oh,
cool.
well. It was worth a try.
It was worth a try.
It's
So Diana Schnetzka is asking if the torch fired products can be fired with a butane torch, or do you need something more powerful? And the answer is you absolutely can use it with a butane torch, and we're going to be talking about that. We're going to be talking about that. You guys are going to seriously, we're going to be opening up a whole new world. It's gonna be awesome.
It is.
gonna be
It's
awesome.
always amazing to bring in a bunch of different techniques, and especially as you're learning for the first time, because you get to see what things you like, what things
Yeah.
fit your style, and
Yeah.
you kind of start defining your own style that way. You
Yeah.
incorporate this and that, and I don't like to saw. Don't make me saw, right? But I kind of like hammering. It's okay,
So
And
funny.
we're all like that. So that's what's so wonderful about your beginner series is having all of those pieces.
Yeah.
The students really get the taste of each one so that they
Yeah.
can see what they like and what they don't like.
100%.
Awesome.
100%. So hopefully you won't be too embarrassed by my outcome, and nobody in the room is allowed to be like turned off to metal clay on account of me. This is I just told them up front, I'm a metalsmith. This is not my thing. I do this very differently. Oh,
We'll
too
wait
funny.
for him to judge you until your series coming up where you're
Exactly
using
right. I'm going to show. I'm
Yes.
showing you. Carrie made me do this, and now the next time, we'll do the
Francesca,
other way.
yeah, exactly. Francesca made me saw.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right. Oh Lord. Oh.
Oh, good. Okay. So I have a giveaway over there, right? You got a big raffle I can
do.
raffle off to your students.
Let me roll my chair over here. I have to grab it. There was a big note on it that says Carrie is going to give this away. And I was like, all right. So it's a box. It says it's a basic hand tool kit.
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
It's got
And
all
so
kinds of goodies.
it has a tool pouch, a clay roller. So Carrie actually sent me one she sent me one of these kits because, I had a fire and I had no tools. She was so funny. She sent me the clay to do the sample and I called her and I go, thanks for the clay. I have no tools. Please send me tools. So I actually have one of these kits and it's been great. So it has a clay roller. It has these adjustable gauges. You guys, if you have not seen the adjustable gauges, we've all used those slats, right? Oh, seriously, guys, look at how cool these are. Look at that. You can make an opening. The slats, I love these things. They're so smart. Clay sculptors. So these clay sculptor, a complete set of those. Mini hole cutters. I want you to know that I looked at this and was like, I forgot. Don't at me. Do not at me. I was like, are these syringes? These are the weirdest looking syringes. What? And then I was like, and I looked at oh, cutters. Right. I knew that. Mini hole cutters.
Oh my God, you cracked me up.
I'm just saying, keeping it real. Keeping it real. Snake roller, a brush set, 2 brushes, the release agent brush. So we used this today. Liberation spray. Is it in there? No. You sent me that separately. There's no liberation spray in the box, is there?
No,
No,
not that one.
okay.
No, that's just the tools. Yeah.
But guys, seriously, you need this. This is so superior. Seriously, like we all like everybody else got started using olive oil, which goes rancid after a while and starts to smell bad, and it gets sticky and it's gross. Or badger balm, which smells like badgers or something.
Your bomb
Anyway.
smells like badgers.
I loved these little tweezers, by the way, these little flat tipped tweezers. OMG. Love these. These are in there.
Let me show you something about those. Those are my favorite. Let me show you why.
Okay, look,
I just
it's
gotta
like,
find out.
it's not quite a right angle, but look at this, you guys. Here, wait. Let me
Right.
switch. Look.
Where the
See
heck?
that
Oh
angle?
yeah.
Isn't that cool?
So let me show you what I do with those real quick.
Yeah.
So you can see my face, right?
I
So
can
I
see
won't
your
change
face.
camera.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll just kind of keep it over here. There we go. So when I'm like picking stones up and all of that junk, I'm using them the normal way, kind of with the points. But
Yeah.
push
Right?
the stone. Hang on, I'm trying to get this angle. There we go. Push the
Yeah.
stone down into the clay with that flat side, and you can get the girdle under the clay line, and you can make it flat flush, in your
Yeah.
clay. I
Yeah.
love those things. Yeah.
Yeah. The other thing I love about these, let me switch back to this. The other thing I love about this, I don't know if y'all can see, but look at how flat that is across that edge, if you can see. There you go.
Yeah. Something as
Pretty
simple
awesome.
as tweezers. Where you like
It's
have a big long
pretty awesome.
conversation about it.
Yeah, I love them. Okay, and then there's also a scalpel and a fine awl, and the fine awl, she's not even kidding when she talks about a fine awl. I'm actually quite happy to have this because I have been wanting one. I'm sorry that I had to burn my studio down to get one, but that was a bad joke. Forget that. Aren't those great? And it's so fine. It is so fine. It makes a perfectly small little line, no curve to speak of. Absolutely fabulous. So that's what's in this whole kit. And I guess we're giving this away. Yay! How are we doing this?
So on your end, I don't know. So are you gonna do just your sitting students, or do you want to raffle it to the people that are online too with you right now?
Oh, I think we should do both. Can I buy one of these to give away? Can we do two?
I will give you another one to give away.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, Carol Heckenbach in our group is like, what? Yeah, so we're going to give away two of these. So tell me how we're going to do that.
Okay, so let's give the first one away to the people sitting in your living room.
Okay,
Or kitchen.
dining room people. Look, they all just worked up. They didn't think they were eligible, so now they're eligible. Okay, so how are we doing this?
Okay, so we do this really easy. I'm like, I was gonna ask these hard questions and all this stuff, but yeah, that's just way too much. So the people in the is it the kitchen or the living room?
It's the dining room. It's the dining room people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, dining room people. So I'm going to have you pick a number between 1 and 10, okay? And the person who gets closest without going over wins. It's as simple as that. Okay, so just go around the room and say a number.
All right, so Margaret, what's your guess? 3. Okay, Renee, what's your guess?
OMG, we're stopping, because guess what?
It's 3.
It's 3!
Yay! That's fantastic. That's absolutely fantastic. I love that. Okay. Congratulations, Margaret.
Yes,
Yay.
absolutely.
I have your prize right here. All right, how are we going to do this for the online people?
Okay, so this is what you're going to do. So you can see your chat, right?
I can see my chat, yes. Yep.
Okay, so I'm going to have them guess a number again. We're going to just make the number bigger this time, okay? And the first one that gets closest to that, right, without going over, is going to win. And you just need to get me their information and we'll mail it out from here. How about
I
that?
love that so much. Okay, we have 59 people watching, so I don't know how y'all need to be poised on your keyboards because we can't take 30 minutes to do this. So it's a number between 1 and what?
1 and 80.
1 and 80. Okay, so a number between 1 and 80, put your guess in the chat, go. All right, so we see, okay, I've got all of them coming in. Okay, we're gonna count down, there we go. People are guessing, so we'll chit chat, we'll talk amongst ourselves briefly here.
Okay. So what'd you do last night for dinner?
It's okay. Yeah, okay. Oh, let's see. We've got, okay, so I'll start at the top. We've got, we have a bazillion. So here's what we're going to do. Rather than read off 80 guesses, you're going to tell, in a minute here, you're going to tell me what the number is. We're going to cut them off. We're going to cut them off. Okay, ready? Some people are still guessing. Some people are still guessing. Okay, so we're gonna say after, so there's a 76 after Diana Schnetska. Okay, here's Amber at 23. Okay, I'm gonna count down from 5, and after that we're done. No more guesses after that. Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Amber is the last guess at 23. So what you're going to do then is you tell me what the number was. You tell me what the number was, and we'll scroll back and figure out who got closest. What's the number?
41.
41, 41. Let's see. I've got a 42. Oh, please. Let's see if we got an actual 41. I got a 42. So far, that's closest. Oh, I have two 42s. What? Who's the Facebook user that said 42 at 2:40 p.m.? Okay, I've got a couple of 42s. I'm looking. I have two 42s. Oh, and that's them. Okay, so it's Diana Schnetzka. I have three 42s. I have a 41. I have a 41 right on the money. Diana Schnetzka.
Okay.
41. You are the big wiener. There you
Okay.
go, Diana Schnetzka,
So
41.
She's
Diana.
connected.
Here's what you do. Diana Schnetzka is the big wiener. Yay! Diana, here's what you're going to do. Send me an email to info@makeryarts.com. Give me your full mailing address information, and we will get that out to you, courtesy of our friends at Clay Revolution. Thank you. That's awesome. Margaret, you want to come get yours? You want to come get yours? Here comes Margaret. She's going to come around the corner from my dining room. Yay! Is that your birthday number?
Yay!
Yay! There's me down and say hello. Say hi. Yay!
Congratulations.
Yes, you can. Yes, there you can. Thank you very much. We've been having, actually, this has been a blast. I've never done anything like this in my home. And so we've been having kind of a blast.
Yeah, it's so much fun. I have to show you something that just got handed to me. Okay. So my students are in the polishing and patina mode, right? And we had one like big mamma jamma piece that all of us were like, what is that? We weren't sure how that was really going to turn out, one of those pieces, right? And then the kiln were like, OMG. Did I get that?
Wow.
Look at that.
Holy
Is
cow.
that awesome? What? The color on this thing.
That's amazing.
Unbelievable. And it's just gazebo. She just dunked it in the gazebo real quick.
I
and it
didn't. I
came
just
out
lightly painted in
lightly
stripes. I
painted
did
it.
stripes.
Oh my gosh.
That's amazing.
Unbelievable.
That is cool patina.
Unbelievable. I was
I like that patina.
walks past me and holds it up. I'm like, whoa! Don't get that.
We're gonna have
Do not walk away. I want that.
I mean this when I tell you the way that this feels is so good. It just feels so good. So I'm looking forward to playing with it some more. Just don't judge me by this.
No, I get it. I get it. We've all been there. And believe me, there are moments where I'm still like, I don't know what the
I'm
heck
just
is
like,
going on today, but I'm a mess. Oh my goodness. Well, I am so thrilled that you helped us with this. I really am. I love you to death. I cannot speak enough of what you're doing there. It's amazing.
Oh.
It's amazing. I don't know how you get through. You just like start. Let's do this again. And I'm rocking and rolling.
There's no option. There's no option. What's the option? What's the option?
Yep.
So
I get it. I
will be completely honest. I did an update with my group on Thursday and I was a little bit emotional because, you just have good days and bad days. Good days and bad days. This week has been tough. And quite frankly, all the stuff since the fire has been tough. I'm not going to lie. This has been maybe, it's definitely in the top 5 of difficult things in my entire life. So, I don't recommend it. So it's not, what my Yelp review is 0 stars. Do not recommend. I could do
So
less
you're
than
gonna
0.
take,
Yeah.
you're crazy. So you're
Um,
gonna take a little mini vacation and you're gonna come over here and just hang out and we're gonna make stuff in the studio.
That actually sounds like fun. Unfortunately, Tanya Davidson got in ahead of you. So we are in fact going to spend a week in Montana with her and her husband due next summer. That's going to be our vacation. We've already decided that we're going to do it. She lives in one of the most beautiful places in the world, right on the river. And she was like, you need to just come. So we're going to do that, but that's not till next summer. We can't, somebody said you should take a vacation, before the studio opens. And I was like, no, that's not, you just opened a brand new studio space. You know how that is. Sure, you should take
I do, yeah.
Take a vacation right before that opens.
Exactly.
See how that goes.
Yeah, yeah.
No.
We were trying to formulate play and everybody's like, well, you should de-stress,
break.
just
Take a break.
take a day. I'm like, yeah, right, no.
No, not happening. Not happening. Deborah Bean is asking a question. If the project goes completely south, can we melt it and reuse it? And the answer is yes. You can't use it as metal clay if it's been fired. If it hasn't been fired, you could potentially, I've not tried this, but you can reconstitute it and turn it back into clay as long as you haven't fired it. That's a whole thing. We'll have a conversation about that. But once you've fired it, if it goes south, like south, like this, you can melt this down. This is fine silver is what this is. And you can melt that down and roll it out. You could alloy it. You could, all sorts of things. It's metal. So it's not wasted. It's not wasted. So we'll find a use for this. Well, if nothing else, we'll use it as a cautionary tale. But yes, Deborah, absolutely. You can, if it's unfired, if the clay is unfired and just in its greenware state, you can reconstitute it by putting it in a small jar like this with some distilled water. And what you would do is just keep adding distilled water until it kind of turns into until it softens up. You'll need to kind of get in there and sort of see how it's doing. It never comes exactly back to what it was, but it's usable in that state. So absolutely 100% you can do that. Metal clay is one of those things that people get really intimidated by, and there's just no point in getting intimidated by it. You just have to, like any other thing, get your hands in there and get it dirty and try it. Right?
Absolutely. Yep. Don't be afraid of getting your fingers in it. Don't be afraid.
So let me see.
Okay.
While I have you, let's see how my piece is doing, shall we?
Okay.
Let's see how it. So these are my 2 rings, and I joined them together the way you said. So there you go. I have a 3rd ring to do.
Perfect.
That's looking pretty good, huh? It'll be better
looks
than the first one
fantastic.
I did. Yep.
Yeah.
So we'll do we're going to do our 3rd ring, and we'll get that connected, and then we'll do the connecting pieces. So there we go.
Yeah, that's perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Yay.
I think we are we losing a little bit of internet? Is that what's going on? Oh, it looks okay. Haven't had any complaints. I keep like popping in and off on this end. I can tell it's like one of those, the afternoon time is high peak. We got Michael in there interviewing somebody. We got like half a dozen people watching the breakout sessions. I'm like, okay, I can hear.
Somebody just tell me where to look and what to say. Yeah, I'll just tell me where to look and what to say. There you go. Whatever.
Exactly.
Well, you've had a very full 2 days. I mean, if you're running breakout rooms and all of that stuff, that's a whole lot.
Yeah, I've been live for 2
2 days.
It's great.
Been there, done that. I've been there, done that. It's not for the faint of heart. We have a Facebook user who's saying, I'm late to the party. Has the shrinkage rate been discussed? So please have a conversation let's talk about shrinkage rate. I had said that I thought it was about 26%. I think that's on the high end, right? Talk to us about that.
Yes, so there are quite a few things. I've talked about it a couple times throughout the broadcast, so if you need to readdress some of the detail, you can kind of play the broadcast back once we get it loaded into the YouTube channel, okay? Each one of the models is different. So the average is 22 to 26, okay? And I keep nodding over here because that's where I can see you.
That's fine.
I'm talking to you over there.
That's fine, no worries.
So the basic 999 should be right in the 24 range, like you said, maybe 25, something like that, okay? That is the thing that's most important to know about that is wet to fire. So if you're comparing it to clays, you need to know how they measure that, and they don't tell you how to measure that. So I'm just gonna disclose that right now. Some of the clays will say it's 15%, but it's 15% dry to fired. So it's very hard to compare the clay. Yeah. So what I can compare for you is I can compare art clay and PMC because those are the big ones and they've been tested and they're pretty much set in stone shrinkage figures. Okay. So those both fire in the 10 to 15 range. Okay. So we're about
And that's dry to fire or wet to fire?
Wet to fire. Wet to
Okay.
fire. So those are we consider those in the industry, we consider those low shrink.
Low shrink,
Those are very
Mhm.
class. Yeah. So we have about double that right now. You don't really need to account for it unless you're doing something really technical.
Yeah.
That's where you would really need to account for it, right? And what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to test because there is no way for me to tell you a shrinkage rate without knowing the design. Shrinkage is really complicated. I think you and I have had this discussion.
Oh, we've had that conversation. My brain starts to hurt after a minute. So my friend, I'll just tell you, my friend Mary Lou McMullen, she likes to make Mary Lou McMullen likes to make very complicated ring shanks. She makes these very ornate ring shanks, and she makes them all out of metal clay. And the way she does it is she makes them flat, and she makes them longer than she needs, and she fires them flat, and then she makes the ring shank out of them after it's been fired. And so she's really digging. She's been playing with this, and she's really digging it for that. She's digging it a lot for that. So, because at that point, then the shrink rate doesn't matter. Whatever you're left with at the end is what you start with, and then you measure out your ring shank, and then so.
Exactly. Yeah. If we get into it, we'll maybe schedule that for one of those days where we get into the technical stuff on shrinkage with metal clays. Because it is a deep conversation.
We should schedule a nerd out session because there's people who will want to nerd out on that, and that's fine. We can do that. I'll host, and you can just watch my eyes while you're talking.
Yeah. Exactly. I was gonna say we'll call it the nerd geeky, shrinkage day. Something like that.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
So I have a Facebook user who's asking, are you going to be teaching in Tucson 2024? Are you going to be teaching? I think the answer is yes. Yeah. Are you going to be at the casino again like you usually are?
Yep, we'll be at the casino again. We plan to have a metal clay party again. I'm hoping to do something. Okay, so how many of your users, if we can get like a quickie little, just put an X in the chat box or whatever. Have you guys all seen the James Bond videos? And what do you think?
Yeah. Oh God, yes.
Funny?
Is he coming to Tucson? Is he coming?
I'm gonna try.
James Bond is coming to Tucson.
I'm trying really really hard to make that happen.
The dining room, hold on, the dining room people are cracking up. Are you guys laughing at me? Yes. Yes, they are laughing at me. Mary Caldwell in our chat says, I thought the promo videos were very cool. They were a lot of fun. They were a lot of fun.
Yeah, he's hilarious and he just plays it perfectly. And so I mean, in my mind, I'm envisioning, can you imagine walking through jogs arm in arm with James Bond?
I'm serious. Listen, can I just tell you that your party, I was so sad that I had to duck out early this year. I overbooked myself this year, but your party, your metal clay party this year, I have not laughed that hard. It was absolutely epic. Robert Lopez and
my gosh, I know.
Laura Scott.
I know. I was crying every time I looked over there.
I was absolutely crying. Kate Richburg, Gwen, and whole Youngblood were both there. It was amazing. It was just the best party. It was the best party. Yeah. So I've got lots of people saying that they loved the Project X videos. So that was brilliant. That was brilliant.
Oh, that's wonderful. Awesome.
So yes,
Okay,
so she will be teaching
that's my
in
hope.
Tucson. She will be teaching in Tucson. When will the metal clay classes be in Tucson next year? We'll get the dates to you, but they're usually the first week in February, right at the end of January, first week in February during the gem shows. And Carrie is at the Casino del Sol, and she's got a fabulous classroom set up there. And Cameron will be in. Cameron, where's Cameron? I have not seen my Cameron.
Where is
he?
Cameron?
Cameron is one of my favorite people on the planet.
Cameron, run up here. Someone wants to see you. He's coming. He's been working his ass off today.
I know. He's just and every day. It's just.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Anyway, so Cameron will be there.
Can you imagine working with your mother every day?
Can I imagine with what?
Working with your mother every day.
No,
Yeah.
I absolutely could not.
What?
Nope. No. Cameron you both get massive points. Hey, sweetie.
Hey,
Francesca.
Francesca.
Hi, sweetheart. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm awesome. You've been working really hard. Are you exhausted?
Oh, yes. And it's 4 o'clock. I'm ready to get out of here.
You're going to need to
Thank you for coming on with us.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Let me introduce you to hold on. These are the dining room people. They are in my dining room and we are doing this project together. There they are. Hello. Everybody say hi to Cameron.
Hello, everybody.
The DR people. The DR people. That's what we're going to call you. We're going to get you a badge made that says the DR people. So we're just basically having a party. I'm not going to show you my sample. Your mom can tell you about it later. It was not good.
Okay. Oh, it wasn't good?
Oh no, it was not good.
I don't believe that.
No, you should believe it.
You don't have to show me.
No. Your mom will tell you about it. It was pretty bad. Mary Caldwell wants to make it to Tucson next year to take a class with Carrie and to see you. The reason we brought you on is because I was saying how much fun it is to hang out with you. We were at your party this past year. I have not laughed that hard in quite some time. So we need to make sure we do that again.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a blast. We're going to be doing that every year.
Yeah, absolutely. Count me in.
I've said that now to the whole world. So I guess now we're going to have to.
Great. He just committed it.
Oh, it was good to see you. I have to get back to my project and we're not going to finish it.
All right. Well, it was good to see you. Thank you guys so much for being a part of this today. We really appreciate it.
Oh, absolutely. Thanks for having us. We're grateful.
Yeah, of course.
And thanks for the
thank
cool
you
goodie
guys.
bags. We appreciate those
of
too.
course. I'll get some use out of them.
Okay, absolutely.
All right. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Okay.
All right,
guess,
Carrie.
okay.
Well,
I really, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, we need to get back to work or we're not gonna get this project finished today, so.
exactly. It's exactly what I was starting to think. I'm like, I got people leaving.
Yeah, yeah, you should go too. This was a blast though. Thanks for having us. Thank you for the giveaways. Thank you for the gift bags. It was wonderful.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad you guys were part of it, and you got a fantastic teacher, ladies, if you can hear me. Well, and gentlemen, if you can hear me, she's so humble, but she is breedily skilled even at metal clay.
You're funny. You're funny. I will see you soon, my friend.
You.
I love you too. I hope that this last 2 days has been wonderful for you. I've been rooting for you hard. This is a huge undertaking to roll out a product a product line of this magnitude. We are absolutely rooting for you, and thanks for letting us be a part of it.
Thank you.
Love you,
Bye,
my
guys. Bye,
friend.
Francesca.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Awesome. That was fun.
Okay.
Now we have to get back to work.
Okay, so I am still live online here. I'm going to say goodbye to the world, okay? And then I'll come out and kind of wind things up with you guys. Sound good? Okay. Okay. So world, how did you like Francesca? She is always entertaining, isn't she? Oh my goodness. So I miss just hanging out with her. It's just love hanging out with that woman. We could laugh for hours. We would make each other cry. Okay, so let's see. What do we have? We finished our firing. We finished our polishing. We talked about patina. Oh, I've got one more raffle to do online. Can we do one more raffle online? Where's Bonnie? Up there? Okay. We can, oh, is she doing permanent jewelry? Okay. You could do the raffle? Okay, we got it. We got the raffle. We're good. We're good. He's got it. Okay. So everybody online, this one's for you. Okay. A fantastic Lincora texture. These are from Kim Wilson at Lincora Designs. There we go. Hopefully you can see that nice and clear. It is gorgeous. I have it upside down. But we're going to raffle off this texture online, okay? How many people we got? 52. So you guys got this down pat now, I know. You're going to pick a number between 1 and whatever I give you, and you're going to write it down in the chat and submit it real quick, and 5 minutes later we're going to tell you who won, okay? Okay. So pick a number between 1 and 70. Go.
Apparently you know her.
Okay. So that is that. I'm going to talk to you just for a minute and close it out. Close out this crazy marathon of a 2 days. I want to thank all you guys for watching. Number one, I can't even imagine that this could have been this successful. We had so much participation, so many good questions, so many people wanting to try the clay, wanting to get their hands on it, do some projects. The incredible support of the sponsors, the distributors, the teachers, everybody that's been involved, the guest speakers. I'm overwhelmed. I'm really overwhelmed. And I know Cameron is too. He's running around like a fiend. So we won't make him come back again. But really, truly, thank you from the bottom of my heart. If you have questions, we're here. We're here all the time. We have a great staff. They're always here to help. If you're anywhere in North Carolina, just stop by the shop. We've got a great classroom. You could sit, learn whatever you'd like. We have a chat on our website. If you go to clayrevolution.com, all you got to do is chat a question to us. We will take care of it right away. We're here Monday through Friday and almost every Saturday as well. Okay. So please feel free to ask us anything at all about the clay, even if it's something so totally simple. We're happy to help. Okay. In the coming months, we are going to be doing another couple of these likely, focusing on maybe some specific techniques. The symposium is at the end of August, so we're very involved in that. We've got distributors coming on in the next coming months. And we're going to be starting videos on our website. So tutorials, more educational content will be coming on the website pretty soon. Okay. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you like the clay. We're trying to do as much as we can to make it everything you ever dreamed of. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. I will talk to you all soon. Go. Oh, I forgot to give away the prize. It's been long enough, yeah. We're good.
Oh, got it, but somebody,
Okay. Okay. Jennifer Dexter, you won the text. Jennifer Dexter won the texter. Giveaway. Okay, so Jennifer, private message my Carrie story on the thing, okay? Because we've got, it's actually not me. Can you believe that? Look, I could handle talking on that either. It's actually Lucas handling that for you. So Jennifer, private message my account on there, Carrie Story, and tell us your full name, email address, and address so that we can get that texted to you. Okay? I think we're good. No, I think we're gonna close it out. Does anybody want to yell and say hi and all that good stuff? Bye. Bye. Yay. Okie dokie. Thank you, everybody.